for the thousands in attendance and the millions watching around the world. Ladies and gentlemen, let's get ready to rumble!
What is going on, everybody? Welcome back to Junker Clunker Live. Thursday, weekly special, end of year. I don't know what we call this. People talking about whatever people talk about Thursdays. That's what we're going to start calling it.
Yeah.
Let's go around the room. Start with 6:15. Go ahead and chat it up. What are you doing?
Oh, I'm just coming here and hanging out with you guys. That's it. I didn't come for an interview.
Oh, why not?
No, we ain't even in no plan for none of that.
No videos coming up?
No, I got a few things in the works, a few things that I need to finish editing, and maybe a couple more clips and stuff like that, but nothing major.
Man, your board is filling up with stickers back there. I see that.
Yeah, I know. I got few more that I gotta put up, and I know there's a few more in the mail and stuff, so I need to do another mail call. But I was kind of waiting to try to do them all at one time because that's all I've been doing is mail calls here lately. So
I don't even see my sticker anymore.
it's up there. It's behind me.
Oh, it's behind you? Oh, gotcha. Yeah, my stop signs seem to fill up pretty good.
Oh yeah. Well,
There's a lot of us out there.
I still got stickers over here, some up here, and then the back window of my truck. And
yeah, I was gonna say, didn't you put one of mine on your truck?
I
can't remember.
I think you just sent me one.
Did I? I'll have to send you a couple.
I could be wrong. I think they're in the garage. I may have one for the back of the truck because I got a stack of them to put on the back of the truck.
Well, let's click over to Bryce, see what he's doing.
Yeah, what's up? And I'll say hi to Bubba because I see Bubba in the chat there. So actually, I just did a video that I just posted a couple minutes ago for a shout out. Got a new carb, so I'm pretty excited about that. CNC Automotive hooked that up, so Chris is awesome. Really excited about that. And then, yeah, I guess that's it. New Year's and that whole thing. My sticker board's not as full as 615s, but we got some good people up there.
It takes time.
Yeah. I need a few more license plates too. I'm starting to run out.
Yeah.
I know I keep saying I'm going to send you, Phil. I have a lot of New Hampshire ones, and my stepdad does junking, scrapping, so I have a lot of really cool stuff that I just haven't done anything with.
Nice. Very cool.
So we can get you down here. I got the dogs going insane. My daughter just came in. Oh, nice. So gotta ask, how many of you guys have watched the new video?
I have not watched much of nothing here
of
the
yours?
Last few days.
Yeah, with the El Camino?
Yeah, the El Camino for Brittany.
That's pretty cool. I thought it was cool. You got a real raw reaction from her.
It was amazing.
I'm a little, I feel for you with the rest though.
I know that has been my dream car since high school.
Yeah.
That's why. I've always been kind of a backwoods person, and I guess having a backwoods car just completes.
I wish it was a Ranchero, but what are you gonna do?
I mean, I like them all, to be honest with you. I think it looks
I
cool.
do too. I just prefer Fords, you know.
I do like the.
Well,
GMC
they're better.
car.
I mean, they're a better car, you know.
I think so.
You get the brakes figured out on your truck there, Bryce?
No, not yet. I'm working with Bill on those on the what do you call it, the rotors?
Yeah.
But with the holidays, it's just been crazy. So
I remember having that when I worked at the auto shop that I worked at and I was in the parts department. I remember that problem with something with them fucking old Fords and stuff, but I couldn't remember what it was that we had to order or what or I couldn't remember what it was to even tell you. But I remember having that same problem with them spindles and stuff, and I just can't remember what the what
Well,
specific thing we had to order or we had to look up for that application. But it was something,
Yeah.
it was something weird.
What's going on, Bubba?
It's not like it's an inexpensive part too. So like it's like you feel bad because it's like you don't want to keep going back and forth because I mean, yeah, we'll get it sorted out though.
Oh yeah.
Dude, Mr. Mach 1.
Oh, can't see
What's up,
that.
Mark 1, Mr. Mark 1?
Yeah, we're still learning our new computer.
Nice.
Yes, hello, Mr. Mark 1. How are you? And Ann, it seems like we're missing one tonight. Where's the F-250 guy?
Yeah.
Bob's biggest fan.
I'm right here. What are you talking about?
Yeah.
What did
We-
they say last week?
He was going to buy him tacos and
Yeah.
ham or something. Bacon.
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 He said Grady films the good, the bad, and the Bob.
So we don't want to know where fans are from and who they are. We've decided that we want to know nothing about them because it adds to the magic. I don't know if you guys have that or not.
Of not knowing where they're from?
Yeah. Like who they actually are, because I believe that the 250 guy is local around here, and we may even know him, but I don't want to know who it is.
He knew about Scummies. Anyone that lives around here knows about Scummies.
So did you find your new carburetor there, Bryce?
Yeah, dude. Man, I got so lucky. So I was pretty bummed out that I broke that thing because that's another non-expensive part, or how did I say it? Not inexpensive part,
Yeah.
And CNC, Chris over at CNC hooked it up. So he got me an Edelbrock carb, and it just came in the mail. I'm really excited to put it on. It's 4-barrel too.
Oh hell, you freaking open it up then.
I'm trying to get as little gas mileage as possible, I figure that's better.
I'm sure that I could help you out with that. I have a F350 that, if I'm lucky, gets 9 to the gallon.
Yeah.
Dang.
Everybody got to say hi to my mom. Hi, Mom.
Hi, Junkers,
Hey, Mom.
Fuckers, Mom.
Hey, 615, what are you doing with that Plymouth? We need to see more of that thing.
I hadn't did much of nothing to it right at the moment. I'm working outside, man, and it gets to raining and cold. And what's up, Lee?
What's going on, Leah?
How goes it? How goes it?
Interesting.
She what?
How goes it? How goes it?
It
Goes good. How about you?
Not bad, not bad.
Good Christmas?
I don't celebrate it, so I saved a ton of money.
Holiday then?
We usually sneak onto golf courses that are closed and try to walk as much as we can without falling over after drinking as much as we can. So
Hey, everybody's got something.
unfortunately, I don't remember much.
That's always a good thing, though.
Yeah.
You don't have to apologize for things at that point.
Yep. Or indict myself for anything.
Just don't bring the camera, right?
Yeah, if you didn't post it on Instagram, it never happened.
Yeah,
That's right.
I'd probably
right.
be in trouble. We post
What
everything.
happens on the golf course stays on the golf course.
Indeed.
My nephew came on. Hi, Jaden.
What's up, JD?
Yo.
He's thinking about starting a YouTube channel.
There you
Do
go.
it.
What is he, 12? 13. I guess he wants to do gaming.
Yeah,
I told him, put out the footage and I'll help you edit it. And
I got a cousin that does that, but he just sits down and goes live and does it.
yeah, that's what my youngest is supposed to be doing, but they're always scared to get on the camera.
I don't ever see him get on the camera.
My
They
youngest?
just show the
I'm
game.
talking about my cousin.
Oh,
It just shows him and he's talking over his microphone and the what's live is the video game with
Yeah.
the screen of the
you,
TV.
you could be like Chris Fix and wear a helmet.
Yeah.
There you go.
I find that wild that he showed his face one time, and that was by accident.
wears a helmet,
He wears a helmet because he wants his privacy.
like Darth Vader.
No,
Yeah.
like a racing helmet. Yeah.
That's like zip
I
ties
thought
and
he was,
buys
like,
plies.
going around
Zip
wrenching,
ties and
like,
buys plies don't show his face either.
Really?
He did. He said he did when he first started, and he went back and took all the videos down. And now, if you see him, he's got a face mask on or a horse mask on or something. He don't show his face at all.
I'll have to go on and check it out later, Jay.
I'm not big enough to worry about that.
Me neither.
Yeah.
In our community, you are.
Yeah, I love it. I love it. I'll tell you though, it's funny though, those kids playing the games like that. I don't really want to play video games anymore, but I do find it fun or entertaining to like watch somebody else. And it's so weird to me that it's entertaining to do that. But it is, like I'll sit there and watch
That's why a lot of them get a bunch of views and subscribers and stuff because people want to sit and watch them, playing
My
whatever.
son, we're sitting here eating dinner about a half an hour ago. My son, my youngest, is over here giving a shit because we watch Victory Outdoor Service. You guys ever heard of him?
No.
All he does is pour concrete.
Yeah.
And he's become pretty big. And it's like, I really love watching this guy. It's a style, the way he conducts himself. It's just like he's going to make it big without a doubt. He hasn't even been a year, and he's at 100,000 right now, right? Close to it.
Yeah, he's doing a tour right now.
Well,
a concrete tour.
If you're shouting him out on this video, then he made it big because
I know, right? My 757 subscribers.
Hey, I'll trade you.
Yeah,
I'll
trade you too there. I'll trade you up even if you want to.
No one can beat my 3. So
I
might have 4.
She's got 4 now.
Yeah, I have 4.
She does the behind the scenes, the raw footage kind of thing. Me being stupid and getting caught on camera.
I got the lucky 420.
How long you been doing it?
Me?
Yeah.
August the 3rd of last year. Yeah, August the 3rd of 2020. I've been stuck on 420 for a while now, which I like 420, but so
a lot of people get stuck on 420.
I think I gained like 10 subscribers on Christmas, which was kind of surprising. But I really
December of 2020, or December the 25th of 2020, I had 25 subscribers, and now I'm up to 420. So not too bad.
But does everybody that subscribe to you, do they actually watch and all that?
No, because I might get 50 or 60 views on something. Maybe most of mine is on live and stuff, and then sometimes the sky's the limit because might get 100, 120 views on a live, and then within the week to come, the number just keeps going up because people go back and watch the stuff. They literally go back and watch it, but they watch. I see them watch my live and stuff. In Australia, UK, Canada, all over the United States. It's a trip.
So, Ann, I got a question. Were you subscribed to me before tonight? Because I did do a new thing. I went in, and whoever is not subscribed won't get notifications for this, obviously, but they also won't be able to comment for 5 minutes. You can come in and watch, but you can't comment. I'm trying what CP had recommended because he said there was a lot of people that would watch his lives but not be subscribed.
I still get that.
Yeah,
I did that. I did that before. I said it to where you had to be subscribed for 5 hours, so you wasn't gonna. If you wasn't subscribed, you were not going to get to chat that night. But yet it was like the live that I did like that. 80% that viewed it was subscribed, and 20% was still unsubscribed. So there was people that wasn't in the chat that were just watching. That wasn't subscribed,
Huh.
Oh.
We get a lot of people trolling just to see if we're talking about them, see if we're bad mouthing them or something. I don't know what they think.
Look at the next one.
Yeah, I don't think I haven't done a live myself yet. I think it's more entertaining to jump on other people's.
Yeah.
I didn't want to host them to begin with because I'm like, I like to be able to go in, chat for a little bit, be like, I'll see you guys later, and then come back in an hour.
Yeah.
But this honestly helps out on watch time because you have to have your 4,000 hours minimum. And I'm picking up, but I still got a ways to go. So this weekly event kind of helps, and I don't mind. I guess I don't mind it as much as I thought I would.
Yeah, whatever. Even people that ain't at the 1,000 subscribers and get monetized, you need to stack them watch hours. You need to be getting as many as you can, so when it does come to that point, you don't get a $5 check. You might get $50 check. You might actually get a couple dollars and not just, something you can't even go buy a tank of gas with, because you ain't got the time. Have 4,000 subscribers and ain't got enough watch hours. That's not. It's not going to work,
I'm getting close to both of them, but I've come to the point where I just don't care anymore. If you watched my entire video last week when I was doing my outro, I plain and simple said that if you're not enjoying this and you're not here for the right reasons, please unsubscribe. Because I want people that are going to watch, stick through it, and actually give the support. You know what I mean? I don't want somebody to just subscribe. Yeah, I got big numbers, but I don't have big numbers that are showing it. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I don't have a lot of views on some things.
I want all that I can get.
Oh my gosh, what is Cletus doing?
A few guys with Cletus and then cooking.
All right, we're cooking with Cletus. What do we got going on?
Fried rice? You want fried rice with that?
Yeah, there it is. I don't think he knows he's on.
Yeah, I'm on. Y'all can hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hello.
What's up, Cletus?
I keep forgetting that you're not Central Time.
Yeah, this is a kind of a early time to go live.
How's everybody doing?
All right, how you doing? What are you cooking?
Yeah.
Stop barking. We're live.
They think someone's here because
Because he was tapping the pan. Thanks, Cletus. Got my dogs going.
Oh, they think
I'm down in the living room tonight instead of upstairs. I'll check it in a second. In a second there.
Hey, I'll mute mine.
So what do you got going on? What are you cooking?
Tim.
I'll make
What's up, Tim?
hamburgers.
Thank you, Jay.
Basic stuff. I'm a muted, so it ain't too loud for y'all.
All right. I'll bring him down. What's going on, Tim?
What's up, Tim?
Hopefully today's a better day than the other day, man. We were thinking of you on Christmas.
Tim's a good dude.
Oh, he is. He's everywhere.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I like his last
Everywhere.
name. It's the name of my favorite motor
Yeah.
engine.
Yeah, how's that Mustang doing?
Oh, it's doing one last back-ordered part. Or not back-ordered, just slow to arrive.
It's still on the ship.
Still on the ship.
Yeah.
And I can't even swim.
I know. Well, I'd say order a tube or an inner tube, but those are probably on the ship too. So
Right. Yeah. So we're shooting for spring of next year.
Yeah.
It's
Yeah,
so
everything's
hard
on
to,
back order.
I have to say, now that I have a car that I'm looking forward to putting together in the spring, I realize how long and far away spring of next year really feels like.
And then I'm the opposite. I want this project to be finished. So I'm thinking within the next 3 months, which I hope comes sooner than later.
That's what I.
You own a Mustang, a classic Mustang. You're never going to be done with that.
No.
Well, enough to drive it and park it somewhere.
I've owned my Mustang for going on about 10 years.
Uh-huh.
and I've driven it maybe 3,000 feet. So,
Well, I hope we're kind of in a different scenario since everything I put back on is brand new.
yeah, you don't have the rot that I had, I'm sure, and still have some.
Yeah, you love playing with rust, Junker.
No, I don't. I just can't afford the really good cars, so I have. Did you notice what my name is?
Yeah.
It's not pristine. It's not pristine, clunkers.
Shiny clunkers.
Not so clunkerish.
Hi, Tim.
It's funny how, like, once you get the bug, though,
Oh yeah,
every piece of junk still looks like a pot of gold. Somewhere.
It didn't sink in until the day after Christmas, really. And I woke up at right around 6:30. I rolled over, and she's sitting there on her phone. And I'm like, "What are you doing?" She's like, "I've been up for hours. I'm looking at parts." I'm like, "Oh no."
Uh-oh.
Now this is before we even put it up in the air and looked at it. She's a little rustier than what I thought.
Oh,
but,
no.
Oh well. We're gonna replace the frame. We've got a Buick Regal frame. That's in. It's not bought yet, but it's secured. We know where it is.
We're waiting for the 4-wheel.
And apparently those are the same G-body frames. I don't know Chevys very well, so I'm learning it. Snickers, what is your problem?
You don't have to learn Chevys too well. You know, you're not gonna have too many of them.
Yeah, but he's gonna get behind this wheel when it's done, and he's gonna be like, not too bad.
Hey,
It's awful funny.
Cool.
If I wanted to go buy a 302 up here, you're probably talking $600 for a mediocre one. You know, upwards of $1,500 for something decent, and it just keeps going. 305s, I can buy them for $200 down here. It's like, holy crap, these things aren't worth crap here. I think
Chevy,
there's so many of them.
They have so many interchangeable parts. Unfortunately, Ford does not. You're kind of stuck within that year and model, but
yeah, it's going to be a good car. We're going to lift the body off. Like I said, we got a really good frame. We'll do the suspension and every line you can imagine is all going to be new tank. We got to get a new motor. That motor is unfortunately donezo.
Put your LS in it.
So my plan the whole time that I had this hidden is that she would want it to be up higher. So I was going to take and get like a 2002 Silverado 1500 with a decent motor. Probably going to have to patch the frame because that's a big thing down here. Those frames rot. And then just throw this on there and call it good. But she wants to keep it the way it is. So
I'm normally someone that the bigger the vehicle, the happier I am. I love driving huge rigs, but the charm of the El Camino or Ranchero or the Caballero is that they're a car truck, and it's classic the way it is. As much as I'd love to lift it in my brain, it just doesn't seem right.
Well, you ain't got to lift it to put a LS in it.
not at all.
nah, you don't have to, but it helps.
You were close enough, Tim.
I feel like if you lift it, you got to go all out, like really lift it. Put some super swampers on there.
Yeah. What's up, Piston Twisting Garage?
What's going on, man?
Yeah. Piston.
One of them hamburgers, Cletus. Cheese on mine. I want cheese on mine.
Which one do we give them?
I have to say, Clunkers.
Y'all have to run over all the way over here. It's a few hours away.
Yeah.
I don't know how to put this, but I'm kind of a big deal.
I have to give this one a lot of credit because he actually is the one that cooked tonight. Hamburger.
I can order out like nobody's business.
He didn't order out.
What?
Shit, it's hard to get stuff around here because most of the places
I'm gonna turn the camera towards
fixing to close here in a fucking hour and a half. They ain't got nobody that wants to work there.
Yeah.
Yeah, a lot of people are closing until I think Monday almost. They just take the week off weekend.
I'm talking about just a normal week. You go down here to Captain D's and they're 8 o'clock. They're already closed up. The store's black. The lights are off. They're going home.
Wow.
You know what I mean? You
One of
can't
the
even go-
Dunkins
can't
down by our house closes at what time they close now? 5? Or are they open?
You can't even go in the fast food places and sit down and eat in here still yet. Since
Yeah.
first of last year, you can't. You got to drive through only. You know.
I go through drive-through sometimes and they have a sign, bear with this.
Dang.
We're down 3 people. I'm like,
Yeah.
I wish you would have put that before I got myself logged into this drive-through and stuck.
all the places around here, their billboard says "Work today, get paid tomorrow." You know what I mean? Because they have nobody that wants to work.
Same here. What
What's
kind
up?
of parts you got,
Is
Bubba?
minimum wage in Tennessee $7.25 though?
Yeah,
That's
something like that. But nobody makes that anymore. It's
Yeah, I would hope
$10
not.
and up. $10 and up, and I think a lot of the places, hell, I think you can go to McDonald's and get $14 an hour or something like that.
Yeah, minimum wage here in Arkansas is $12 an hour. So
Yeah, they hadn't raised ours, but I don't know anybody that makes $7.25 an hour anymore. You know,
yeah, that's pretty rough.
It's pretty bad. You can go to McDonald's and make $15 an hour, but you could have a degree and make 12 or 13. You know.
Yeah, right.
Tim's trying to say hi to you, Cletus.
What's up, 815 LSX swaps?
Hey Tim, hey everybody in the chat. Hey Bubba. Sorry, I'm kind of busy.
Yo.
Demonos.
Demon.
Yo, we just learned about that dip and cheese sauce shit they got. Oh, I'm still gonna be fatter.
Yeah, don't get me hooked on something else that
It is good.
I just got hooked on the cheese sauce at Chipotle.
that's some watery goodness.
What is
it?
it?
Watery?
The cheese sauce at Chipotle.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh, Chipotle.
What's
Yeah.
that?
It's a burrito place, and it's got the best
You don't have a
burritos.
Chipotle?
Is that the
And
one?
they're about this big.
Wait a minute. Is that the one that got shut down for serving E. coli and shit?
Yeah.
Ah,
Only the
yeah, I'm
best.
not gonna eat there.
Every
Yeah.
place
That's
is
like
shut
every
down.
restaurant these days.
Only the best.
Yeah. You kidding me? One of his favorite Chinese restaurants. I went to go and do pickup, and it's like buffet style.
Don't
and
go
I couldn't
in.
eat it because there was hair in the Jello.
What? The one of the mall there?
Yeah, and there
That's
was
not
hair.
my favorite. That's our son's favorite.
Oh. But there was
See,
hair
the
in the Jello.
Brittany, that was
Problem
probably
is, if I find a
No,
hair in my
black. He
food,
doesn't have black hair.
we have a dog with black hair.
Shh. Go ahead.
I was gonna say the problem I have if I find a hair in my food, half the time I can't tell if it's from my beard or if it's really from somebody else.
I understand what you're saying.
That's why, even if I was a guy, I couldn't have a beard, just because, like,
What's a teeny taco?
tiny.
I don't know.
Tiny
but I want
taco.
it. Sounds good.
Like that big or
That would be cute.
Street taco?
street taco?
I don't know.
Is that what they call them down? You're in Texas, right?
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Street tacos are
tacos.
good now.
Never
Yeah.
had a street taco.
Is it true that you can
Street
buy raw
tacos.
corn off the street? Like they have carts and they just serve you an ear of corn with like ranch on it or something?
Raw?
Yeah, it's not raw. It's cooked.
Oh.
Yeah,
Why would you eat
corn
raw-
and butter.
Nobody else
and-
eats raw corn but you.
No,
Yeah, they put everything, butter and what is it?
yeah,
yeah.
powdered
Hot sauce
cheese.
and-
Yeah,
and all
Maybe
kind
it
of
was
stuff.
California, but someone from either California or Texas told me that they don't cook it. They'll sell it right off the cob, and I mean uncooked, and they'll just brush a little bit of like spicy sauce or ranch or
Shut up, Meg.
No, I think they cook it. I worked with
Yeah.
I work with
They
a bunch of
cook it.
Mexicans. I work with a bunch of Mexicans from Mexico and that live up here, and they've told me all about stuff like that. And
Yeah,
just
it's good.
it's street vendor, and they got all kind of different sauces and stuff that you can put on your
It's
ear
good.
corn.
Now I've got the newest thing that I've become addicted to. It's called armadillo eggs. I had one of those the first couple weeks ago. You guys know what I'm talking about?
No.
Is that legal?
Armadillos?
What?
Are they
Are you
real?
Are you talking about the
No, they're not.
burger guy?
It's meat. Come on.
You take the jalapeno, you put the ground
Oh.
beef in there, you wrap it in bacon, something like that, right? Cletus, you know. Something like that. It's amazing.
Some people use ground sausage. Some people use ground beef. But yeah, it's a stuffed pepper pretty much, and then you wrap it around. You wrap it with the
Oh,
meat,
good.
then you wrap it with bacon.
So it's like a jalapeno
Stuff
popper
is
instead of the cream cheese. It's the meat.
Correct. And then wrapped in meat, and then wrapped in bacon.
Yeah.
Ooh, there's cheese in there too, though, isn't there?
Yeah, cheese and the pepper.
Okay.
It's amazing.
Yeah. We have some in our fridge now. I didn't know they were called armadillo eggs.
I'm trying to think of what those are called. We have a Texas Roadhouse up here. That's as Texas as we have up here.
We have a roadhouse?
But so Texas Roadhouse has these things. They're called like rattlers or sidewinders or something, and they're like jalapeno fries or something. I don't know.
Yeah.
Something interesting.
So I have a question for everybody. Tim's comment about having to settle for Arby's. That is the grossest fast food I have ever tasted.
I've never had it.
Meat is concerned. I like the fries. I'm convinced that there's some human trafficking or money laundering going on for that many Arby's to stay in business for so long. Like,
Boy, that is a huge accusation.
what is going on,
Let's break
Arby's?
this down.
So they don't have the meat.
We have the meat. I wish I had that one on here. Damn it.
I will say I've been to some Arby's that are scary bad, and I've been to some Arby's that are good. I have definitely seen a huge delta, but it's definitely not one of my go-tos.
Nobody I've ever talked to is like, I love Arby's, and do you want some Arby's? Like, I have a huge circle, and no one in my circle likes Arby's. So who does?
I hadn't eaten Arby's in a long time.
Somebody pronounce this for me.
It's Five Guys.
Elotes. Elotes.
What is it?
Oh, that's what your wife was talking about. The corn with the
yeah.
mayo and the butter, and that's what they are.
I would call it corn on the cob.
But there's so much more after that.
Yeah.
No, they put more on it because they put the spices and stuff on.
Yeah, it's a ton of stuff on it. I just don't know what everything is.
I don't think I've ever had anything except for butter on my corn.
Oh man, I don't want to get you started, but it's delicious.
Oh, they did. They dunk it all the way down in butter, pull it out, and then put whatever else you want.
Are you guys telling me I've been doing fat all wrong my whole life? Great.
Jeremy, I'm sorry if I disrespected you and Arby's. I needed to get someone else's perspective on it.
My perspective is Five Guys or Wendy's. Those are my two. If I'm gonna have
Burger King.
fast food.
Burger King, hand down.
I try Burger King once a year, and I remind myself I don't like the was it broiled? They broil their burgers.
You don't like it?
Nah, tastes
I
fake.
love it. I absolutely. So I used to work there when I was a lot younger. It's kind of funny how people order a vegetarian burger, but you're cooking it on the same fucking conveyor belt.
They actually taste good. Like I ate one just to try it.
But people are ordering it purposely because they don't want real meat.
Yeah.
But you're putting it on the same surface that
they don't want to think about that. They just want to think you guys are doing things correctly back there.
It's kind of like how I like bacon, but I also like pigs, but I don't watch pigs get made into bacon.
Why?
Because
why?
The pigs are cute.
Oh,
they taste good.
It's all about the in and out. You gotta get the 3x3 and the animal fries.
Yeah.
Are you in California?
No, Arizona.
So the In-N-Outs in Texas, everyone says they taste different than Cali's In-N-Out, and I'm not a fan.
No?
We will never get an In-N-Out up here in New England, unfortunately. What's going on, Art?
What are you guys doing?
So, brother,
Talking about food.
Nice. I just finished some Taco Bell, and they snuck in some Chipotle sauce on my chalupa. That's not going to be good in about 30 minutes.
Get all fat and sassy.
Yep.
I'm sorry, guys. I love these.
No, it's awesome. Keep them going, man.
I literally spent an entire week just being like, what can we do? And I had a complete block. So, yes, Jaden, Whoppers. Yes, son.
Yeah, I'm telling you, you gotta get that 3x3.
Is that a piece of wood? What are you saying?
No, it's 3 meat and 3 cheeses at In-N-Out.
Oh,
But it's
We
like
don't
the
have
right
that.
amount, you know.
we don't have the In-N-Out over here.
No, Arkansas doesn't have any In-N-Out burgers.
hmm.
We got Whataburger.
Oh, we don't
fun.
have. We don't
What
have
a
that. We don't have that.
burger!
We don't even have Whataburger, and that came from Mass.
Oh
Wow.
no!
You don't have White Castle. You don't have. We
Yeah,
have
we
one
do.
Chick-fil-A.
I would love to try Sonic's.
It's a
That looks
natural.
really cool. Just the experience looks
Yes.
cool. I don't know about the food, but the experience is what looks really cool.
Sonic tater tots are the best.
Yeah,
Oh yeah.
Agreed.
they have cheese tots too.
Oh,
Chili
yeah.
cheese tots.
Oh,
Chili, you can get cheese or chili or
oh
You
boy,
can get fancy.
Ever had
Put chili on anything and it's good.
That's true.
you have to speak at the mic.
Maybe I should dip the Arby's into some chili.
It's like being at home.
No.
I went to this place yesterday. They mixed Mexican food and Chinese food. So like you got rice and beans, but the rice was pork fried rice, but then you have like black beans. And then for the quesadilla, you had like the Asian like sweet and sour chicken in the quesadilla.
sounds pretty good.
Oh, it's like
No.
It was good, but it felt like when I eat when my wife's out of town and I just pull random stuff out of the fridge and put it together. You know?
No.
As long as it's edible.
You can go ahead.
Careless.
It was good. I mean, honestly, it was really good.
You got to get out of the way.
What's happening? Hello.
That's Bob's biggest fan right there. The F-250 guy right there.
There you go.
That's so nice.
Gotta love them F-250s.
Oh, I like my 350. Yo, you're talking about swapping things from place to place. Go to McDonald's and get the nuggets, and then go over to Taco Bell and get the cheese sauce. Dip it in it. You'll thank me.
That does sound good.
I do know my food.
Okay. Woo, now we're just going off the rails.
I know it's a little late, but perfect time. And shitter's full. Taco Bell, get it?
Yeah.
Indeed.
It is funny how like people are so hard nosed one way or another with food. Like people either love or hate In-N-Out kind of thing. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I don't know. It is kind of interesting.
Same thing with Whataburger. If you didn't grow up on it, you don't really, I guess, understand it.
I don't get it. I've tried to get it, but I don't know. It's just it's all right. Yeah.
Duncan.
You guys got this? Everybody got Dunkin's?
Oh,
Yeah.
How many people are Starbucks only?
The problem is Starbucks just fills your cup with ice. They never want to give you Dude, the
Coffee.
whole drink, you know?
I want to die
Yeah.
after drinking that stuff.
My husband says no ice, and then he gets a cup of ice and makes 2 drinks. And he's always like, yeah, I win.
That's right. He's got it figured out.
That's the way to do it.
What's Cletus doing? Is he eating yet?
Feels
I
like
don't
we're
think that's
spying.
Cleveland.
Ding, 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 ding.
Hey, Cleese, you need to patch that hole right there.
I was like, is that a
What we do?
He's looking for one of
Patch
them
that
hamburgers.
hole, Cletus.
Huh?
You need to patch that hole. You got a hole underneath your thing there.
Do
Man,
it?
that hole's under the
Oh,
cabinet.
Yeah, that's where the
it's supposed to be
where
there?
That's where the air conditioning comes in.
yeah. It
Airflow.
used to be a vent with the vent somewhere else now, but I haven't put the new bottom of the cabinet on. But
What are you-
anyway,
what are you making, dude?
Guys, I'll talk to y'all later.
All right,
Bye.
bro.
Now I'm concerned for Jeremy. He said nothing is better than gas station sushi and egg salad.
Bro.
Oh, wow.
I,
Been poisoned many a time, huh?
Right.
a stomach of steel.
Right, it's like the weight loss program right there. Grab you some gas station sushi.
It's like a commercial. Do you feel blocked up?
Yeah.
Oh, do you need it coming out of both ends? This is perfect.
There's- Sushi goes in, water comes out.
Yeah.
Feel better in minutes.
Yeah.
I feel like your food would smell like gasoline, you know?
On fire. Oh Lord Jesus, it's a fire.
Come on, ice cream.
Oh man. Oh, my channel is my name, Leah GC. I will be changing that pretty soon, but Junker has me coming back to YouTube and giving me ideas because next year I want to up my YouTube time, and so he's allowing me to come on and learn a few things.
Oh yeah,
Nice.
that's what this is all about. I don't know crap about crap. I just smash buttons until things happen.
I would like to give you a little bit more credit.
Oh well, I appreciate that, but I'm trying to figure out right now how to give you a wrench, and I don't even know how to do that.
I wouldn't know what to do with it if you gave it to me.
6:15. How do I do it?
She'll have to comment in the chat, and then you'll just hold on to her name, and it'll give you options to. She'll have to say something in the chat first.
Okay.
Like on the private chat or
No, in the comments.
Oh, okay.
Just say hey in the comments, and then he could hold down on your name, and then it'll allow you to add the moderator.
I'm on my way.
So, Leah, what do you do on your channel? Or what are you going to do?
I'm going to promote women in the auto industry. So, not to seclude you guys, but I really would like to see a lot more women in the car scene, truck scene.
There's a ton of girls that are in it and women that are in it, and they just don't ever. They usually don't spin that camera around and record stuff.
Yeah, and I have to get used to that as well. I'm always on the inside shooting things, so I have to remember to turn it around and promote my actual face. So I'm more interested in the product, but I've noticed a lot of people want to visually see the person talking or.
Did that do it?
Yeah. So.
That's
Yeah,
cool.
I think that's cool because I got a daughter, so there you go.
Yep.
And then I've seen a lot of younger people who their parents are getting them into it and they're taking off with it. And that's going to be awesome. The next generation, because I'm old. So
I actually agree with Ann. Ghetto Cumbies does have some decent sandwiches.
a what?
What is a ghetto combi? And why don't I have one?
Cumberland Farms. You guys have Cumberland Farms? It might be a New England thing.
No.
We call it ghetto scumbies down here. It's because it's where all the crackheads go in, OD in the bathrooms, and
That's what I call Jack in the Crack. There's more crack than burgers.
Yeah, crack in the box.
Hey, 2 tacos for $1. What are you talking about?
Did that give you a wrench, by the way?
Well, again, I don't know what to do with it if you gave it to me.
I think it means you can ban people, and that's always cool.
Can you? I didn't know that.
I'm pretty sure that you can do
so
it.
what I want you to do is go to your channel, go to your about, copy your name, and then post it in the.
Here, hang on. I'll grab it. I just subbed to her, so I'll grab it.
Do you have a wrench on here?
Y'all are quick.
Hey, listen, we don't mess around up in here.
You can't post a link unless you have a wrench there, Narks.
What? That's some crap.
Oh,
still got to have a wrench.
Fighting words.
Right? Did that do it with the star?
I'm not sure what you're looking at. Usually, when I do it on the phone, I don't do it on the computer. I just hold on to somebody's name, and it gives you options. You want to put them in timeout. You want to add them as a moderator, and it will come up in the chat that I believe it will that you add them as a moderator.
Well, go ahead and try, Narc. Let's see if that worked.
Yeah, it let me comment. Of course, I'm in the I can't do it in this right here, but it should come up in just a second.
See, I'm still learning some of this stuff.
Yeah, maybe it won't. Well, that's a bunch of crap.
You want to go to Cumbies, Bob?
No.
Scumbies. He likes to go to Dunks. That's his thing.
So where?
Dunkin' Donuts.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, he's right, man. It's not letting me post a link. That's crazy.
Me neither.
Got to be a moderator.
Oh.
But the only thing about it, I found out that when we started going live, when we started just giving everybody a wrench, and somebody went back and started deleting comments on my videos because the moderator has more abilities than just in this live chat. They can go and literally mess with your channel if they're that type of person. You know what I mean? The moderator ain't just for this live. They can go and delete comments and mess with your video. Like they can delete videos and you're giving them control of your channel.
Wow. Well, that takes that out of the equation then.
Well, I guess if you want to send it,
got some ideas.
Send me your link through good ideas.
I'll send it to you on Instagram. How about that?
Okay.
So what's the story on the Mustang, Leah?
So it's currently at Gus's garage here in Austin. We are waiting for one more part, which is the transmission controller from US Shift. Once we get that, I believe we have all of the missing pieces. Thank you to Drivetrain Industries, who just sent us a drive shaft for interesting. If you haven't seen it, it's on my Instagram post. I mean, top of the line drive shafts.
Nice.
You won't need to have another one made. He's a one and done. So I think he's out of Oklahoma. Really cool guy, Brian. Hit him up. He'll send you a spec sheet. You give him all the information, and he can ship them anywhere in the world. His last one was shipped out to Germany. So that was pretty cool. Yeah, and so I mentioned to Junker's wife, Brittany, that I'm hoping to get it up and running by spring of next year. And I want to start an LLC with my car to basically promote women in the auto industry, whether it be at the car shows, live. I would love to see some sort of foundation created to support high schoolers who want to take a job in the automotive field as well, because it's highly discouraged, and it'd be cool if you had a rally of women to be behind you to do that, make that decision.
So we're this is probably more information everybody cares to know, but we're starting to work towards sponsorship with Holly for like a Terminator X kit for our death cart, and so I've been going through like LinkedIn and just connecting with every person I can at Holly, and the further up the chain I get, the more and more women are in place So I mean, you'd have a huge following there. I think not just in Holly, but there's a lot of women. Women of Power, I think, is a podcast you may want to look at.
Okay.
Women of Power, something like that. It's like, but it's automotive women. Kind of already in that. That may be a good step in. Get you taken off on the right direction there. It'd be cool.
That'd be awesome.
Yep.
So
I hope your sponsorship works out too.
Hey, thanks. Me too.
I gotta say real quick, this channel that's up on the screen, really cool guy. He's I believe he's in New Jersey. Correct me if I'm wrong, but he's got a channel. I absolutely fell in love with the channel, and he's got this pet squirrel. You guys got to go watch it. It's really cool. He's actually a much bigger YouTuber than I am. He has a couple of different channels, but I reached out to him and we've been talking back and forth. Just a really nice guy, and I like to plug even bigger channels.
Yeah. Have you ever seen the dancing cockatoo? He's got like 80,000 subs, and they get to playing the music, and he just gets to dancing.
One thing I've got to know for no nonsense, know how, dude, what happened on December 8th on your channel? I just got to know. I got to know what happened on December 8th.
Something I missed?
That day he had 38 million views on his channel.
Damn.
Oh wow.
Yeah. So I got to know. Something went crazy. That's awesome. I'm picking up the shrubbery on this channel right now too.
Smash the thumbs up. That lets YouTube know we're okay people here.
Definitely. That's like the easiest thing to do is to like something and thumbs up it. Like, even if you don't get around to watching it, at least give it a thumbs up so you can go back. And
I'm guilty for it. I say it in my videos, once a week at a minimum, but yet Bob and I'll sit here and watch things for hours and be like, oh, I didn't like anything.
I'll even, like, a lot of times if I'm watching something, if I don't have time to like put a actual like lengthy comment, I'll even just put, what do you call the emojis or whatever?
Emoji, yep.
At least to just put something on there for them,
Definitely.
So whatever I did, it didn't do anything for you guys. Have you tried to type anything else, Nark or Leah?
No, sorry. I've been bouncing around subscribing to folks that are in the chat.
So the F-250 guy, he keeps saying that Bob needs some merch. We've been talking about doing some merch. I'm just not sure if we're big enough. I don't want to have piles of stuff that nobody buys, because I'm not at a point where I want to invest in stuff that ain't moving.
Well, we've done a ton of hosted a bunch of events, and what we've figured out is about 8% of people that or we've bought a bunch of merch. About 8% of your followers are going to buy stuff. So kind of do that math around, wherever you're at, across all channels. Take out, if you've got, 1,000 subs here and 800 people on Instagram, take out about 40% of those that are dual, that they follow you on both, and then you end up with about the right number. The problem is you can't end up like you don't need to buy 100 shirts, you end up, and so you don't get a really good break. So it end up being like a $25 shirt for you to make $8,
Yeah.
There's your answer, Art.
I got a shirt from Epi's Chop Chop. I don't know if you guys follow that channel. And but he made his own shirts. I thought that was kind of cool.
Yeah.
We're ball briefs. We gonna put Hi Bob on the back of them.
There you go.
Said F no.
This is your dad, don't forget.
No, I know, but I'm talking about D for Dunkin' Donuts. But don't put it on the flap.
F no.
Bob hole.
Where's this conversation going?
I don't know.
Apparently, we're talking about my dad's merchandise, and it's gone to my dad on underwear.
Exit only.
So what's the plan with the El Camino? When are you going to have that thing on the road? Next week?
I want it to be next week, but I know that he's got a few other projects before that.
All right, so I don't know how crazy you guys think I am when I say this, but I'm pushing that El Camino in, right? Got done pushing it in. I had to walk back to the truck and move it because the truck was in the middle of the road with the trailer on it. And I could hear my Mustang bitching at me that was literally right next to the garage. I don't know if you guys believe in that kind of stuff, but I can hear something in my head, and it's yelling at me because every time I keep saying to the camera, Mustang's coming in soon.
Yeah.
Mustang don't come in. I buy another project.
Mustang's like, you bastard.
Well,
I'm over here now.
I got it moved. It was in storage. At least it's next to the garage. But the Falcons come in. We've done a plow setup on a guy's truck. We did a starter. We've done tires on things. Her car. Everybody.
Take a number.
There's no time. I've got to put leaf springs on the old truck. I don't have any time.
I was telling Leah earlier, because she was talking about by spring, and I said, yeah, I said that's what. Like I have a hard time waiting until spring. That's a long time for me. Like I just want it tomorrow.
Just put all the cars in a hat, shake it up, and be like, okay, this month we're gonna work on
right.
That's not a bad idea. And just like instead of focusing 2 nights a week on 2 different cars, you just focus.
I heard it's really hard to stop a particular thing on a project and pick up on it 3 months later. I mean, it's just my brain doesn't work that way.
Once you're on a roll,
yeah.
Well, once that Mustang makes it in, that's it. Because after I've torn it apart to the point of no return, it can't move until it's back together, welded solid.
You know what? I've got a really good idea. We got to take 615 with this Plymouth and your El Camino, and we'll do a competition who gets it street legal first.
Yeah. All I need
money in the pot.
All I gotta do is put a brake master cylinder on it and bleed the brakes. So you don't want none of that.
Oh,
I gotta get my lazy ass out there and put a brake master cylinder on it.
He's smack talking now.
Okay, so I also have in a couple of videos you guys have heard me say I'll pan over to my 02 F-150, be like, I missed that thing. I really do miss that truck, but the body's done. Frame's good, motor's iffy. I have another one. Maybe El Camino 150.
Yeah.
Don't do that. I like it.
Don't do that.
He said, "Don't do that."
I like it even more.
That's as bad as that sounds. If it'll get it on the road quicker, I might be willing to be a trader just to get to drive it.
And I'll even keep the plow on it.
You'll call it the L150.
The L150.
Yeah. Did you tell everybody its name?
Oh, no, her name's Ellie Mae.
Nice. Can we call it the F Camino?
Fuck Camino.
What are those corn called? Chalk rocks?
Okay, so hold on here. I don't know what this reference is, John. Did I miss something? Is this one for me or is it for somebody else? Did you get the card figured out? I don't know.
Oh, maybe he means carb.
Oh, carb. Yeah, no. She went out in timeout. She's out front.
See? F250 thinks that I need to get my card done.
Well, you know what? Listen, if people want to send through PayPal, support it out a little bit, we probably need, I think if we did $5,000, we'd probably be in good shape.
Yeah, that's my knee jerk reaction, and people telling me to hurry up and finish my car. I'm like, hey, I will give you all of my Cash App, Venmo, PayPal. Just send the money in.
It was happier in storage. It was.
Yeah. Hey, listen, I'll turn out some serious content if people will start paying my salary.
Oh shit! Yeah.
You'll get
I sit here and think about how much stuff I could do during the week, but one a week is enough just because I don't have parts for everything.
Yeah.
All I can think of is that old Wendy's commercial. Parts is parts.
What you call the car again?
Ellie Mae.
What's up, NZ Mopar?
We're getting down there.
Damn.
It's something to do with Bryce.
Hours for Bryce.
Oh, is that in that? Oh, okay. Yeah, the carb, because I broke the carb. But CNC hooked me up with a new one. So I got really lucky with that.
CNC has some really nice stuff. It can produce anything.
Well, I don't know. I got his nice stuff now. Maybe.
Well, welcome.
It
We
was
appreciate
awesome
you coming over.
Brock.
I can't resist. I'm sorry, guys. But seriously, welcome. Thanks for coming over.
What's everybody's thoughts on Mopars?
They're expensive.
Yeah.
A little pricey.
Dodge, basically.
I'll be honest. I like any car, but I definitely prefer Ford.
Yeah. Unless it's always 100% Ford. But if it's older, I'm still interested.
Yeah.
This newer crap, don't you dare try and feed it to me.
It's like Arby's.
Her e-brake has been just randomly going off. And she calls me and I'm like, what the hell do you want me to do?
But it hasn't done it since I called him, so maybe I put the fear of God in.
That car seemed me with a hammer.
Here's me, because that's the vehicle that I bring the kids around with, and all I can think is I'm going to be on like a road and they will just come to a stop. And then people are going to get pissed.
It will come to life.
Hey, I didn't name her Christine, okay?
Ooh, 1925 Studebaker. Nice.
That's cool.
Very nice. Very nice.
And that's why all my stuff has patina. I hate body work.
I like patina. I really do. I don't like when I put my fist through the patina, but
yeah, rust is lighter in carbon fiber. If you didn't know that, though.
yeah, the underside of the car. She says the underside of her El Camino is extra patina.
Yes.
No, we're gonna have to get a new frame for it. I was thinking we could probably fix it, but by the time I'm done ripping that thing apart, it won't be worth it.
Yeah.
You know? It just be because I think once we start taking the descaler to that, it's just gonna go through everywhere.
Yeah, that's going to be just call Roadster Shop and just order you one. Listen, what was that PayPal for you again?
Hold on.
If everyone sends $1,
yeah. If we could get
$1,
11 million people to send $1, that'd be awesome.
All these classic cars will find a home.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. Right.
To play the violin music
for less than a cup of coffee a day.
Yeah. Well, sorry guys, I gotta head out. It was lovely again. Thank you so much for the invite.
Have a good night.
You got
have fun.
Bye.
She
gone quick.
She's like, later. I got it. I'm out of here. 7:03.
Yeah. Hey, so
Man,
I
wish one of the shorts that I had would do 38 views. This dude's at 38 million.
Yeah, he's really good. I like the way that he edits and just carries himself, and he picks up some really cool projects.
That's awesome. Yeah, that's definitely another new channel I'll have to watch.
He's a mechanic by day too, I believe. So
he hates manufacturer engineers as well.
A mechanic by day, YouTuber by night.
Yeah, that means he's a YouTuber all the time.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I did check out the guy in Plastyle. That's actually where he ended up scrapping. He scrapped that car and the frame, but he has a Buick Regal frame that's in mint shape. And from what I can read, you guys are Chevy guys. You tell me, G body is a G body. Everything I found online, 78 to 87. The only difference is that the tranny mounts might be different. You might have to weld in one.
I mean, I would think that every one of those would be.
I think a G body is a G body.
Yeah. So what about a G body like K20?
No, you're different. That's not that kind of frame.
But it's a G body.
But you're getting
no. Yeah. So like a G body is more of like an X frame. So it like kind of comes. We're like a truck, like a K series truck is straight 2-frame rails coming back. There's really not a whole lot of in and out bends where you're going to have that with the G body. It's going to be kind of comes in and around. I think, right? I'm right.
I don't know how it gets its stability because the frame is so wide.
Maybe I'm thinking of some Mopar or something. I don't know. But the truck stuff won't work on the car stuff, sadly. And vice versa.
5.
Four-wheelers,
yeah.
I'll tell you, that's going to be a fun project to watch, though, that El Camino.
It really is. You're gonna watch me struggle too, because I gotta figure out how we're gonna lift the damn thing in the air, the whole car, to get that off that frame.
Yeah,
very, very carefully.
Very carefully.
Watch DD B Sport. He just took a Nomad body off the frame and rolled another frame underneath it. He raised the back end up with a cherry picker, and he did 2 A-frames in the front and just chain hoisted the front up and the back up a little bit at a time until he got it cleared, pulled it out, pushed another one in, made it look easy.
So what I'm hearing from you is it's time to buy a boom truck?
Say that again?
I said what I'm hearing from you is I need to buy a boom truck.
A boom truck? I didn't say boom truck.
Boom truck it is.
Yeah. I don't know what a boom truck is, but I like the name.
Do you have?
I will talk to you guys later.
You're out?
Yeah.
Hey,
I'm
I'm
headed tacos. We're talking about food and everything. I'm like, I need some food.
I'm headed that way myself.
What?
I wanted to come in for a little while, and I told you I would. You go live early. We usually don't go live until 8 o'clock, and then we go to 3 in the morning.
Well, I started it.
We're early.
It's about time they eat dinner right here.
Yeah.
I started it out of respect for old car guy in 650. Yeah, 6. Yeah.
Is that tonight?
I don't think they do anything in the winter.
Okay. Man, I was just saying, dude, I can't keep up with like it seems like there's a ton of people that are live tonight or tomorrow night or whatever.
Yeah.
Everybody getting that last one in before the end of the year,
What size shoe are you, Bob?
12.
12, apparently. Are you getting him clown shoes? You better get him clown shoes.
12 wide.
Oh, 12 wide.
Asking for a friend.
Yeah, I'll catch you guys all later.
If you get bored, come back in, man. We appreciate you stopping in.
We'll see you, Bryce.
See you, man.
Yeah,
Boom, baby.
I'm headed out myself, Junkers.
All right. I appreciate you coming in.
Yeah, I appreciate you having me. Y'all have a good night. Narcs, we'll see you.
Yeah,
see
dude.
you later, buddy.
Yeah,
see ya.
Good night.
All right, that does it. Screw you guys. I'm going home.
Well, dude, what we're going to talk about, man? I was going to flip through here and see who all was live and see if we could help some folks, but I don't see any.
Why don't we take some questions, some Q&As? It's always hard to do that when you got 5 people on a panel. Oh, wait, what? What did I miss?
I want to read the comment. Look up a G-body floor plan for the car in the open.
It looks the same. So as far as the frames look, from the guy that is in Plastal, the frame he sent me, all the spots seem to line up. Obviously, I'm not in person, but everything seems to line up. So I'm banking on that. I am going to talk to a couple other people, but I have a welder if worse comes to worse.
Yeah, I was going to say you could. You guys dirt track where you said Maine?
I'm in New Hampshire.
New Hampshire. Is there dirt tracking up there like you guys do round dirt track stuff?
There are some, but I haven't been to any really.
I was going to say if you had like a small community of those guys, a lot of those guys will use that G-body frame on their whatever cars they're building. That's true.
I have a buddy that does ice racing. I could probably call him.
Yeah. So maybe a way to grab some. That's what. So one of my guys here will buy every G-body he can get a hold of, and he keeps the nice ones, but the ones that are just ratty piles of crap, he'll take and pull the frame out. And then he's got a stack of 10 or 12. But I mean, like we're here in Northwest Arkansas, it'd be a bit of a drive for you.
Yeah. I was going to say, I could give you this shitty one if you want. I could send it in pieces too.
Yeah. Just kick it in half.
The back half is the worst.
Yeah.
But I'm sure once the
Well,
body
it's
comes off,
because of the way the
yeah,
water runs on those things.
I'm sure once the body comes off, it's going to be even worse. So
We're gonna have to get a new bed for it too, unfortunately.
that's not a replaceable bed. It doesn't come on. That's all connected.
Well, then what do you
We're
do?
just going to patch it.
Oh, okay. That's
No,
right.
is
And
it-
then rhino liner. I want rhino liner on the back.
Yep.
Or raptor
It-
liner.
Yeah, I knew what you want.
Yeah.
Is it Roddy inside? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah,
Or is it-
it's on. So near the middle in the bed, there's like two. One hole's about the size of a $50. The other one's the size of a quarter, and you can see right through to the garage.
I'd cut that square out, and I'd have him tack in some little metal pieces, and I'd just rhino line that whole bed floor.
Yep.
That's a
Screw
good
it. I mean, that way you're not trying to figure out, you're not really having to do a whole lot of body work.
Right.
No, the plan right now is just to get it to a safe point.
Yeah.
I figure about $2,500 I could probably do that.
That's
because
cool.
I can get a frame for about $5, a
Yeah.
motor for probably around $3 ish.
Yeah.
I want a new tank in it. I want new lines, but I can make those and bend those and do those all myself. So that's nothing but time and a little bit of parts.
Yeah.
The braking system will just go back to stock for now.
Yeah.
Replacing ball joints is not that bad. You just press them out, press them in.
And they're probably $40.
Braking system now is pretty much non-existent. You're the one that was in it.
No, I know, but are they hydraulic brakes?
Yeah. It's brake boosted hydraulic. Yeah. But no, I think we can get that running for 25, $3,000 at the most. That's
cool.
with obviously we're doing all the work.
Yeah.
But
that's the best way to do it, man. Build not buy.
Right.
I know. I was reminiscing about my my Wrangler YJ build I did last winter. That one turned out killer. I wish I had more video of it. All I have is pictures,
Yep.
But yeah, that one turned out killer. I haven't seen it since this summer when I did a recap on it.
Yeah.
And then I did do a video of it. But
what all did you do to that rig? I don't think I was following you then.
Everything.
No God.
Period. So the guy hits me up. I put a post out, a local post, looking for business, just trying to get some more money for Christmas and shit,
Mm-hmm.
And he says, "Well, I need a motor replaced in my Jeep Wrangler." I says, "All right, cool." So I secured him a used motor.
Mm-hmm.
We got it here. I put it up in the air, started looking it all over, ripped the motor out of it, and I looked it over and I said, you really should descale this frame,
mm-hmm.
And at least get it painted over, even if you're not going to do anything special. I said, but you want to save on it the best you can. And he's like, yeah, go ahead and do that. I said, well, fuel lines are pretty crappy, and so are the brake lines. He said, go ahead and do them. Next thing you know, when we started descaling, we just started punching through the frame.
Oh.
I found a guy that came out and he spent about 3 or 4 days on just welding in patch panels on it. Did a tremendous job, way better than I ever could, because I'm not a welder,
Right.
Me either. On my own stuff, cool. But when it comes to a customer's project, I want it to be solid. So we got all that done, and I started poking in the motor. He says, I want you to go through it. I want all the new gaskets and just good to go. I'm like, okay.
Mm-hmm.
And I open up the water pump hole there, and it was just from the bottom onto one of the cylinders. I was just like, we're not using this motor. It's just not going to happen.
Dang.
So he says, if I'm buying a motor, I want what I want, and I want a stroker. I said, okay. I priced it out, how much it's going to cost to have that one that we had built, and then I found one at O'Reilly's, and it was only $3,500. I was like, get that coming.
Yeah, right.
It was
what motor was in it?
The 4.0.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, so it equals out to a 4.7 after it's bored and stroked and
that's crazy.
Jammed and I mean, I drove the thing, and it was a great feeling vehicle after it was all set. We did a 4 or 5 inch rough country lift on it, 35s, I think. And
it's amazing how that stuff snowballs. Like my brother's putting a LT 6.2 in a truck, and they started like kind of working through the wiring swap and things like that. And this guy's like, "Oh man, let's just rewire the truck." So my brother's like, "Okay." So like it's down that rabbit hole, and so now it's got like it'll have a completely new wiring harness, completely new lights everywhere. 2018 engine and trans. It's got Super Duty axles. I mean, it's just like this whole dumb stuff, But while we're in there, might as well do it.
Right. Did you read that one, Bob?
That's funny.
The year before, I did a 64 C10. And unfortunately, once again, I didn't do videos because at that time I was running a full-fledged, not full-fledged garage, but a garage.
Yep.
And I didn't have a camera, and I didn't have the will to do this like I do now.
Yep.
But that one turned out killer too. I actually have some videos, and I think I'm going to try and put something together for that because I did a will it run.
Cool.
I was able to scrape together a will it run, and
how do those perform for you? Like, we don't have many projects that would fit that bill, but dude, there's so many channels that are built on will it runs.
So the will it run, I think, is just beat up. They're going to abandon now. And it's hard for me to be honest with a subscriber and say that, hey, this is abandoned. It's not abandoned.
Yeah.
Somebody wanted me to get it running.
Yeah.
And I'm too honest of a person to do clickbait. You know what I mean?
Yep. Well, and like even on the stuff we've done that has been a little clickbaity with that kind of stuff, still doesn't perform. I'm like, something happened early on in our channel, and somebody doesn't like us, and now it's coming to fruition.
See,
we've debated on starting a new channel just because just can't get any traction.
I'm wondering the same thing because I've had mine since I don't know 6 years now, and it's been a lot of hitting it hard and then getting burnt out and not wanting to do it anymore.
Yep.
And then I'm finally here, and I'm here to stay now.
Yeah.
But I'm not performing like I thought I would because I watch my videos. Like I was watching a video today, and I'm like, it's not the best, but it's pretty comparable to a lot of the stuff that I watch. Yeah. And they've got 60, 70,000 hits on theirs in just a couple of days. Yeah. So what's up with mine? Why is mine not being pushed?
At this point, I'd take a couple hundred views over a couple days. You know what I mean? Where we get our stuff is just quantity. We just literally turn out tons and tons of content.
Dude, we watched your throttle body dump one.
Oh yeah,
I couldn't stop laughing. I'm like,
I love that thing.
I think of that.
Oh, it worked so well until we went to a cruise night one night, and there's a video later that kind of talks about it a little bit. But we went to I think when I did the turbo build, we went to a cruise night, and I had it open and literally was on the limiter half the night. You know what I mean? And it ended up melting the throttle body, like that. What would be the inlet part? I ended up melting a hole in it, and the flapper wouldn't flap anymore, so it was always open. So, yeah.
Come on, Chief.
NZ Mopar, you saying you're 7 videos in or 7 months in? 7 years in? What's 7 in? We started our channel in 2012, but I really didn't push hard, like to where we were going to have a consistent base of content till mid 20. Well, it was when I built the shop. I think mid 2017. So, and then we've been. I mean, we crossed 700 videos posted last week. So we got enough. If somebody will find us, we got enough to keep them busy for a couple weeks.
That's the main consensus with the will it run is just to make it run and maybe drive. I mean, that's usually the first video when I pull in a vehicle to at least get it to fire up.
Yeah, I think Vice Grip made that one that the will it run stuff, and like his stuff was cool because like he'd show up and then drive it 600 miles.
That's what we love watching. I love watching I'm out in the middle of nowhere. I'm thousand miles away from home. Yeah. We just bought this shit box, and I have no tools. So let's see what we can do. And I love that. I absolutely love watching that. but I think he's going bigger. I don't think he's going to be on YouTube much longer.
Yeah, with his move to Tennessee, that's typically, that's like not Motor Trend, but like Power Nation is in Franklin, Tennessee. So he's not far from it. So I figured that's where, like, we'll see a channel of his soon.
I just seen an O'Reilly's video from him. He was promoting him.
Yeah,
like
that's pretty awesome.
Commercial.
Yeah, good for him, dude. He's a good dude. We've been in at he was at Cletus and Cars, and man, at that point I didn't follow him, and I really don't follow him much right now, just because it's so hard to keep up with all the smaller channel videos that I try and support. But like, he was there, and he was just talking to people, and we were there early that morning, and could have talked to him for 30 minutes, but did not even put two and two together. So should have done that. Should have got some video. Maybe it would have rubbed off on us.
Yeah, I think he's a guy that I could definitely hang out with.
Yeah.
Car show videos, I like those.
Yeah.
I think those should be more of like a live or a premiere, though.
And my biggest thing with car show videos, like Power Tour or Race Week or something like that, like big stuff that people are searching for by the name, you have to be early. You can't put out a Power Tour video 3 months later. Like, we had one video do like 6,500 views in just a couple hours the day one or day two morning, because we were the first video out. Every other video did normal.
Yeah.
Like all of our normal stuff. So you've got to be out. You got to be early, or you got to wait 6 months and then throw some stuff out, in my opinion.
Yeah, people love to see that.
Yeah. Chef Shade Tree. Yeah, dude, who cares? Just post them.
Yeah.
The one thing about recording and posting to YouTube is, unless something happens to YouTube, those videos will be around forever,
Yep.
And you'll be able to show your kids and grandkids, look how cool I was.
I was almost a star.
Yeah, I told you I had this car.
Yeah.
That's cool.
Yeah, I don't understand why we're not getting. This month seems to be better than most. I mean, her video got 75 views so far, as of before I came on here.
Yeah,
and we top out right around 80 to 100 is normally.
Yeah,
and then we put out another video, and that one stops performing at all.
Yeah, yeah, we same way. So what I always contribute that to is that people like your 70 or 80 people that love you and are going to watch everything that you put out. That's them watching. That's what we always. That's what we always do.
Yeah, it's sometimes I'm just like, do I want to keep doing this, or should I just go be a real person and get a real job? And it's like, I don't want that. I worked for myself for so long.
Yeah, just keep doing it, man. Screw it.
Sometimes it's tough,
Oh yeah.
She's working 2 jobs, and I feel like a shitbag.
Oh man.
That's because
you're not a shitbag.
If I had YouTube talent, I wouldn't be working 2 jobs.
I don't think I have a YouTube channel.
I might not be working 2 jobs for long. My body's getting worn out from it.
Luckily, the second job isn't a super long one, but
it's an hour, but it's still physically demanding. It's like it makes up for its lack in time with how much I have to put into it. It's home health care.
Dang.
Yeah,
that's a good industry, though.
It is, but my day job, I'm kind of getting out of the healthcare. My day job, I work for a local agency, and I do a day program.
Yeah.
And right now, I have a 1-to-1 client who has a disability, and my job is literally to bring her out into the community. Her goal is to literally be out in the community and go for walks and stay healthy.
Yeah, that's great.
Yeah, I'm like, well, that's easy. Like, she likes the same things I do. We went for 2 small hikes the other day out in the snow, and then we eat Taco Bell. So we're not really staying fit, but
Shop Cat's in here.
What's up, Shop Cat? NZ Mopar, I'd love to hear the story of the world's fastest Indian. That's such a cool movie.
Yeah. And this one right here, I think you should do. This is just my opinion. You got 60 vehicles. Wake up super early and see how many you can get running in one day.
Oh, that'd be awesome.
I like to see those too. Now, not meaning driving, just get them to fire off and sit there and idle for like 30 seconds and get to the next one.
And then move to the next one.
Yeah. See how many you can actually get going. You're going to be tired at the end of the day.
Yeah, that'd be awesome. You'd almost need a helper because you need to also record, but then you need to be live for us also too.
Oh, yeah,
we need to watch that as we go as you're live.
I don't do well with lives and working on stuff. It just doesn't work.
Yeah.
Work out.
Well, the hard part about lives and working on stuff is people are used to stuff happening. But if you're live and you're working on something, I mean, things don't happen very fast.
right.
Thanks, Cletus. That's what I was thinking.
I got to use these. I've got them.
That's awesome. I love that dude. He's awesome.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. He should be. He'd probably be popping on. I'm hoping. Yeah, he's out. He's over there for a couple more months, I think.
Yeah, I think he was saying mid-January.
Yeah, we were talking about him last night. I was like, man, I feel bad for him. He's gone away from his family for so long. Ever since I've known the guy, he's been in that, that one bedroom place he's been at.
Oh, dang.
And where the hell was it? Mardi Gras, wherever the hell Mardi Gras is there.
Oh, New Orleans, yeah.
Yeah. And now he's overseas, so we know he hasn't seen his family. It's like, I mean, I'd lose my mind. I would.
New Orleans is a shithole, like bad.
I've never been, so I can't give an honest opinion.
It stank. We were down there. My first wife had it did. My first wife went to college in Lafayette, Louisiana, and we would go down there and visit her friends for Mardi Gras and stuff like that. And one year she was like, "Let's go to New Orleans and do it." And I was like, "Okay, man." We didn't stay till dark. I was like, "No, I'm out of here. There's weird people."
Where was the Katrina from?
Yeah, New Orleans.
Well, that's what I thought. So, I can't show the camera very well, but my dog here that's gone on my intro, right at the end of the intro, it says "Rest in peace, Bobo." That's so he came from Hurricane Katrina, from what I'm told.
Oh
wow! And actually, Shelby, our white dog, came from Louisiana too, right? Wasn't it Louisiana?
Yeah, I don't know why I keep thinking Pennsylvania.
No, it was definitely Louisiana because it wasn't Pennsylvania. Yeah, that was pretty crazy, man. I paid $250 delivered, and she is one of the best dogs you could ever ask for. She was a little skittish when we first got her, but
we got this dude right here for Christmas.
Oh,
yeah. So he's my new shop buddy. We'd had 3, I think the vet said. He was a foster that we ended up adopting.
Yeah.
That's why we could never.
Yeah, we can't.
We could ever foster.
We can't do that.
Well, so let me tell y'all that story if y'all want to hear this story.
Oh, yeah.
So Dad, me, we were fostering. They had to have somebody foster this pit bull, or they were going to have to put it down. So we were like, okay, we'll foster the pit bull. The whole plan, the whole time, was to not keep this dog. Right. I am so busy with everything that I do in life. That was the plan the whole time. So when the wife found somebody to take the dog, I'm like, okay, cool. We load up, take the dog. She was deaf. She was a great dog though. She was so sweet, but she was deaf. So she got away from you and couldn't see you. She'd just keep running. She didn't care. So it's kind of a struggle to have her, right? So we give her away. What's up, old car guy?
Come on, come in.
We take her to we take her to her new adoptive, mom. And for 4 days, I didn't talk to my wife or 2 daughters. They were so mad at me. Oh, they were so mad. So anyways, this dog comes around. McGregor is his name. And of course, Melissa's my wife. She's like, there's another dog that we can foster. And I was like, yep, let's do it. Do it, please. Please let me back in the fold here at the house. You know, it was after like 2 weeks, and it was the week right before I went on race week. So it was like this whole thing. I didn't have that in mind to have a dog while I was gone, and you know, all this kind of stuff. So, anyways, I get back, we do the thing, we go get him, and then as we're getting closer to Christmas, nobody's interested in him, and so she was like, "Should we just adopt him?" And I was like, "Yeah, let's do that. Whatever you guys want to do, we'll do it." Now he's my buddy. Doesn't even sit with him on the couch or anything. He hangs out with me. So
that's kind of the cool thing about all the dogs we have, all but one. They're all very lovable, and they all love all of us.
nice.
They take turns. They take turns on who they're going to sit with. I don't think there's any major favorites. I guess there is a little bit, but move a little bit. They can see Snickers on Dad.
Oh.
Push over a little bit. Get out of here!
Oh, yep.
Yeah, that's Snickers.
Cute.
And I don't know if I can. And then Bella. Bella's right there.
Yep.
Where's Shelby? I don't know. Shelby's behind me, probably in the chair.
That's just in the green one.
Yeah. We love our dogs. We absolutely love our dogs.
That's awesome. Yeah, we had not intended to have another dog for a while, but this dude's pretty cool. So,
yeah, what is he?
Like a Catahoula and something mix.
That's where Bella is.
That's what Bella is, a Catahoula.
Nice. Yeah, he's so
Crazy.
smart. Oh
Crazy.
yeah. Does your dog do the zoomies and then poop? That's what he does. He'll like be running full speed and just slide to a stop and poop and then take back off running.
She'll do this like this. She'll stand her ass to the ground and just fucking go. And she can scoot like that. First time I
That's
see it, I'm like,
hilarious.
is she okay?
That's
But
funny.
she just flies.
Her thing is jumping on everything or over everything.
Oh,
There's
nice.
no way to get her in anything.
She's broken our door to our bedroom is broken.
Oh, yeah, she like broke it down.
That's
We have a
funny.
gate. So I put a gate up here probably 11 years ago because I had dogs that wanted to go upstairs and they decided to go up there and go to the bathroom. So I'm like, I'll fix you. So I put a gate up there. This one clears it. Just see you guys. And she goes to bed. She'll go to bed with the kids, you know. She
That's
jumps
funny.
out windows. She jumps in windows. She's crazy. She does whatever the hell she wants, and there's nothing we can do about it. She's training us.
Yeah.
Why would you move the dog? Why would you take the dog?
17 years.
She's comfortable.
So send that link. Maybe we can. I can't watch it on here, but
You can't share.
Instagram me that link. I'd be interested in watching it.
Yeah, definitely. I'm picking the shrubbery on his channel as well right now.
Shrubbery.
Because I don't think. Oh, we can say subscribe
We
here, but they can't type it or something.
Right?
Like that.
Yeah. Don't put sub or anything like that. Put slut or something like that. No, seriously.
Yeah.
I'm gonna have a meatball slut for dinner.
Yeah.
You said you can't say something.
Oh,
Cletus,
Shut
what's
up.
up?
You said that.
You're a kid. You can't say that.
Yeah, you got to go to
Oh,
Subway.
y'all done eating now? Get your butt back in here. You gone, John? Gone, John. Have a good night.
Later,
Appreciate
dude.
you coming in. So I have a
Good
send
luck.
off
Good
on-
luck on sanding body work. That sucks.
Was he the one sanding?
Yep. Yeah, he was on. Was watching while he was sanding.
Oh, it's your fault.
Yeah, it's my phone.
I'm so upset because you moved her off.
All right, that does it. Screw you guys. I'm going home.
And then
Subway. I love Subway. Yeah, we should have a spot here in a minute. I'll send you out a link in a minute, bud.
I just want to know what Cletus had for dinner. What was he having? Or grilling green beans or something.
Was it Hamburg?
Man,
Beef. It's what's for dinner.
There's something big going on. Hang on just a second. Hey, it sounds like there's some fireworks going off. I'm gonna pop out. I'll be right back. I gotta figure out what this is. The dog is losing his mind. Can you pop me off the screen? If I leave studio, it's gonna kick me out.
Yeah. What do I do? Put you up bigger. Yeah. You guys can look at me for a minute. What are we talking about guinea pigs for?
This person took a hutch and they took out all the glass and they put caging up and they made a 4-layer guinea pig cage out of a china cabinet. So she was showing off her china cabinet with guinea pigs in it. Who was? This lady on here, I don't know who. It was someone from a group.
So we're still alive here, guys.
Oh, we're still alive.
Yeah.
Hi.
Did you think we were done?
I don't know. I wasn't thinking, to be quite honest.
So everybody remember that. I always put slut, but
She took a china cabinet and she made it into a 4.
How did she take over?
Oh, she's got fabric instead of.
so let's get some questions going from the audience here. Maybe some questions about Brittany's car or about my cars or trucks or anything. Maybe some questions for Bob over there. I don't like being on the big screen like this. Oh.
I will talk about my car for hours. Oh my gosh, I'm obsessed.
Everybody's just sitting, watching us do nothing. No. You want to say hi, Brent?
Hi.
No, Narc will be right back.
You know, that would be okay. I told him I was open to the idea. I just feel bad. That's all. Because it's
Yeah, there's a high school down the street that is it's like 2 miles away, and I guess they're having some kind of celebration tonight or something. But it wasn't consistent enough in the beginning. It was like, what was that? Like a shotgun or something, you know? So, what do you guys have planned for the weekend?
I got to get started on a video. I've been super lazy this week.
Yeah.
Like super duper lazy. I've been getting up at the ass crack of afternoon.
Nice. The ass crack of 1 p.m.
Pretty much.
Nice.
I went to the store today and I got dressed.
And he
There you
cooked a very good meal.
I cooked dinner.
Mexican
There you go.
fries and hamburger. It was really good.
So I wanted to ask this earlier, but I'll ask you. I'm getting ready to put together the Mustang. What I'm going to do is I'm going to do a from when I got it to now, and it's the problems that I have. I don't know if we've ever talked about it, but I sent my Mustang out to a guy that I kind of knew. And he was supposed to do all the metal body work and stuff because I'm just not great at it. But so I gave him about $5,000 of my money and 2 years of my life, and he stole it from me. I was able to get the car back, and the parts are damaged. I've gotten a little bit of my money, but what do you feel? Do you think I should put? I'm obviously going to put that in the video, but. What do you think about plastering him? It's not going to gain me anything, but it might save somebody else.
I mean, does he do decent work for other? Like were you a one-off thing, or has he just ruined a bunch of people?
So in the early,
here's the thing: fuck that dude. Fuck him. like I ruin him.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like
I don't want to use this for bad, because I don't consider
I'm with
myself a
you.
bad person, but
so
I
don't drag him in the mud the whole time. Just wait till about the 7 or 8 minute mark and then drop his name. Don't give it, don't give his like phone number and stuff like that. But the hard part is your real followers have a hard time not jumping on if he's got some kind of Facebook or Google business and not giving him some kind of crazy.
He's ruined right now. He's absolutely ruined. There's no business for him.
Yeah.
There's no any kind of life for him.
Dang.
I actually just messaged him again last night because he'd been paying me little by little.
Yeah.
And then just stopped. So I messaged him last night because I had Googled him again, and I was like, listen, I know you have 5 years hanging over your head because you did this to somebody else, and they press charges. This isn't the only one this year.
Wow.
So I said, you're either going to start working with me again, or I'm just going to press the charges.
Yeah.
I mean, it's going to take time on my side to do it, but I want my money back,
Yeah.
Because I had to work my ass off to get $5,000 up. I'm not a rich person,
Man, then you may have I wouldn't probably drag him through the whole thing, because if he comes back and then he's like, oh, I'm suing for defamation, it becomes this stupid lawsuit between both of you, and both of you are fighting about it.
Yeah.
So I wouldn't give him the benefit. I'd just say there was a shop that is super crappy in so-and-so, and it rhymes with blank.
I was going to use just the place where it happened, which I have no problem telling everybody right now. It's in New Boston, New Hampshire.
Yeah.
If you're from that area and you've seen in the papers, you know who I'm talking about, because he's been in the papers and he's been arrested quite a few times. He's lost his house. He's lost his shop. He has nothing. And
wow.
I don't care.
What did he end up getting on, cocaine or something?
Something. Because so when I first got the car, it needed the front clip replaced.
Yeah.
I worked towards getting the parts. I got the parts. I met this guy on Craigslist, I think, and we just talked back and forth. He came up, he took the car. It was gone longer than expected, but it got done. And it got done really well. And then life happened. I wasn't able to do anything for a long time. So I bought parts over the years and finally had them all together. And I had a good chunk of change. I threw it at him. He came, got the car, and he was sending me pictures and fell off the face of the earth a couple times.
Yeah.
Assured me things were getting done. The one thing that got me is when I sent my buddy down to his shop to see what was going on.
Yeah.
He wouldn't let him in the shop. He says, "Oh, it's in the paint booth. I'm not going to let you in there."
Yeah.
It was like, that's pretty scary.
Yeah.
Give me a month. If you don't, if it's not done, I will. I'll make sure that I finish it for free. Like,
okay.
Right.
Yep.
So that month came and went a little bit, and I called my buddy that owns a tow company, and I said, "I'm not giving him any warning. You have full permission to go in there. If you need the cops, they're on standby. They already know what's going on." And he calls me and he says, "Grady, your car's been sitting in the same spot where he dropped it off. You have parts all over outside. They're all rusty."
Dang.
And I spent probably $4,500 just in panels.
Yeah.
And I was just, I wanted.
Man, so let's talk about that for a second, because here's the struggle. There's a lot of people, and I tell my brother this all the time. There's a lot of people that are good at what they do, but they are just shitty business people.
Yeah.
Like they shouldn't be in business. You know what I mean? Like they need a boss to tell them what to do. And guys like that they're like, oh man, it's like going and buying a new project without finishing your old project. Shaking my finger at you. They see the shiny new piece and they're like, oh man, I'm going to build that one. I'm tired of working on this Mustang. I want to work on that Mustang. And then they push your stuff outside and roll on with life. And then they look up a year later and they've done that 4 or 5 times and your stuff is out there and rusty. And they don't have any of your money left. They don't have any of the money from customers. They don't have any kind of, savings put back or anything. So they've got to keep working on the new stuff because now they can't afford to work on yours because they ran out of your money a long time ago. So,
yeah,
if somebody that was good at business could come up with a way to not cost a small shop a lot of money and help them move forward, you could make a great business doing it, because there's just people that can't keep their stuff in order.
Yeah.
We're running. My brother is full-time narcoleptic now, and we're running into a situation where we're trying to find a balance of, he's got a 40 by 40 shop that he works in, and like one side has the lift and one side doesn't, so it's kind of, we're moving stuff around all the time, and so he runs into, do we need to start 2 or 3 weeks from now, for 2 or 3 weeks from now, planning for another project to come in? Well, then, a customer will call, hey, I need to pick that up tomorrow, so I can go ahead. I'm out of money. I need to go ahead and get this. Well, then we're in the circle of how do you get more money, and you need it next week, because you got to pay a bill.
Yeah.
So,
I mean, I had one bay. That's what I work. What you see in my videos, that's the same exact bay that I did those restorations in.
Yeah.
And I still managed to bring cars, get them done.
Yeah.
I understand that life happens and you have to make money, but when somebody's already prepaid,
and
is expecting it at X amount of time,
yeah.
I know we got into drugs, because the man I met years ago is not the man that stood in front of me when he brought my parts back.
Well, I mean, like your situation, let's say you gave him $2,500 and then kept sending him money. Dude, that may have been more money than he'd had in a long time in his pocket. Now he's like, dang, I've paid all my bills for this month and I've still got $2,000 laying there. It's easy to get back on that stuff,
But he had plenty of time to be like,
oh yeah,
he's a good guy. We've worked with each other enough. I'm going to get his stuff done.
Yeah.
Or been like, I told him when he was standing in front of me, plain and simple, I'm not a violent person, but I wanted all I could picture the entire week. Him, he's supposed to come up on a Tuesday, I think. And from when I heard he was coming till then, all I could picture was throttling him.
Yeah.
It's like, and I told him, you stole more than money from me. You stole my dream. I mean, this
and time.
This car means so much to me. It is just, it's not one of those things. If I went out and got a Mustang that was already done, it wouldn't mean the same to me. Would it be cool? Yeah. But this one, I've literally touched every nut and bolt. I've done everything.
Dang.
And now I have to learn how to do body panels, which
patina. Hey, there's nothing wrong with the patina Mustang.
Yeah, well, there is when there's no frame connected to the body.
Right now, it's a patina and white Mustang.
Yeah, it's going in. It is. It really is. I'm dragging my feet on it.
Yeah.
I don't know where to go with it. I really don't. I know what needs to be done. I just need to get my ass in gear.
Yeah. What's the weather like for you up there? I mean, like, is it just cold and snowy?
Well, it's not. It wasn't that cold today, but it's snowy. It's right now.
On Monday.
We've had a lot of snowstorms and ice storms so far. We're at 35 right now.
Wow, I think it's 55 here.
Oh, I hate you.
Yeah, it's but it's been raining the last couple of days. That's why it's snowing up for you guys, I guess.
You know what 55 would look like up here? You'd have your ice coffees. You'd already be in shorts, and I have sleeveless all the time.
We wouldn't have to wear coats. Wear sweatshirts.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
Here, everybody's piled up. I mean, I got thermals on tonight, waiting for it to get to 50 in the shop. So I don't work in those kind of conditions.
We run. We got a pellet stove. It's literally right here, and that's what heats our house.
Yeah.
We're probably 65 is about what normally the house is.
Yeah.
But when it gets down cold,
everybody's asleep in the living room.
Yeah, kind of. Everybody's got blankets on, and but
my room's always
warm. My son's room's always warm. A little bit. Mine's always freezing. But I don't mind sleeping in the cold. I'd prefer to.
Yeah. Golly, Mongrels is saying it's negative 25 there, and Carmob says it's 34 in Michigan. Oof. That's brutal.
Yeah, it definitely did hit deep. There's, if you're friends with me on Facebook, you get more information than what I'm giving here about the guy. Because honestly, I I plastered them all over Facebook.
Man, that's crazy. And like the reality is like, you know, and it's easier said than done a lot of times, but you know, that dude just needed to call you and go, hey, look, I'm out of money. I don't have a way to fix it. Come get it.
I fucked up.
Yeah.
I could have respected that more. I would have been pissed.
Yeah.
But
yeah,
I fucked up. I don't know what I'm doing. I'm in some deep shit.
Yeah.
It would have meant, because I've known the guy for 6 years before this, you know?
Yeah. But then just ends up, you know, falling off the face of the earth, man.
Yeah. I mean,
and then it's a year later, and now you can't just go, hey, man, sorry. You're like, we're past that, friends.
2 years.
Yeah.
2 years.
Yeah.
It was only supposed to be like 6 months.
Yeah.
And then he starts throwing me promises like, I'm going to paint your car for you. And I'm like, I ain't got that kind of money. You're a good guy, so I'm going to do it. And I'm thinking, this doesn't feel right.
Yeah.
But he did right by me by the first part he did on the car.
Yeah.
And then he had my buddy's Mustang in there. He did good. So I'm thinking, all right, cool. He knows what he's doing. And I know he takes longer, so I'm not too worried.
Yeah.
I should have known. I really should have known.
Man, the hard part is you don't want to be in somebody's way, but you also, you know, you got to almost be the squeaky wheel sometimes.
when I ran my shop, no matter what, even if shit went wrong, I still told people.
Yeah. That's one reason I like YouTube and so much social media is because they can see the struggles I'm having on their rigs. We're not going to work on anybody else's stuff at my shop for a while, just because I don't have the time with what we're going to do with the podcast and stuff. And so Steven's, you know, he's like, he has 2 projects at a time out there, and that's it. So it's easy to stay on top of those folks because you're typically going, hey, I need parts. That's typically the struggle.
I had a really good customer of mine. So I bought my lift in the summer, and not even 6 months later, I had a massive issue with it. I had a car get stuck in the air.
Ooh.
And before I called the customer, I tried to figure out what I could do. And the only thing I figured I could do was release the pressure by releasing the valve on the bottom where the hose goes in. But I didn't know if it was going to come slamming down. I just didn't know.
Yeah.
So I called her and I said, listen, I got to tell you what's going on because I'm an honest person. And so my lift just got stuck with your car on it. I can't get your car off. I said, but if something goes wrong, I need to know what you're going to want for that car. And she told me, and I was like, oh, fucking hey, I hope this doesn't go too wrong.
I hope this doesn't go wrong.
It was, you know, it wasn't that great of a car, but it was a running, driving, inspectable vehicle.
Yeah.
And so I was able to release the valve on the bottom and get it out safely. But when she came, she came in pretty hot and heavy, and she was pretty ticked off. And she's like, you shouldn't be telling your customers that. Blah, blah. I'm like, well, what am I going to tell you? Tell you after it happened?
Yeah, and it falls off because one side comes down and the other doesn't. You know, yeah.
I'm like, no, I'm not going to do that. I'm going to be honest with the person. I'm sorry if you don't like the. But she still comes to me, you know, for everything. She calls me over, you know, low air tire pressure. Yeah. So obviously, being honest was the right call. And what do you got? Candy?
Car Mob is saying the shop with my Mustang is being a pain in the butt. I really want my car back, man. That's really why, one, I have patina stuff, and then 2, because I don't. It's hard for me to leave my stuff with somebody. When we were tuning the old truck when we had just got the turbo install done, like I had some issues that were working out. You know, we took it over there 3 different times, and the guy's like, "Man, just leave it with me, and I'll work on it." I'm like, "Dude, I can't afford $100 an hour for you to work on it, and then 2, like." I can't afford the markup on parts. I can't afford, for it to be over here. I can work on this thing at night, and you're going to have to put it in rotation. It's going to be 3 weeks before you get to it. I can have it knocked out in 3 days, you know? So that's, man, I probably don't have anybody do anything on any of our stuff, even the wife's rig, just because I just I don't trust folks. So.
That's a weird one, but he'll say it in a second.
He needs some of them Bob boxers.
Bob boxes.
the bobbers. All right, man. I got another few minutes, and then I gotta get to work on this new daily. I've got a 04 Trailblazer, dude.
Bring us along.
No, it's no fun. It's I've got like 20 something hours in trying to fix water leaks.
70 here. That's not cool,
dude. That's so cool.
That's not cool.
I was talking to a guy named. I'll just tell you guys this, and for the folks that are listening, this is a big deal for us for 2022. There's a guy named Ben Charlie Safari Wilson. That's a big coast to coast guy, like Cannonball and things like that. He's from New Zealand. That's what makes me think of that. But we're going to help them. I'm going to be a content contributor on their channel that they're building now. So that'd be kind of neat. It'll be like car show stuff and walk arounds of cool cars, kind of like the vintage daily driver stuff I did and things like that. So that'd be pretty neat. Some crossover stuff.
When I pulled up at the store today, there was I think he said it was a 87 Wagoneer.
Yes.
Talk to the guy. Yeah. So I did a little short on it.
Yeah.
And he's like, it's all original. I'm like, how is that thing all original in New England and not rotted? He's like, I don't know. I've owned it for a few years. I'm like,
yeah.
I guess he's got a couple, but he was running really quick, so I couldn't really talk to him as long as I wanted to.
They're cool rigs. We did the engine swap on one and did an LS in one of them, and
yeah,
I would love to have the money to be able to put my wife in one as a daily. But dude, them things like a blown motor setup is $5,000. And I don't have that kind of money.
They're heavy trucks too.
Yeah, they're so nice. Man, they're so nice.
What type of truck is it?
It's a Jeep.
What Jeep?
Wagoneer.
It's a Wagoneer.
Yep. I failed as a parent, everybody.
Are they better?
My son doesn't know what a Wagoneer
Are they
is.
better than a Jeep Gladiator?
I was just gonna say he knows Gladiator.
He wants a Gladiator, and his first vehicle he wants to drive a Ninja.
Nice.
But I've told him no. He needs to get his license first.
Dude, like a Ninja 300, whatever, that newest, little one's fine. Get him I rode a ton of sport bikes over the years. I wish I had some pictures on here.
Ninja.
Mixing drinks.
Yeah, making smoothies and
What?
Ninja.
Right? The little.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You have the little.
I think we have one of those.
A Ninja.
Yeah.
I can't sit right because there's very.
Yeah, we need new chairs.
Yeah. Oh man, I bought a new chair today for the podcast setup. Now I got to build an entire deal for my laptop and microphone stand now because it's not all going to work with this new chair. But it's ones from like that would be like on the wall of a pool hall. It's like it's wide, big like sit up chair. It'll be nice. It'll be something I can spend a couple hours a week in.
Yeah,
this crappy stool I'm on.
I usually do about 4 hours. I don't know if tonight's gonna be 4 hours, but this chair, I paid $5 for this thing.
Nice.
At the St. Vincent.
Yeah, I don't know what
and
that
it was
is, but I like
back
it
in the day. But she's tired now.
Yeah. Oh yeah, man.
A lot of hours of my ass in this chair, and the one she's using, I found on the side of the road.
Yeah,
even better.
Oh man, it's not good when I have a truck and this free stuff.
Yeah. And furthermore, getting said stuff.
Oh yeah, she went out. You guys can't see, but I got this really nice desk table now. That's going to be going in the office.
He forgets that not everyone is like 7.5 feet tall, and so I went to pick up this desk with this 350, and the only way we could get it up and over because we had something in front. It was like a fuel tank. I had to somehow climb up into the bed of the truck to lift it over. Now I'm 5'6", which to some people is tall, but apparently not to this 350. So the people were like, "Oh, well, would you like us to get you a step stool?" They got me a step stool so that I could walk up, get onto the bed of the truck, and then lift the desk.
See you later, Tim.
Later, Tim.
Hello, Cletus.
150 Ninjas. Now you gotta go bigger than that, man. You gotta go like that 300 or 350, whatever the newest one is. That'd be a good one to start out on. How old's your son?
He's 14.
Oh yeah, man. Hey, I got my motorcycle license at 14. I put 10,000 miles on a 250 Nighthawk.
How did you do that?
Man, I didn't get off of that thing.
How did
For
how
like-
did you get your motorcycle license at different state?
In Arkansas, you can get it at 14, but it has to be
Yeah.
250 or lower.
Yep.
Yeah.
I got mine on a
Different
Honda
state,
Shadow
buddy.
250. So
Yeah, man. So what's funny, I'll tell the Honda Shadow, Honda Nighthawk story. We had a dude that had been riding motorcycles about as long as I had, and we were like the two kids that rode motorcycles to junior high, you know. And man, we would leave every day at the same time and just drag race out in front of the junior high. We'd pull out and then just, you know, I'm sure everybody looked at us like those are going so slow, but we'd be like,
oh yeah. No,
Yeah.
it's like the Ninjas, right?
Yeah.
Like a Ninja 250. It's pretty slow, but when you're riding it, it feels fast. It's like a Miata, right? A Miata's
Yeah.
not very fast, but it feels like going fast.
yeah, you're doing something. Thanks, Karma. I appreciate that, bud.
I used to be into scooters.
Yeah.
And I'm a big boy. You guys see that on camera. I'm a big boy.
Nah.
I got those things tuned up, and I could do 50.
There you go.
Flat stretch.
That's fast on a scooter.
You're not kidding. Those things are not meant to do that.
No.
It is
No,
scary.
not at all.
It is scary, but I loved it.
So in April, Narks, I figured we'll stop by your place on the way up to Iowa since we're going to
Come
be driving
on.
right by. So with me will be Monster Rust, if he's still going to go. I'm thinking he is 113 cycles,
Mhm.
Big Block 402, and Wasted Talent Fabrications.
Nice. Dude. I'm a fan. I'm a fan. I'm a real fan. Dude, that'll be fun. Yeah, like obviously you'll give me a couple days notice, but
Yeah,
we'll
I'll
hang
give
out in the
you
shop.
the
And,
specific dates
Yeah.
when we know for sure. I know the close date, but I'll give you specific dates when we'll be there so you can, plan
yeah,
accordingly.
dude. Heck yeah, man. It'll be fun. We'll have a blast. What is that?
It's the marshmallow.
Oh, gotcha.
So what'd you think about your calendar, Junker?
Loved it.
I know you like July.
March.
Yeah, I knew that, but I knew you like July too.
Which one's July?
Look at it and see.
It's over in the chair.
Come on, it's the best month.
I'll grab my. Oh, was that one yours?
Yeah, man. Come on.
Was that you in the Santa suit?
Yeah. Well, it's Santa hat. It's Santa in July.
Yeah, I was going to do a full-fledged video showing everybody. Yeah.
I can't unsee that necklace.
Why would you want to?
Why would you want?
Well, Carmob.
Hey, Carmob, I see some Florida stuff over on your channel. Are you anywhere near Tampa or Jacksonville or Orlando by chance? I can't tell from the videos here, and obviously I'm not watching the videos while we're in here. I see home from vacation, Daytona, but I don't know if that's your vacation stuff. But dude's got a GTR and a GT500. I like his style.
You like the more Mustangs, huh?
Yeah, dude, I like anything that's got
I
some
like anything.
horsepower. And
Everybody
burnouts.
loves the Mustang.
Dude, I used to tell my wife all the time, because I like buying crappy cars for some reason. But
Mhm.
I was like, I could take any car and have fun. Well, you can give me a minivan and I'll play with it and have fun with it.
Oh yeah,
We've seen you're having fun, cutting roofs off and shit.
Well, so here's the thing about stuff with Cletus, and I sold cars for a long time, dude. You can get in anything, like literally anything. It doesn't matter. You just get in and have fun. It's like, okay, well, I'm driving this one today, or I'm driving that one today, or whatever.
Well, it's fun buying the crap one because you're like, ooh, I'm gonna make it home from the auction. I'm gonna make it,
Yes, man. We bought so much stuff at the auction in Dallas, and it was expensive. Like 2008 was when I had my dealership, and it was expensive to ship stuff then. I can't imagine what you have to deal with now. But
I just buy stuff local usually. So
I got you. Man, we had one. I bought a Saturn Vue V6. Man, it looks so nice, dude. We made it about 40 miles, and then I had to limp it. I had to limp it back to the auction and get them to haul it. But we barely made it back in time to get another car that I'd bought. Oh, it was brutal. That was when I knew my wife loved me because she did all that with me.
And she didn't leave
Well,
you.
it's fun. Come on now. It's good times.
Oh, yeah.
I don't buy Saturn views, though. If I do, they're real cheap because by now, everybody knows, transmission is.
Man, car Bob said
that and the timing chains. So
I don't know what the market is out there for used cars, but so Brittany was out about 20 minutes away from us, and she's seen a Ford Focus. Now, a little backstory, I haven't really told many people, but my mother's Ford Focus got smashed up. So I need basically every panel in the front. So I call this place that has the Ford Focus because, it's an old car. And I said, how much you want for that? Thinking $500. That seems pretty decent to me. $3,700. I'm like,
$500.
What
how much
happened?
Dealers are paying for them right now?
I just want the front end. I don't care about the rest of it.
Well, I was gonna say even Focuses are like $2,500 right now. And I'm talking the old Focus. I'm talking the newer ones.
Yep. Yeah, stuff right now is wild.
That's crazy.
And don't even try to buy a truck right now, man.
No.
Yeah, I know. I know when I got my 350 last year, before it even came off the truck, my buddy that went and got it, he's like, dude, I'll give you $4,000. I'm like, no.
Well, you could sell it right now for a lot more than that.
Now that it's done, yeah.
Well, especially now it's done. I'm just saying, just selling it. But yeah, especially now it's done, I'm sure you can get even more. But yeah, no, trucks are. You see how much I sold that crappy Dodge for?
How much did you get?
33. Yeah,
it's wild, man.
No rust, 5.9. 360, whatever.
I saw it. You're not selling it to me that way.
No. Well, I'm an honest car dealer, which it doesn't come often, but I was like, this is how I got it. This is what I've done. But this is my YouTube channel. I show everything on there.
Yeah.
So I don't lie to people. I'm like, this is what you're getting.
Yeah. The best part about having the YouTube channel is like when somebody starts asking a bunch of questions, I just link them the video. I'm like, here
that's a good idea.
So, hey, it's a good way to get a little extra view count. And then I'm like, I don't have to answer all your
with their buddies. They're like, look at this. Look what I bought.
Yeah,
like
that's exactly
I did
right.
that with the 88 C1500 Silverado. Well, I guess it wasn't a Silverado. But anyway, the first year of that body style, I did on YouTube, and I sold it. And the guy was asking, that guy barely knew how to drive, I think, because he was asking how to shift it. It had the floor shifter somebody put in there, the fake Hurst shifter or whatever. It was terrible, but I was like, yeah, just go check my video out.
That's awesome. I saw somebody in there a while ago. Saw somebody talking about Florida a while ago. Who was it? Chef Shade Tree. Where are you at in Florida, man? Let's get together if you're close to Tampa or Jacksonville or Orlando. I'll be down there in 4 weeks, 5 weeks.
4 or 5 weeks.
Dude, sick week is going to be so dumb. Y'all, there's 3 confirmed 5-second quarter-mile cars going to be on the
Did you already buy your license to take video?
Well, I don't have to because I am on the event, so I don't have to do the media stuff. So yeah,
I heard about that. I'm like, what? How are they going to do that?
You have to have a license to video.
Yeah, it's something stupid like that.
Yeah.
So did anybody ever find out if I was fed some shit as far as needing an airplane license with your drone? After you after you're getting paid for the videos, you have to have a license for the drone.
That sounds like some kind of New Hampshire bullshit.
Yeah, that don't sound right. I think it's after a certain size or speed you have to have a license.
It probably would be some. This is a live free or die state, tax free, but we fuck you other ways.
Yeah, we get you in permits, man. That's the way they usually get us.
That's how they got me.
Shoot, Arkansas, there's a lot of taxes down here, buddy.
Yeah.
They tax you on everything.
Live free or die. I don't think so.
Yeah. All right, boys. I got to get on this Trailblazer. I really don't want to, but I've got to. I need to stop daily. I had to put my new stool in the back seat of my 93 Tercel today. That was no fun.
Dude,
yeah, 2-door, 4-speed. Do what?
You have any videos of that yourself?
Hell no. No, I'm going to record it when I drive it off a cliff after I get this Trailblazer going.
Throw some bleach under the tires and try to do a burnout.
Dude,
Those-
so
it'll
it's
do
either
it.
that or I'm gonna put some UTV all terrains on it, like some side by side all terrains, and
Try to
take
ramp
it gambling,
Like
do like the Ozark Gambler.
like Puddin's push rolla, whatever,
Tow
tow
rolla,
Yeah, yeah.
You need to come get this 69 Chevy from me, man. I'll sell it to you real cheap.
Man, I ain't got your kind of money,
Chevy?
dude.
No,
I
I
can't
thought
do
you were
that.
Ford.
It ain't my kind. It's cheap, man. Come on.
What's
I'll
cheap?
trade you. I'll
It's
trade
probably
you
got
something.
it's probably got 2,500 as a price tag, right? Well,
No,
how
I'll
much is it?
sell it to you for $1,000
That is pretty cheap
with
I
title
don't-
and everything.
I don't need it. It's a long bed truck, right? 2-wheel drive.
There's
Isn't that
no.
right?
It's 2-wheel drive, but there's no bed on it. It used to be a pulp truck, so it has like a winch,
Oh,
PPO driven
yeah.
winch. It's a dually, and the engine's
That'd be
not locked
fun.
up. I can get it running. I could probably get it running about 2 hours, maybe less,
Yeah.
but
Yeah,
it'd
we
be a
just
fun
put
video.
LS in
But
it.
I just haven't
Yeah.
messed with it.
No, I
Did you
hear
get rid of my truck yet?
Not well, yes, I've sold it, but I've still got it at the house. I got to finish it first.
Yeah.
I haven't been doing much.
Yeah. I just don't know how the hell I would have got there for that.
Yeah.
It really sucks.
Well, dude, you live way far away.
Yeah. Narcs is 2.5 hours.
Yeah.
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 Dude, that's what we need to do. That's what'll make our channels blow up. We need to do a will it run. I'll come down. I'll act like I'll buy it. I'll buy it, but act like, and we'll just be like, all right, man, I'm headed home. And I'm like, you want to go? And yep. You just jump in and we drive up here and break down every 20 miles.
Yeah, I follow you.
Ghetto rig some stuff.
Rescue truck.
Nice. I like what Carmob's talking about, man. Bigger turbos on the GTR, 1,000 horsepower S550 Mustang.
Yeah, that's
Man.
crazy stuff. I can't afford all that stuff.
No, big time. I'm over here with Chinese turbos and wore out LS motors.
What you doing, boy?
Yep.
Oh wow, that'd be cool. I'd like to go to Sebring, do the 12 hours. I think that'd be a cool attendance.
I'm sure you're gonna go to the beach while you're down there, right?
If we have time, there's a day called Beach Day where we're going to drive up and down the coast. But
Which vehicle are you taking? Stanley?
So no, a buddy of mine. I'm flying down there. So a buddy of mine has a 29 Model A with a blown small block in it, though. So it'll be kind of cool.
Yeah, that'd be neat for sure.
Yeah. So I'm excited about it. It's black.
And I
with
guess
green
it's
flames.
still not that far. So if some reason your plane gets messed up, you'll rent a car and drive back.
Oh yeah, dude. Yeah. So I fly back that next Monday. So I get to. My cousin just moved to Tampa, so I'm gonna hang out with her for a couple days and all that kind of stuff. So it'll be fun. And my brother the other day was like, "Man, let's fix the cart and you drive the cart." He's like, "Just bomb it," and I'm like, "No, I don't want to be tired when I get there."
Yeah, you definitely. I was gonna say it'd be cool, but yeah, you'd definitely be tired.
Yeah, for sure. I think it's 16 hours.
It'd be cool for the cart.
Tell
Is
me.
if you took and built like a pop-up tent on the top of it.
That's what we're gonna do for race week.
Okay, I was gonna say
Yeah.
find somewhere you could sleep in it.
Yep.
I
that's
wouldn't
what we're gonna
recommend
do.
it in middle of the winter, but yeah.
Yeah, we're gonna do that because it's like the first week of October this year. So for race week, so it'll be a good time for that. So all right, y'all, I gotta bounce. Thank you. It's good to see everybody.
Thank you very much, Narc.
Yep. Bye, y'all.
Later.
Happy New Year. All that fun stuff.
Yeah. Tomorrow's New Year's Eve, so
Close, man. All right, bye.
New Year's isn't the same for me anymore. I don't know about you guys.
I don't know. Sure. As long as I remember what day it is, yeah, I'll make a good day at it.
Yeah, we don't drink
2022
here,
is going to be a killer year for everybody. I feel it.
I hope
Not
so.
a killer and bad, like a good year for everybody.
No, not another killer year.
Yeah,
What are you
let me
doing?
rephrase it. It's going to be a great year for everybody.
I hope so.
Feel it now.
I really hope so. This COVID shit has gotten enough for me.
Yeah, I'm not. I don't want none of that.
Just act like it isn't a thing anymore.
Yeah.
Well,
Ignore it.
it ruined Thanksgiving for us.
Well, yeah, because you couldn't even taste anything if you did eat right.
We got sick. We had to be quarantined. It was just us. I mean, obviously, I'm thankful for the family I have.
Well, yeah,
But
of course.
it's different. My mother wasn't here. My oldest wasn't here. My sister didn't show up with the kids. I didn't see my stepdad. It's just kind of sucked. And then a day before Christmas, Bob's son tested positive. So we didn't have him for Christmas this year. we're huge on family here. You know, we are absolutely huge on family, and when somebody's not around, you definitely feel it. You know. Everybody, make sure you're hitting the thumbs up. We only got 13 likes. Everybody's watching, but nobody's hitting it.
There's 13 people watching. 20 thumbs up is what you got, bub.
It didn't show that on my side.
You got to refresh it.
I did.
Really? It shows 20. Let me go back and look now. 21 thumbs up.
All right. Well, keep hitting it then. Sorry. Going upstairs.
But he appreciates everybody that's already hit it. Don't let him.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm not good at this.
You're fine.
I didn't see.
What didn't you see?
SFT says 22 likes now. Sweet.
So I got a question for old Cletus there.
Uh-oh.
Completely off topic. When you want to bid on something on Copart, do you have to have a business, or is it just you have to have a membership?
It depends on which Copart it is. The one here where I live, you have to have either a dealership or a car repair place, like auto body shop or something like that. The one in Memphis, you just had to have a membership, and then you could bid all you want. And then they have some where you can have a membership and then pay somebody that has, I forgot what they call it, but there's like an in-between guy you can pay to buy the car for you. So it all depends on where you live, man. You looking at some cars?
Yeah, I'm addicted to things, and I haven't really ever looked at this Copart thing, and then I just realized that one.
Copart's kind of high on some cars, though. Some cars you're like, oh man, that's gonna be way too expensive. Like they had a '67 Mustang there. I'm like, I'm not even gonna look at it. I'll take a quick video of it. I'm not even gonna look at it. I know it's gonna be expensive, and it sold for $1,100, and it ran and drove and everything. I was like, oh my god, what did I do? I didn't even. Man, I could have bought it. And then there was like a 2001 GMC single cab Sierra that was rusted out from up north, and it went for like $5,000 something. I'm like, what is going on?
Did you say $1,100?
Yep.
Well, I was just watching it was a pretty clean looking 55 Chevy 2-door. Had some front end damage. I mean, just needed a fender. Worst case scenario, maybe the frame was bent. I have other frames.
Sure.
That thing sold for $3,500.
Oh wow! You could buy, if you want to do an LS swap and something, you could buy a Tahoe there. For like $2,000. Running, driving. It might be a little beat up, but you don't care because you're taking the engine. There's S10s if you want to do, put old truck on an S10 frame or something. There's all kind of stuff you could do there. Now, the Coyotes are still expensive, and then pretty much all Mopar is expensive. But
the reason I kind of got hooked on it is because I want to get something with a V10 2005 or newer for Ford, and I'm just running into a lot of roadblocks of trying to find that motor affordable because it's just not in very affordable vehicles.
I would say, right. And if you get one from Copart, it's going to be probably ragged out by now because they're older now. But you can go down LKQ, and you can just buy from LKQ by yourself. I was going to say I have a code, but you can buy LKQ even. So, and they'll search junkyards around the country, and you can get different prices depending on what condition it's in, how many miles, and all that stuff. So, as the Stupid Fast Truck is right, as a broker who I was thinking of. So some places you can use a broker to buy for you, and they're like $300 to $500 on top of whatever you get the car for. So.
Yes.
Extra fees. Yes, Copart has a lot of fees. So if you buy a car for $1,100, you'll get out the door for about $26.
Oh.
There's a lot of fees.
I'm looking at an old camper it's got like a bit about $100 on it.
Yep.
And I'm just looking at it for a 460 and a C6.
Yeah. So say if it sold for $100, you'd be out the door somewhere. Depending on your state and everything, but after taxes, you should be somewhere around $900 to $1,000.
Dang.
For just fees?
Yep.
And that'd be through a brokerage, right?
That's through a broker. Now, if you do it yourself, it's a little bit cheaper, but the fees are still pretty high there.
I will still buy things off the side of the road for this price.
Yeah.
So to
well,
buy
at
from
the
Copart, you
even
have
at a
to have
regular
a
auction,
license.
you're going to get fees, but at Copart, the fees are almost triple of a regular auction.
So I looked into getting my light, or when I had my license, dealer's license, I looked into dealing with Copart just to buy wrecks and stuff. And you have to put down so much money, and they hold your cash.
Yep,
You
until
know,
you
like-
cash it out.
Yeah.
Here in Arkansas, it's $450 plus your fees to start. So it's
Oh, is
$450
that
cash
cheap?
to put down.
Oh, yeah. It was a lot more than that here. I think it's $1,000 is the minimum.
Oh wow.
Yeah. So
that's what it is here after your regular fees that everybody pays.
Right.
And then if you take that money back, like, hey, let me have that money back, then they put you down to the regular membership. And
yes, that's the same thing.
it's like, what the hell?
Yeah.
Well, I know
so
there
really,
was a while.
that membership costs that much.
I actually signed up to bid on a Barrett Jackson auction one time.
Oh wow.
And I was blown away by the fact that it was like $2,500 down just to get your bidding ticket, and it was non-refundable. So
They want you to buy.
Well, you're going to buy something pretty much.
Yes, it was essentially $2,500 entry fee, and if you didn't buy nothing, they just kept your money.
Hey guys, I'll be right back.
We'll be
But
here.
if you bought something, it went towards what you bought.
Yeah, that's how they get those high turnovers. They don't. So any auction, they don't want to hold anything. When the auction's done, they want everything sold.
Yep.
And that's to motivate people to buy these cheaper cars, because the first few days, like Barrett Jackson, they go
also to let it go. So if the
Yes.
sellers,
Yes.
if the seller's $800 they want to be, the $800 less than your minimum, then you're like, well, I don't want to pay another fee. I'll just sell it for less. Yeah, you're right. They'll get you.
Yeah. So auctions, everybody thinks they're great, but I've been burnt more than once by more than one auction company.
Yep.
Well, that's just it.
You
I
just
bought
gotta
a
be
lot
careful
of
in 'em.
cars at auction, and I'll tell you right now, I've always paid more than probably what it's worth at an auction versus just buying it off somebody.
Yep.
Sometimes, yep.
But the good thing about auction is there's usually a plethora of whatever you're looking for.
Yeah.
So
It's usually instead of looking at one or two cars,
Right.
you're looking at 30 or 40 or
Exactly.
maybe more.
So
But
that was always the upside I felt was, just there's more of it. So, your money might go a little further because you might get to buy a better car.
oh, I was at the last time I was at the auction, I had a problem with them. I was sitting there bidding, and they kept looking behind me every time I bid, and then raised the bid. So after a minute, I look behind me to see who's bidding. There's nobody back there.
Oh, they'll ghost
And I'm
bid
like,
you.
Finally, I'll walk away. They're like, no, you're the highest bidder. I'm like, nah, forget y'all.
Yep.
I'm bidding
I've
against
been ghost
myself.
bid. I can't tell you how many times.
I hate
And,
that.
Yeah, I went to
It's-
one
it's in a
particular
small
auction and quit going because of that.
Yeah, if it's at a small auction, you can catch. They
Yes,
can't
it was.
pull.
That's what it was. It
If
was.
you're at an
one.
auction where there's like 10 lanes, and
Yeah.
you're trying to go back and forth, and
Yeah, I've been to
10 lanes
auctions
is
with 3 and
insane.
4 rings, and it's hard to keep up. Period.
yeah, but if they will start ghost bidding you. It's because they get a percentage of the sale. So if it sells for more, they get a little bit more of it.
So we had a local guy here that was a huge hoarder and collector. He just went to auctions, bought stuff, and stuck it out on a farm. He never did anything with it. So when he died, there was like 1,800 cars on 2 properties, and they had this big auction. So they paid this auction house to come in, and they were supposed to get X amount of percentage of the sale. So when they came in, they dug out all these cars and they lined them all up, and they did all the prep work, and it was a lot of work for them to get all these cars going. And they did the first auction, 600 cars. And a lot of them went for scrap. A lot of them were junk. Like minimum bid was all like $300 on every one of them because that's what scrap was at the time. So you weren't getting anything super cheap. You were going to still pay scrap price for it. And by the time it was all done, they made a huge profit just off the first 600 cars because some of them sold for way too much. But the owners were like, we don't want to deal with this. So they literally just called a scrap company and scrapped the other, 1,100 or whatever they had and didn't tell the auction company. And the auction company actually sued them for the loss of profits on the minimum for every car and ended up winning a huge sum of money. And the family was all messed, they were all pissed off about it. And it's like, what did you expect? You signed a contract with this auction company.
Yep. And that's, the auction company has that contract for a reason.
Yep.
They're in this to make money. So I actually know somebody that owns an auction company, and but they do a lot of estate sales type stuff. But he calls me a lot when he has like multiple cars, and I go out and I always try to check them out. And he's pretty legit. But man, I've just been burnt so many times with others that I'm always leery.
Well, like Chef Shade Tree right there, sometimes you can go to the dealership, like the new dealerships, and buy the trade-ins. And sometimes you can buy cars, they'd only give like $200 for them. So they want $300, just make them $100, or they want $500, just make a little bit of money on. You can get some good cars. But right now, the ones they do get trade-in, they want money for them. And if they're nice enough that they could put them on their used lot, meaning if they have less than 150,000 miles now, it used to be less than like 70,000, but now it's like less than 150,000 miles and they look pretty good, they're going to sell them.
You have cars with 150,000 miles on lots?
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah, trade-ins? Oh, yeah.
Absolutely.
Around here, it's 220 plus.
Well, they got them trade-ins too, but I'm saying, like, there's old people that trade their cars in with 30,000 miles. You know, it doesn't matter.
Yeah. Well, you get a lot of lease
They won't give
turn-ins
nothing for them, of course.
around too. So,
Did
now,
you say?
we do have the ones that have 500,000 on them and stuff that get traded in? You know.
And you actually put them back on the lot to sell?
No, they don't. I would.
They
I
don't.
don't care. I'll sell a car at high miles. I mean, I'll check it out.
I did.
I
sold stuff over 300 all the time.
Oh yeah, it depends on what it is too.
That doesn't scare me.
I wouldn't put like a Nissan Versa, a newer Nissan Versa with CVT.
A newer Nissan Versa is not going to have 300,000 miles.
You're right.
And if it does, it's the one Nissan Versa.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You
So
guarantee that those parts are not original, like that motor or transmission's on its second round.
Yeah.
Well, say if I get something with an LS motor, like a Tahoe, I'll put it out there with 300,000 miles, no problem. Them things last forever. Yeah, I'll make sure it's not. I'll make sure the head gaskets are good. Make sure it's not smoking or leaking everywhere. And then,
how many miles you guys think are on my 350?
260.
Is it diesel or gas?
It's gas.
It's gas.
Gas burner. So
The 5.4?
250,000.
5.4. Yeah. How much?
250,000.
What about you, David?
I was in the 250 range.
On the dash, it says 310.
I was not surprised.
I'd sell them too. Them 5.4, the 2 valves anyway.
Yeah, 2 valves are great. Boy, I got burnt on a 3 valve one time.
Ooh,
burnt bad.
Cam phasers.
Yeah, well, it turned out to be a lot of stuff, but I lost $3,000 and was so happy to see it go out of my life.
Done with it.
Yeah, my wife come home. She was like, "Did you sell the truck?" And I was like, "Yeah." She's like, "How much money did you make?" I said, "I lost $3,000." She was like, "You're awful happy to have lost $3,000." I said, "I don't have to work on it anymore."
Yeah, I would not buy a 04 to 06 F-150 with a 2 valve 5.4 unless I'm buying scrap price.
Yeah. Well, I bought this at auction through Copart that ran and drove. Did not run or drive.
Ran and drove.
No, it wasn't even pulling gear. It was I had to put a
no.
transmission in it, and it was garbage.
So how does that work when it says run and drive and you bought it with that?
They don't do
jack
jack for you.
If it starts up and goes into gear, not even if it moves, just if it goes into gear, run and drive.
Yeah. They don't
so
actually
it doesn't
move
say
them.
run and drive. You got to worry.
Well, it depends on what
I
you're
like
buying.
them when they don't say that because that means they didn't even try.
That means
If
it
they have a
probably
dead
doesn't have a battery
battery
in it. They're not going to put a battery in it, you know.
Gotcha.
There's a guy local to me that buys classic cars and runs them through Copart and sells them all the time, and all of them pretty much run and drive. But he puts everything negative on them, and that way nobody can ever come back on him.
Yep.
And you know,
And most
I think
people are
it's
probably
smart.
happy with what they get. They get it, and they're like,
Yeah, they get it. It's better than they expect. Yeah, and he makes.
I love buying cars like that, and that's why I try to sell cars too. You know, because you want people happy. But
Yeah, I always wanted my stuff to run. You know, I wanted to make sure it was as good as it could be.
yeah, for sure.
It's looking like it's going to be $60 just to be able to bid on anything under $1,200 bid before you got to make a deposit for this one.
That's stupid.
That sounds pretty low for Copart.
Yeah.
Unknown on how long this is going to go, Mom. If you're bored, go ahead and take off. I appreciate I appreciate what you do. You're good.
And for
She
Thanks
wants
for
to go
coming and hanging
watch
out,
the-
Junker Clunkers, Mom.
She wants to go watch Young and Restless, probably.
Junker Clinker's mom, huh?
Oh, Clinkers.
Who put Clinkers in there? Ma, you gotta fix your name. You're making me look bad. You embarrass me.
I'm glad somebody noticed it. I didn't even notice.
You're embarrassing me in front of my friends, Ma.
You take your last beer?
Yeah, last tall boy was it?
Oh, surprisingly, nobody in my family down here drinks.
Yeah, I don't.
We're all just kind of illiterate, and
That's because how you came out. They
way.
felt bad. They're like, "Oh, we better not drink anymore." I'm just kidding, John.
I just can't
I gotta
do
get
it no
myself
more.
something.
I will smash your face into a car windshield.
Yeah.
Face.
You ever seen the movie Waiting?
Yes.
Yes.
With him in it right there? Yeah, he's a good funny actor. I like him.
Oh, he is hilarious.
I don't watch a lot of movies.
It's an older movie, but it's pretty funny.
I went almost 10 years without watching TV.
What?
I don't
Wait a
watch much
second.
TV.
Here's
I mean,
one.
this
for
was years
everybody.
ago before YouTube or anything. I just
dang.
Just one day I was like, I'm done watching TV. I got too much stuff to do. And almost 10 years later, then I turned my TV back on, and the damn thing went out. It lasted like 3 weeks.
Oh no!
Because it just was
Everybody
sitting,
in
I
here.
guess, or whatever.
Everybody in here better know this.
That's an attention getter.
That's some old Duke boys, isn't it?
Yeah, okay. So I can't
Just
see a meme of his with him in it and not hear his voice.
I know.
Because it's so gravelly and just it's so unusual.
You know, for the longest, I didn't know he was in Honeymooners. I'm like, oh, that makes a lot of sense.
He did a lot of stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He did a lot
That
of
Mongrels
stuff.
has no idea. I bet, yeah, you and your Trans Am have no idea, Mongrels. I believe you.
Why did you wear something?
Oh,
whoa.
Bearded Wonder.
There you go.
I think it was just all close up and stuff. That was the surprise.
Where are you tonight, dudes?
I'm sitting in my basement. I got computer stuff I got to do.
Oh, nice.
Like,
Didn't have anybody tied up in there today.
get on Copart and try to figure out how to bid on something.
Dude, that beard is growing.
In April, we can both shave it off. Be like,
I usually do the
New
goatee
face.
in the summertime.
I
Yeah,
figure
it's
I'm gonna
bad
let
angle.
it grow. I'm not gonna. I'll trim this because I don't like it all on my mouth stuff. But I'm gonna let this grow until April. See what it does.
I got a lot of gray coming in this time.
I do
Mine's-
too, but you can't tell.
Mine's not so
till-
much red this time. Usually
Yeah.
mine's a lot of red. Now it's kind of brown. I haven't seen any gray yet, but
I got plenty of grays.
Yeah.
I got gray in my hair.
And I'm very
You have
balding
hair?
up here.
Wow. I don't have any of that. I can't wait for that Hims. Or I think it's Hims that does the hair loss thing. I see it on all the YouTube promotions. Can't wait for them to reach out to me and see if I want to for them to sponsor a video. Can't wait.
Can't wait.
Yeah, you
Like,
want to
yeah,
get
I need
one
that.
razor the
Oh,
razor.
yeah, the 3-bladed razor thing.
Yeah, the one that does for heads or whatever.
Yeah.
I forgot what it's called, but you might want to see if they want to do it. Or
Yeah, I'll
something.
see if they want to work with me. I could use that.
I've been trying to get some more sponsors, and I've got a couple people talking about it, but nobody's jumped the gun on it yet. They're like,
The discussion of the beards.
yeah, I guess so.
Sometimes.
Everybody got beards, pretty much.
Yeah.
Usually,
if you
by
see me
now-
without a beard, it's because I've been on fire, and it's
Yeah. Oh,
happened
no.
a few times in my life. I mean, it's this is a little singed and it
Love
smells
the way-
bad. You just got to
I was
cut it
gonna say,
off.
Don't you? I love the way it smells when you.
When it's
burn
on fire, no.
You see, at this point, I'd be doing the CP on fire thing, but WTF is like, it's overplayed.
Yeah, you just cut it down a little bit more, where it's just I'm on fire, and then that's it.
No, you got to do the whole thing.
Oh well.
You got to.
Hey, I've been on fire enough in my life to know that he was pretty excited about it, and for a good reason. Yeah.
So every time I played that before, even now, but when I was putting it together, our dog Snickers over here would just start barking uncontrollably.
Maybe she's trying to save his life.
What Snickers? You want to say hi?
Now you got me
Is that
thinking
the
I don't
brown
want to
and
bid on
white one?
Copart stuff.
Yeah, thinking what?
So now you got me thinking I don't want to bid on Copart stuff.
Have you looked at
Just be
IIAA?
prepared.
Dudes, have you looked at anything on IIAA?
Who doesn't have a
They also do wrecks and stuff, but they
Insurance,
don't have
auto auction.
nearly as many fees.
Yeah, definitely.
Well, you know, my biggest thing is like I gotta stay somewhat nearby, so maybe like
Yeah.
it's got to be able to either drive home, or I'm gonna have to ship it, or you know, haul it for 5 hours, and that's a pain. You know, there's all that extra expense.
So, are you looking for a wreck or?
I'm just looking for something
just-
with a V10, but I came across this camper with a 460 in it, and I'm like, you know, a 460 and a C6 would be cool in a Galaxy.
It would be cool. I mean, it
should be easier to find.
As easy as it goes to put in too. I mean, you're not going to get much easier than that. Putting a V10 in it is cool.
I missed out. What are you putting a V10 in?
So I want to put a V10 in my Fairlane, and I was going to take the 302 out of the Fairlane and put it in the Galaxy after building it, but it's like if I can get a V10 and a 460, I can just get rid of all the Ford small blocks and just let them
So
sit
what
in the
kind of
barn, I
price
guess.
are you looking to spend on a V10?
What am I willing to spend?
Yes.
Is that what you're asking? I mean,
Yeah, the most. I mean, I'm not saying I'd find you something at the most in your budget, but yeah.
So if it's a good running and driving, I have to have the transmission with it.
Okay.
Because I don't want to have to deal with getting a tranny or having one
So
modified.
you need
for
the
a four-wheel
wiring
drive.
harness and all that then.
Yeah, that's why I kind of want just something running and driving, two-wheel drive, with a V10. Earlier in 2005, so it's the better V10 essentially for what I read. I want to spend like $4,500. It's kind of my price range.
But you don't care if it's all beat to shit or
No, and I've actually found better luck, better price, lower mileage on some campers on insurance sales that have been wrecked up in the back. You know, it's
or leaking and all that. Yeah, who cares, right? You're not
Yep,
gonna
I don't care about any of that. I just want the motor and tranny. And I've priced the motor and tranny. You can get it for roughly that for a decent one. But I want the whole vehicle just because if I need some stupid little thing, I'll just have it.
It's always better to buy that way if you can.
Yeah, motor mounts if you need to take the old ones and build them onto the new one. Yeah, all kind of stuff
Yep.
you do.
And then at the end of the day, you know, we just want to get the motor all in there, running and driving. It doesn't have to be anything special. And then we'll go buy another V10, build that one all up, and then just
switch it. Yeah. I like that plan. I mean, it's almost foolproof because you get it in, you get all the fab work done that you need. And if there's anything you didn't like, the second time when you do it, you can fix those little tweaks or whatever. And and then you end up with a much better build in the end.
Yeah, because at the end of the day, I mean, I want air conditioning, I want power steering, I want all the options that new truck's going to have on that motor or camper or whatever I take it out of, and get that all into the car. Well, to do that, I mean, we're going to have to cut the whole front sub off the car, rebuild it from the ground up, do everything tubular, roll cage the car, back half the car, and then once it runs and drives, work out the kinks, build another V10, and then give it some actual power.
Yeah. A lot of people do that with LS swaps. When they do their first LS swap, they put a 5.3 in, get it running, do all the other stuff, and then go back and build a motor later. I mean, it's a smart way to go.
Yep.
And then you also have a backup engine that you can build and have on a stand, or have that you can build and put on a stand. So
I'm going to sound stupid because I'm not a Chevy guy, but what defies an LS? Has it got to be the 6.0?
No.
The LS is what years?
5.7, 5.3, 4.8, 6.0, 6.2.
So technically,
the first year was what, 99?
Well, no, the LS. I mean, the LS7 came out in the Corvettes and stuff. I mean, they came out.
Well, I'm saying that like the LS that came in a Chevy pickup that you could pick up for
$99
or whatever. I think it was 99 to 08.
Original
And 08,
LS
you get
series
some
was
of them with
debuted in
the LT
97.
and some of them with LS.
So yeah, I mean, I can get those from. There's a local guy that tows he does my towing and everybody I knows, and he sells them to us for like $700. So, but you don't know what you get. You just get you get a wrecked truck. He brings and drops off a truck, and you give him $700, and you get what you get. But if the motor is like cracked or whatever, he will replace the whole truck. But he has to pick it back up. But Then he sells it at scrap for $300 because that's what it was worth. So, yeah. So, but like a lot of people consider the 5.3 technically is not an LS; it's an LQ motor. That the 4.8 is an LQ. The 6.0 is an LQ.
Well, it's still
anything that came
LS.
in a truck will be an LQ motor. But the only difference is it has an iron block, and people are stupid about things, and they like to be right, and they just want to argue about it.
So we're only calling LS motors aluminum block. That's what we're
At the end of the day, it's still a push rod vehicle. I mean, it's
and it's the same. All the internals are the same. All, you can take a cam out of any of them and put it in another one. It's all the same.
Yeah,
but
so you will have people that'll identify a block based on its casting, and I guess if it's not cast in aluminum, that's a different casting. So technically, it's not an
LS. Yeah, but for the grand scheme of things, who cares? It's an LS,
guys.
It has all the, all the stuff in it that you want.
So I sent you a $2,000 Ford Excursion that runs and drives. The Cadillac converters have been stolen on it, but it has the V10 and everything. No rust.
Better, I know Excursion.
You don't care about rust, but there's no rust. But
I think that you've done good at parenting when your son runs down the stairs all excited saying, "Dad, look what I found."
Was that a Jeep?
Yeah, it's a Gladiator. It's a 66
Oh, the Gladiator.
Yeah.
I love those Cherokees. The Gladiators are cool, but they're much rarer.
My son has his driving permit now. He's trying to talk me into finding him something cool. I'm like, hey, man.
I thought you bought him something cool and sold it.
Well, I had my Jenny I was going to give him. It was an 84, like the K5 Blazer.
Yeah.
I'm like, well, I want a Camaro. I'm like, okay, well, let's find a Camaro. And that Camaro
was garbage.
All the title
I saw
problems.
that. I watched it.
I could have rebuilt it and everything, put an LS in it or something, but all the title problems, I'm just like, okay, I'm getting rid of it. Then I was like, well, now he wants the El Camino. I'm like, this one right here is a little too fast for you, buddy. And, I'd rather buy him a shitty one, and put an LS in it or something.
Hey, Junkers, I found a El Camino that's by me that's been wrecked if you need a frame.
Hey, if you need a frame, that junkyard here got a bunch of El Caminos, dude.
2, 3.
So here's the question, though. How the hell are we going to get it here?
I don't know, but I bet you get it for $300 or $400 for the body and the frame.
Yeah, same thing down here is I can get you the whole vehicle for $300-400 now.
Yeah.
It's not really buildable, but it's great for parts.
This one's been hit in the back. He hit just above the back bumper, hit the tailgate quarter pair.
Tailgates are super expensive.
And I'm sure it's not all rotted, right?
I mean, you shouldn't. I bet it has paint on the frame.
How's your
like original paint? I bet there's no rust.
The airbags in the back of yours, Junk, are they still good?
Airbags?
Yeah,
the helper bags
in the back where you put the weight on there. They got a little thing. You open your gas door and there's a little air thing. You put on there, air it up. It should. They come factory 87.
With 86. This is an 86.
86, same thing. It's from 85 and on. They come standard. Before that, you had to get them special.
I've never seen them. Models. Well, I've seen them, but no.
Open your gas tank and you'll see the air chuck right there. Unless
I was just underneath it and I didn't see any.
Somebody could have taken them out, but
I'll have to look.
They used to come in the Conquistas.
Yes,
and you had to order
I've seen them in those.
Yeah, but after 85, I believe they came in everything. It was standard.
I think this is the El Camino Conquistas thing you just said.
Well, you'll know the difference because they'll say Conquista on the dash, and then also it'll be two-tone. So the top will be one color, and the rest of the car will be another color.
When I decoded it, I'm pretty sure it said that.
Could be.
They
made a few different models.
I didn't know they put factory air shocks in El Caminos. I'm not a big El Camino guy.
Well, I wasn't either, but I've been doing a lot of research on them because I got this one out here, and my son wants one. So
I'm just learning all the stuff about them.
I had a 69 for a while, but that's the only one I've ever owned.
So you guys can probably answer a little better for me. From what I've researched, 78 to 87,
all the same body style.
G body, Regal, Monte Carlo, Pontiac.
For most of the parts, yes. But if you're looking for a frame, El Caminos share the same frame as wagons.
Yeah. Correct. But if you're looking for like dash parts and stuff like that,
they're the
even
same.
seats are pretty
Bucket seats are the same. Consoles are the same.
Frame looks the same as the Regal.
So the El Camino I have out here right now has seats out of a Monte Carlo. And the only reason you know that they're not for that vehicle, or you know they're out of another vehicle, because if you push them forward to get to the big space underneath, they have ashtrays because they were front seats.
Yeah.
So another thing to think about too, when you have any of the floor pans in those cars, 2-door or 4-door, are exactly the same. The El Camino was its own floor pan. That was the only one that exclusively had its own floor pan.
I'm gonna need floor pans.
Yeah, I saw the video.
Yeah, you definitely have floor pans.
What'd you think of the reaction?
I think buying a Southern donor car for you, even if you had to spend $300 or $400 to come get it, would be cheaper than trying to fix the frame on yours and buy metal.
Yeah, no,
I'm
because you
pretty
could get a
sure
wreck
if you
and
found a
just
Southern car. The car he has would become the donor car.
That would be easier.
That would be.
But a lot of the Southern cars you're going to find will have title issues because they've
that's the only way you're
passed
gonna find
hands and
cheap.
hands.
Exactly. If they have a title down here in the South, they're not going to be cheap.
Yeah.
Oh.
So cheap ones you'll
I
find
don't need a title.
Exactly. $400 or $500
Exactly. So
you
you
find
get it
one that has title issues where somebody pulled the motor out of it 30 years ago and it's been through 15 different places and nobody's ever messed with the title because they
It's been
didn't care.
sitting in the
But
yard
also,
15 years or what? Yeah.
yeah. In Tennessee, I can file a claim against it and it costs
Apparently,
$30.
it's supposed to be a lot easier to get a title in Tennessee.
So in South Dakota, I have a guy that owns a scrapyard. And all you have to do, and this is completely legal, is take the car up there, let it sit for 30 days. He'll charge you $100, let it sit there for 30 days. He can classify it as scrap on his lot, and then he can reissue a bonded title through South Dakota for it.
So I can get a bonded title here too. Both the Camaros I have had title issues when I got them, but it's so easy to fix around here that it takes 15 minutes at the courthouse and $30. So I just go fix it.
Where are you at in Tennessee?
Just south of Knoxville.
Oh, shoot. You're on the other side.
I'm on the other side from you.
Yeah. It's like, dang, I need somebody to do some titles fixing for me.
Yeah, it's like 10 hours from you at least.
Cletus, you need to look into Vermont laws.
Yeah, I've heard that that you could just file it on the internet and then get a title and then get a title in your own state.
So you have to send in payment and in a form, and it goes to the state of Vermont, and then as long as everything checks out, you get your shit. So I ended up registering my Honda because I didn't have a title, and in New Hampshire I need a title because it's an 03. Vermont, it don't matter. 15 years is 15 years.
Yeah.
They don't give two shits, and you don't have to be a resident or anything, which is
Well, I've got
crazy.
an 06 Jeep that I've got to get titled. So
Perfect.
So here it has to be 30 years old or older. That's one of the clauses. You either have to have a police officer come out and verify that the VIN number on the car matches what you wrote down, or you can actually take the windshield out and do an impression tracing of the VIN number to prove that it's right. And actually, I did that on the IROC because the IROC had a busted windshield. So I just pulled.
I usually just throw my dealer tags on it and drive it up to the.
Well, you can do that too. Yeah, mine didn't run.
I don't think I even had to have a VIN
I would have had to
verification
push it.
done.
That's well, yeah.
I'm pretty sure I did. And you can even get 20-day tags online right now in Vermont.
Really? How do they even manage that?
I have no
Did you
idea,
print
but
that out?
They just want that money.
That's exactly what it's Vermont, and they're looking for the cash.
Kick-ass too, $4,500. Yeah, and I don't. That's not the name of our
I
channel.
wonder how it does when you don't live there.
What, Vermont?
I mean, a drive-out tag is
means
legal
nothing.
in all 50 states.
Right,
It means,
of course.
it means absolutely nothing.
I was
You're
saying
using
title.
So after you've registered it, you want to leave it in Vermont for a little bit, and then you'll take your registration and go to your current town hall, because your state is asking for a title. It's demanded, but Vermont, you don't have to have a title on something 15 years.
Right.
So you're coming from a non-titleable state. You're just going to apply for a title down in your state.
I know in
Like-
Alabama they don't have to have a title for anything.
No.
All you have to have is the VIN number to get issued a tag.
You don't even need a windshield in Texas to drive. So
That's crazy.
Isn't it?
So in Iowa,
you want one though.
In Iowa, you don't have to have windshield, but they will cite you for non-working wipers.
how can they tell?
That's great.
So the lowriders that we built in high school, like idiots, when we put the cowl on there, we used to shave the wipers off, to make it smooth, and then we just put Rain-X on there.
Yep. Was also
it
where
wasn't the
if
greatest
you,
idea.
if you cut a potato and rub a potato on your windshield, it works just as good as Rain-X.
I've heard
Really?
that.
Coke.
Yep.
Coke works
My
too.
dad used to run a lot of tri-fives.
Man, that Hoover sleeve, man, that's rough stuff. You get enough of that in you don't need wipers. Just stick your head out the window,
Coke
right?
can be expensive too.
Expensive too. Wipers are cheaper.
Dave, this one's for you.
You know,
David.
I'm with you.
This one's for you.
I saw that. Yes, I'm in Tennessee. But I don't know where he's at in Tennessee.
Hey, Chef Shantry said if you get one of the vehicles, he'll trailer it to you, Junker. It might work for you.
For
I
how
mean, I think
much?
that'd work out.
For how much is the question?
I don't know.
We just need to
Talk to
build a
that
set.
guy.
Well, yeah, you are in Canada though. I'd never buy another Canadian vehicle. Oh my God, you talk about a nightmare getting it transferred to the States. I would buy it for parts alone, and that's it.
So years ago, I picked up another 66 Mustang. This was a V6, or sorry, it was a V8. So I was going to take the spindles and everything I needed for mine to turn into a V8. So I get it home and I start looking at it in the daylight, and I'm like, I can't do that. This thing's a survivor. So I posted on the local Craigslist. Marketplace wasn't huge back then here.
Right.
And I got a couple small bites, but nobody really wanted to pay me what I thought it was worth. So I threw it up on eBay. Now, I put in the description, this is a local pickup only. I do not have a title. Don't ask for one.
Yep.
Overseas, this guy has the bright idea to buy it.
Okay.
4 months it took for this guy to send somebody. And he kept
Now,
giving me
in
shit
eBay's
because it didn't have a
clause,
title.
they have a certain amount of days they have to pick it up
28.
before they forfeit
Really?
their money.
It's 28 days.
Yep.
I wish I
So-
would have known that.
Now, if they get it transported, now if they say, "Hey, I'm going to be 30 days," I'm sure you wouldn't have,
Work
But yeah, 2 months it gets
Yeah.
a little excessive after a while.
So I sold a 62 Catalina to a guy that I built. He bought it from Germany, and he sent his shipper. He like messaged. This is years ago, 7 or 8 years ago. He messaged me and was like, "Hey, I'm not a scammer. I want to buy this." And I was like, "As long as your check clears the bank before I send the car, I'm fine with it. Whatever." And I was like, "You have to pay all the PayPal fees," because I put up there that I wanted cash because I didn't want to have to pay the PayPal fees. He paid all the stuff, and he's like, "All I want is to make sure you're willing to work with the shipper to load it." And I was like, "Dude, whatever. I don't care. I'll put it on the trailer. It runs. It's no big deal. Drive it on there." So that guy was almost 3 months, but he told me it would be a minute before a shipper could get there. I was like, "That's fine," but he paid what I wanted. But he told me where junkers didn't know, and they just pawned it off on him.
It gets worse though.
Oh,
Even
really?
though I put in the clause in the description, this thing has no title. He didn't listen. So I went as far as going down to my city hall, and I had them print off a certified paper stating that this doesn't need all it needs is a bill of sale. But because he was shipping it out of the country, and I plain and simple told him, I don't know what to tell you. And he had the shipper come and get it. And I guess it was sitting down in Pennsylvania. I don't know if it's still there, which is really sad because that car deserved to be brought back to life. But it ended with him trying to get his money back. And I mean, I talked to PayPal. I was like, listen, this guy
Not
had
gonna
this
work
much
for him.
time. You can go in and see everything that I typed the day that I put it on. And I said, you can see all the messages that we sent back and forth.
Yeah,
and I
well,
told him not to buy it.
eBay's kind of shitty in the fact that if the car is older than 10 years old, they would have to flat out lie for them to cover it. So if you get it and the transmission's bad, if it's older than 10 years, it is what it is.
Yeah,
But
it's newer than 10 years.
They say this thing runs perfect. There's no transmission problems, and then you get it and its transmission's bad, then it go back on them. But unless it's newer than 10 years, they have to do some kind of coverage or not warranty, but they have to guarantee that whatever you put in there is what it is. So
I actually bought a 99 Buick Regal GS supercharged 3800, and that was in 06. So it wasn't that old. I bought it on eBay and paid with PayPal, but like I thought I stole that car because I got it for like $4,200 at the time. And I was like, I only had 40,000 miles on it. Super, all the options, everything. I drove to Chicago to get it. It was like 2.5 hours from where I was at the time. It made it about 45 minutes out of town before it laid a rod right through the block. And it's like, yep, that's bad. So I had to fight with a towing company to get towed all the way back home, but they did it for free because I had, roadside assistance and stuff.
Oh, there you go.
And I got it back home, and I'm like, I want a refund on this. The motor's shelled, So I went back through and went after the guy, and he's like, nope, you should have known, and as is. And it's like, no, it only has 40,000 miles. I didn't expect to throw the motor in like 45 minutes. Sure. So I got with PayPal. eBay didn't want to do anything for me. And when I talked to PayPal, they're like, well, we have this policy, and we'll go after him for the money. And you have the title and everything, right? And I'm like, yep. And they paid me my money back and went after him. And the car was essentially free to me at that point because they let me keep it. So I took the $4,500 and built the motor.
There you go.
There you go. I sold
eBay's, they're a little better now in their protection stuff, but still, I don't know. I hate eBay sometimes. I like eBay. So
I sold a 79 or 80. I don't even remember now. It was an 85 Cutlass that I'd built. I've built a bunch of cars, and I sold it to a guy in North Dakota. And he calls me on the phone, and this guy was. I've sold several. This guy was in Pennsylvania. Anyways, he calls me. Hey, I'm gonna come pick this car up, and I'm like, in the description, it's a 307. I don't know anything about it. I've drove it around town a little bit. Brakes work. It shifts gears. Basically, is all. And I sold it for like $1,200 or something. It's pretty cheap. This has been years ago, back when these G bodies were worthless.
Yeah, I guess so.
Anyway, so the guy calls me and he's like, hey, I'd like to buy it. Do you think it'll make it to Pennsylvania? I said, absolutely not. Have you ever driven a classic car? And he was like, no, this will be my first. I was like, I wouldn't do it, but you can do whatever you want. So he's like, well, I think I'm going to try it. So he wins the bid. Like 3 days later, wins the bid. And he's like, hey, when can I come get it? I was like, whenever, man. He was like, would you pick me up at the bus station? Are you riding a bus down here to get this?
Thanks.
So I was like, absolutely, I'll come pick you up. So his bus gets in at like 4:30 in the morning. So I go pick him up, and the bus station is sketchy. What do we got there? Shiny parts.
Oh, sorry.
Door panel.
That's all right.
Door panel.
We all get excited when we see plastic baggies.
Yeah, shiny parts.
This is an eBay, pretty cheap door panel, but it comes with the armrest.
Is it padded too? The armrest part padded?
It's padded, yeah.
Okay, so they used to sell those that were hard plastic like that. Look good, but the top
is for a Ford truck. And for the Ford truck, this right here, you could buy a set of them on KQ for $150. But there's no armrest. The armrests are $112. But this right here on eBay was $62 for the one I need and the armrest. Now, it's not blue, so I'll probably have to take the other one off and paint it black. But I think
what happened for?
I could paint this one blue, I guess. It's for the 79 Ford.
Really?
Yep.
You'd be surprised. I've restored a lot of those hand pieces that get all screwed up. You can make those pretty easily.
Yeah.
The armrest?
Yeah.
Yeah, on this one, I was just going to
I wouldn't be giving $150 for it.
Oh, well.
I would, but then I look for all the money when I sell my stuff.
G-body part is expensive.
Yeah. You can get quick to spend a bunch of money on a restoration.
Oh, yeah.
It don't take long.
But the El Camino, which when I went to that junkyard, I found a bunch of them I could have bought for like $10. And I even thought about buying them and selling them on eBay because on eBay, the cheapest one I found was $89, and this is for Monte Carlo, not El Camino, but it fits fine. So because it has the AC. If you want, I wanted the one with the AC since it has AC. So.
Did any of those cars come without AC?
Oh yeah, no, you can get it without AC.
Oh yeah, I had 2 of them without AC.
So
I've seen one of those.
I'm trying to talk Brittany into taking a Camaro front end and putting it on that. I think that looks sick as hell. I seen it on Overhaul back in the day.
Yeah. You can do it, but there's actually a kit. You got there's some stuff you got to do to the fenders.
Yeah.
Oh, I see what you're saying. Not the front end, like you're talking about the front clip. I thought you were talking about the suspension. I'm like, yeah, you could, but why?
It looks
you're
sick.
talking about the clip. So you're talking like a
it's a third gen front clip.
Front clip. Why don't you go with the Monte Carlo SS front end?
It fits better and it's easier.
You see,
much easier.
Unfortunately, everything that I think is cool, she doesn't really like as much.
What about the Monte Carlo SS front end? Did she like that?
She actually likes what's on there.
If you can really talk her into it,
I thought it looked fine. I mean, I would black out the chrome, but that's just a personal thing.
That's what I would do too.
Do you
The
have
one
the
I
little
like?
thing on the? Let me find it. The little thing on
This
the
is my idea because I'm a Buick person now. You paint it black, you put a Regal front end on it, and you put the Grand National emblems on.
Boom! I love that idea.
They have
With
a Grand
twin
National
turbo
front end.
LS motor and a
They have a
6-speed?
kit. Dudes, they have a kit to make it a Grand National front end.
Really?
I've seen it. I love it. I want it. Yeah, we have
That
that.
cost.
It's not in that kind of shape, but
This-
we still got it.
I had to buy it brand new. It was $45.
That's
See,
it.
That's
I've
nice.
never liked the hood.
I would have
bumper.
shaved it.
What you do is you don't shave it. A 78 and a 79, it's in the center of the grill and it doesn't have one.
Oh yeah.
Yep.
So the cutlasses I always took the because they had that stand-up emblem on the front. I would take those off, and then I'd take the aluminum or stainless hood trim, and I would cut it down and make a custom piece for the front to so it's you still got the piece of trim without that stand-up emblem, because I like my stuff sleek looking and stuff.
Yep.
The last one I did,
I
I
like
did
the old bulky. If I could get like a big bull or something, I'd do that.
You know,
The
the
78
saddest
and
thing,
79 has one
I'm
mean
so
grill.
sending you a bowl to put on the front of this thing.
the saddest thing about this car is it not too long ago somebody loved this thing.
Yeah.
You can really tell that somebody did love this car.
They're pretty cool. I mean, I didn't never think I'd like El Caminos, but I've been messing with this one, and the more I mess with it, the more I like it. So,
So Christmas Day was the first time that I'd seen that car in person.
yeah,
Like when I went and picked it up, that was because it was sitting at a buddy's house about a mile away. But
The 69 I enjoyed it for a little while, and then a guy traded me a 57 Chevrolet for it. I never looked back. So
Definitely.
this was also back in the 90s when you could get a 57 Chevrolet for $1,000 that ran. Those days are just so far behind us.
oh yeah, no, you couldn't get one that,
I couldn't buy,
You can't buy a
good
hood for a grand.
doors for that. Yeah, I couldn't buy good doors for that now. So
well,
so this is my brother, my really young brother, Jaden. He's up here.
oh okay, hey, yeah, well, that's nice.
Thank you, Jay. He's going to be doing his own channel soon too.
I had an 03 Avalanche with 338,000 miles on it. I bought from Copart.
Yeah,
and I fixed a bunch on it. Yeah. And I was going to sell it, but he wanted to trade for this guy had the El Camino and wanted to trade for the Avalanche. And I'm like, what's wrong with the El Camino? He actually put a bunch of work into it, had all the receipts where the engine's been built, the transmission's been built up, all chromed out in the engine. I mean, I was like, yeah, I'll trade you. Come on. And he came, and we did.
yeah,
The Avalanche I got pretty cheap.
he probably wanted a truck or trucker.
It is a 4-door Avalanche, 4-wheel
Yeah.
drive and stuff. I mean,
Yeah.
it ran good after I was done with it stuff, with LS and everything. So,
Yeah, I've got that Escalade that I drove for years. I worked out of it forever, and so I was talking to somebody the other day, and I was telling him about the transmission problems that the Escalade was giving me. Is it just wouldn't shift sometimes.
yeah.
But it pulls fine. Granted, it's got 250,000 miles on the trans, but he said, how was the battery acting? And I was like, well, it was definitely towards the end of its life, He's like, it needs a battery. Put a battery in it and an alternator. Check the alternator and then try it, because sometimes it'd work fine and sometimes it wouldn't. He said the shift solenoids are all computer controlled, of course, and it's inside the actual transmission. And sometimes if it doesn't get the right voltage, it won't send a signal to the shift solenoids. And I said, I never thought about that.
I wonder if that's what's going on with the GMC I got out here. I put a new battery in it, but I could haul with it, no problem. But between first and second, it has like a jump, and then it'll just run fine after that. I've not checked the alternator, but the
mine just wouldn't shift at all.
The new battery, so something's going on.
And you always want to make sure you have good engine grounds too.
Yeah, well, yeah.
I was thinking about my grounds next because my battery keeps draining. A brand new battery,
So if the battery's draining, that very well could be it that's causing that to happen. But I never thought about that. He's a transmission builder, and I was just talking to him about building this one, and because I considered just pulling it out, shoving it to him, and picking it up because he's so cheap and he could get to it so fast. I was looking into buying a brand new one from GM, and I'm looking at 9 months to get one, and I'm like, I'm not waiting 9 months for a trans. I'm not doing it.
Yeah,
I need this thing in the spring. So, but he's like, put a battery in it and then check the alternator and see if the alternator is good. And he's like, if both of those are good, he's like, drive it for a while and see what it does. And I was like, I ain't gonna be out nothing. Either the transmission's bad or it ain't.
Yeah. Well, it's GM, so the alternators ain't that expensive.
Yeah, exactly. It's $180 or something.
And it's not that hard to swap those solenoids if they are a problem.
Really?
Yeah.
You
don't have to pull.
I've been into a lot of them. I've never done a 6L80. I've never been in a 6L80. So
yeah, I'm not talking 6L80.
Trying to look over your shoulder, see what's going on with the Camaro.
Nothing. It's not moved since I pulled it in after the parade. Been working on the van. You saw the van.
Let's go out and do a burnout. Do a couple of rippies
in the van.
Yeah. No, don't do it. It's a Dodge. That transmission will fall out.
I'm more afraid we're going to scatter that motor on the ground.
Yeah, she's ticking pretty good, huh?
It's supposed to be nice tomorrow. So if the weather's good, I'm going to change the oil in it tomorrow.
What are you putting in for weight?
What?
520?
1030. That's what it calls for.
I'd probably put something a bit heavier in that motor.
I'm putting a quart of Lucas in it. So we'll get the extra weight from Lucas.
I like my 1540 Rotella. I use that in pretty much
Lucas
everything.
a lot. 1540 Rotella? Where are you putting that in?
Everything.
Really?
Did you notice that most of my stuff is old and it knocks?
I get it, but
1540
Rotella. That's great for like a D60 or even a DD13 or maybe even a Cummins QSB or something, but I would not.
That's some heavy weight.
Sure is.
But whatever, you've been using it, so
it's great on cold starts up here.
It's got to be molasses for a cold start.
I would think
it runs for 3 minutes before the oil's cool.
I guess I got block heaters up there, huh?
I don't run block heaters actually.
Really?
Wow.
I'm kind of, in the winter, like my old Fords, I'll run like a 10, whatever the lowest weight they tell you to put in a 302 is.
Yeah, was that 15? I don't know.
It's T4. It's 1540.
1520.
Yeah.
Rotella.
Yeah. Derek uses that in almost everything. I was kind of shocked to see he did too.
I got VR1 2050 in the garage.
I don't want to talk bad about the guy, but he can get him off the side of the road, but I haven't seen him, restore one yet.
I think he has the capability. He don't have the time.
I bet he ain't running 1540 in one he's restoring.
No, probably not.
I mean,
well, I think to bring a motor back around, it might help, but there's a lot of detergents and things in diesel oil that gas motors don't like. So you're going to have an excessive amount,
especially for long periods. Yeah. So I think I like the idea of running them, like, especially if it's not been ran in a long time.
Oh yeah.
I'm okay with it. But then when it's good and hot after put, 500 miles or 300 miles or whatever on it, I want to dump it. And better
it's going to have a lot of detergents to help clean out a lot of stuff that regular oil isn't going to do.
Yeah,
but to run it all the time, you're probably going to hurt some bearings at some point.
I'll be honest with you. I've had my F3, my F-150 for going on 12 years. I've been using it in that for probably the last 3 years. She still runs beautiful. It actually runs better in that because
I bet you
that's
don't
got
have rear main seal issue either.
No,
I'm guessing
too thick to run out.
Valve.
It never leaked. That motor has never leaked.
Really? So it's a 99 to 03 F-150.
Yeah, 02, yeah.
Yeah, them will last forever anyway.
Yeah, but it's got the
It might
chain
blow a
slap.
spark plug out here and there, but it'd be all right. You put
I've never thrown one, but that's
we
probably
knock
because
off some wood. I've thrown
Yeah.
a couple out. They're
Yeah,
easy.
so-
I mean, there's nothing to fix them, but
I use
I mean, a
Motorcraft.
bot like that. People are like, it needs an engine. I'm like, oh yeah, it needs an engine. I'll give you $200. Then I'll buy it. I'll
Motorcraft,
redo the thread
Motorcraft spark plugs, and anti-seize every 50,000 period. And I actually
The
do.
problem
it way
is there's
sooner
only
than
like 4 threads for the spark plug. That's why they
Yeah.
throw them out so easy.
Yeah.
It's a common issue on them. It's not
that.
a
Yeah,
big deal.
I was working at the dealership when that shit started.
Now, when it gets really cold around here, I will actually run a 030 oil in my F-150. And
That
it
way
loves it. Like,
starts up with
dead of
no
winter,
wool.
starts
Or
right
no
up like
weight.
it's not.
Yeah.
Doesn't even crank.
Keeps calling it a ranchero.
No, well,
Camino.
but you have. I wonder if he's thinking about the Falcon.
The Falcon?
No, he's messing with you. He knows what you're talking about. He's making
He's
a
a
joke.
Ford guy. Don't worry about it.
Oh, is he a Ford guy? Yeah, that's
Oh, yeah.
it's wood metal. Yeah,
Yeah, I wish
Hey,
it was.
Wood Metal, I know where a Ranchero is if you want one, buddy.
I know where a 60 is. I've almost went and bought it.
7, I believe.
My brother had one for a long time, and I really, really, really loved it. That was his first car, and I've almost went and bought it just to have. It's rough. I mean, but it's cheap, so I think guy wants.
I can't help it. I'm sorry.
My biggest thing, if I'm going to build a little pickup thing, I'm probably just going to get a mini truck. I don't have a big interest in El Caminos because at the end of the day, it's the same thing to me. So
I would love a mini truck.
Yeah.
I've been
I don't
wanting
like
to build
fitting a mini truck.
a mini truck, like a traditional slammed 90s style mini truck.
I am a big fan of the square body S10s.
So whatever I build has to be an extended cab because I'm fat and I'm 6 foot tall. So you see me, and I mean, I fit, but you know, it's like my head's rubbing. I'm driving it like this, and it's
Yeah,
awful.
I'm 6'1". My goal right now, I've been on a diet, so I've been eating. I'm on just eating meat and cheese and stuff like that, and broccoli and shit like that. Keto diet thing, you know, that's what works for me for some reason. My goal right now is to get under 300 pounds. So,
oh dang,
I'm almost there. I'm at like 303.
You know, I say this to people
3
all the
pounds
time,
is
like, people
nothing,
think-
man. That's
I get it.
yeah.
People think they're overweight, and like I know a lot of people that are bordering on 500 pounds, and it's like at 300 pounds, that's an average weight. That's not.
Man, you could. For me, at 300 pounds, that's when I start to feel it. I know I'm over 300 pounds because I'm breathing heavier. I'm lazier. I'm just.
I cannot speak. The heaviest I've ever been in my life is like 230.
I'd be happy at 230. I'd be pretty fit. When I was in the Army, I was about 220, 230.
So that diet you're using right now, it sounds a lot like what I did a couple years ago. If any of you guys are friends on Facebook, you can flip back to the pictures. I got down to 292, and that was about 100 pounds down from just that diet.
Well,
I felt great.
The diet, I did it in 2019. I did it for 8 months actually.
Yep.
And I got down to 268. And then
I think at 268 you would probably be in fit shape and not run 10 miles a day military shape. You know, you'd be like you felt good and you could do whatever you wanted. Your clothes would fit better, but you wouldn't have to run every day for 10 miles to be 220.
I didn't. All I did was change my food. I didn't do any exercise or nothing.
Yeah, I didn't exercise then either. I just changed my food. And that's what I'm doing now. But I'm exercising a little bit now, so I should be losing weight a lot quicker. Which I was 320. What was it? 320 something right after Thanksgiving. So
I mean,
lost.
Yeah.
I'd look on my phone. I took a picture. I think it's like 327 or something. That's what I was the day after Thanksgiving when I started. So
that's not been very long.
No,
You've done well for
it
the
works.
very short amount of time.
They work. It really does work.
I remember the Dodge Rampage.
Yep.
Rampage. Oh, I like
that was Dodge's little makeshift El Camino.
little bitty. Yeah, El Camino.
I wouldn't mind having one of the little Subaru Brats, but they've gotten stupid expensive.
Oh man, and they're steadily going up in price too. It's like, God.
Yeah. So when I was a kid, the guy down the street from me had 5 of them. He had a junkyard. To be clear, he had a junkyard. But all 5 of these ran and were decent cars, and he was trying to sell them back then for like $250 a piece.
Nobody wanted them.
Nobody wanted them. Nobody cared anything about them.
You can buy a VW, was it Rabbit truck or whatever?
Yeah, the Rabbit trucks.
Price, the diesels and everything.
Yeah.
Yeah,
So I'm gonna
try and get those now. I don't know what they are down there, but they're $4 or $5 grand junk up here.
Nah, they're not that out of here.
So I had the opportunity, and it was in '99, to buy 9 Corvairs.
Should have
package deal, $1,000.
Oh,
ooh, that's a little high. Corvairs are still pretty cheap, unless it's the truck or the van. The cars are still pretty cheap.
They were all cars. There was all cars, 1 4-door, the rest were 2 doors, and there was actually a factory Spider turbo in there.
Did you ever watch the TV special where they drove them through the South America and all that stuff?
Yep,
that's pretty neat. Apparently there's still one out there that didn't make it.
So when I went to buy those cars, the guy said they were in storage and they'd been there since probably the 80s. So, I mean, the guy was cleaning out this storage and he just wanted to sell the property and nobody was coming back for these cars. So he was selling the cars. And coming below, started talking to the local sheriff and everything. He's like, well, he can sell them because he has a lien against them because he's owed money. But at the same point, you do need to check the title status. We ran all the VINs on those cars. Half of them came back stolen, and none of them had titles. And the guy's like, "Well, I can put a lien against any of them. So if somebody wants to come get the title, they'll owe me money." And I'm like, "Well, I don't really want to play ball with these." And I kind of didn't talk to him for about a week and really thought on it. When I went back, some guy had bought them all for $1,000 and was just parting all of them. And I'm just like, man, that was 9 Corvairs. And I look back at that now. They don't bring a lot of money, but there's a lot of cool stuff you can do with Corvairs.
Well, thank you,
When I
Ross.
say 300, that's maybe running, but they're pretty
I
cheap.
put a bid in on one last year. It was a 65 Corvair, 2-door, ran, drove, red, barn find, like everything on it was good. And I ran the bid up to $3,500 and was more than happy at $3,500 to go get it and drive it home. And the lady had a reserve on it. And I said, so what's the reserve? And she's like, I won't go a dime under 7. I'm like, well, you're going to keep it.
Why would you want the most dangerous car in America, guys?
I don't know. I love them.
Unbelievable.
I do. I love them. I think
I
they're
love
great.
them too.
You can buy them.
You ever drive a Pinto? That was the most dangerous car I've ever drove.
I imagine it was. No, but seriously, those cars got a really bad rep because of Nader. And I would personally love to have one.
Sure.
It comes down to they got a really bad rap because they were starting a design that would have put the large American-made car out of business.
Yeah,
and in the 60s, when it was being made, they wanted to make bigger and bigger cars. Look at what they did by the 70s. So they just bashed that car because they didn't want the economy car yet.
It's a very capable car.
Yeah.
But when I seen that video, what it did in South America, so I was like, golly.
Pinto truck? They had a Pinto truck?
I don't know about a Pinto truck. Never heard
I've
of
never
it.
seen one
I
of
gotta
those.
look that up.
Well, they had a Pinto runabout.
A Pinto
they
truck?
did. Look at that ugly turd.
I've never seen one.
Share that to me.
It looks like a Ute.
Here, I'll pull it up, pop it up on screen.
I got it.
Oh, okay.
Shoot it over to you. Come on, computer.
Yeah, I remember there was a show that a old car builder and a ex-wrestler used to that was trying to do like car hoards. You guys remember hearing about this?
Yep.
Stop.
I don't think
So they would go in and they'd buy up a whole
Oh, I
car
remember
and they'd
this.
store a single car for them.
Yeah.
Yeah. What happened
That
to that?
was
It
hard
just
to
died.
It was a terrible show.
I loved it.
I mean, it's a great premise, but they went in and halfway done somebody's car and kicked them to the curb and was like, you should sell this, and this to pay for this one car that you like. And we're going to halfway do it and send it down the road. And
that stainless steel Charger, that thing, you're not stainless steel, but that Charger was sick as hell.
Yeah.
I mean,
my
can you
biggest
imagine how
problem
many
with
hours of body work? Because you can't cover it up. You know?
My biggest problem with a lot of those car shows for TV, because they're on such a tight timeline, a lot of corners get cut.
Yep.
So when you watch the ones that are like, we've had the car for a year and a half and they're beautiful restorations, I appreciate those ones. But then that show was like, we're going to build this guy a car in 3 months and we're going to sell off $100,000 worth of cars to do it. And it's like, you're ripping him.
The only show that I know of anyway, that actually the cars were good after they were done was Overhauling. But I was told that time that they had, they actually had a lot more time. They just
that was made for TV.
But they didn't.
They went
what West
from
Coast
having a
Customs
week.
did and just paint over.
They went from having a week to then they were like, we're not pranking anybody anymore. I heard that was because somebody had a heart attack. Was that what you guys heard too? When they changed the premise, somebody had a heart attack.
You had a heart attack, and they sued him over it. Yeah, so I mean, think about it. Your baby just got stole. It'll stress you out. So
I don't know what I would do if one of my junks came missing.
Fairmont truck. I gotta look that up.
Fairmont truck. Well, I mean, I guess there's a lot more cars in foreign countries that would have been a truck car.
Yeah, look what they did to the Escort across the pond. I mean, we didn't get that cool freaking version.
Well, the Escort started over there anyway, right?
Did it?
Yep.
So, did you guys see that Hoovie's garage there?
The Fairmont truck is ugly.
He got his pod. He's got his own show now.
Yeah, he's been on Amazon for a while.
Who's that?
Hoovie's Garage.
Yeah, he was on Amazon, and now he's on Motor Trend, and then he still does his YouTube. So
I didn't know that he had a show up until yesterday.
Oh, because his new video, he was, essentially promoting it for a change.
Oh no, I didn't see his new video.
Oh, okay.
I like his stuff, but sometimes it's hard to watch.
It is.
So's mine. I'm fine with that.
My brother-in-law loves him, so I get to hear about it a lot.
I got my core guys, man. They keep coming back. The rest of them, I don't know.
That is a
Fairmount truck.
Yep.
So look this one up because I think it's the best El Camino. If I could own an El Camino-esque vehicle, look up a Cadillac Mirage.
Oh, those things are awesome.
Mm-hmm.
I would take one of those.
Yep, in a heartbeat.
Yeah.
Yep. So they had those.
They were built as flower vehicles.
Okay.
So for a funeral procession, they'd put flowers in them and then they'd drive behind the hearse.
That's what I was trying to get to. But they also had, didn't they have like 15 of these or something that were open backs for caskets?
Yes. They did a couple different things with them. So one of the most famous ones that was ever used, they actually have it in a Cadillac museum in Colorado, but a guy used to use it as a repossession vehicle. He would whip the boom up, drive up to somebody's car and repossess cars with it.
That's great. So there was pictures that used to go around of one that had a glass top that they use for funeral processions. I've seen that one.
Dude, I would take that truck.
Oh, because it's actually a decent truck being on a Cadillac chassis.
Oh, yeah. It probably had the 500 in it, so it's plenty of torque. Do whatever you want.
Where do you think the gas tank was in it?
Where did I read about? I think it's under the back, just like its standard would be.
So yeah, it's basic. I think it's on the standard 2-door frame or 4-door frame with a 2-door body or something like that. Something weird.
It was still
it's
just
and they moved it forward to the back of the driver's seat. That's all they did.
Yeah.
So it was still just as dangerous.
I can't find a Ford Durango.
Yeah, I heard
Ford Durango.
I guess so. That's what they're talking about in chat. I can't find one.
I don't know what that is.
Hey, my plans for New Year's, JG, is to do nothing. I'm gonna sit at home and go to bed early.
Does anybody have a live going for tomorrow night?
CP.
That's a Ford Durango right there. Sorry.
I haven't got a hold of him in a while.
So is that the Fairmont cousin?
I guess.
I mean, that was probably released in a different spot. Like
I would assume.
Like maybe that was the Canadian version or something.
Mm.
I'm just guessing. I really don't know. I'm not a Ford guy.
I mean, I'm a Carver person, so I like pretty much anything.
Now that I was thinking about it, and this is a fun history facto because I mentioned Corvairs. Did you know they made an electric Corvair?
Really?
Yep.
Did you know they had electric vehicles before they had gas-powered vehicles?
Yeah,
I can believe that.
Water, man.
They had vehicles that ran on water too. Yep.
You guys don't get that reference to that '70s show? Come on.
Hydrogen. We missed the boat with hydrogen. Hydrogen-powered cars I believe, would have done really well.
Toyota is putting a lot of their money into hydrogen now, so
they should have already been.
Knew a guy, really smart guy. He had a inline-six Trailblazer, and he built the motor and then put a hydrogen cell in the back of the truck and was injecting it with hydrogen.
Yeah,
$800.
That's cheap for a
how much?
Body.
$800.
Oh wow, no, that's real cheap. Take and buy it, and don't do anything to it. Take it the way it is and take it down to Georgia, and you can sell it for $3,000, no problem.
Oh, easily. Yeah.
And if it's any kind of good shit,
frame's gone.
Yeah,
you could probably still get 25 out of it, but
I got two of those. I'm pretty sure they have
them cars sell down here, buddy.
I was just looking at the motor and trans. That's all I wanted.
Why? What?
For the El Camino.
You want a motor and trans? Where are you at?
I'm in New Hampshire. I haven't moved, dudes.
New Hampshire. All right. Let's see how far that is.
So you need to get a motor and trans from dudes.
It's about 11 hours from you.
Chevy engines, but not them old bogged down ass Chevy engines you're looking at right there, buddy. That's going to have no power. It's going to be bad on gas.
I know. I don't want to give her too much though, because it's rear wheel drive, and she's a lead foot, and I don't want to.
She'll be driving it in the winter, probably.
LS swap. You don't have to worry about carburetors, right? You're going to put automatic in it, and it's not going to have
selling LS motors. LS motors don't need you to sell them.
That's true, man. That is true.
I really wanted
to get them cheap, and parts are cheap.
I wanted to take this body and put it on like a 99 or a 2000 1500 frame, and I thought that would be kick-ass. Use everything from that and just build around it.
I hate car trucks like that. I really do.
I like
technically it's already a truck.
It's exactly.
Technically. I've just
it'll be the most truck it's ever been.
In this area, I have seen too many really nice cars put on some Blazer chassis, and then it's like, why did you take that really mint 78 Trans Am and put it on a Blazer chassis, or that 55 Chevy, or that?
Dude, have no fear. This is not a mint vehicle.
Well, I know. It might be the perfect candidate for it. You're probably not wrong.
I think it would be absolutely perfect.
If it were here, it would be a mud truck. I mean, that's what they would do with it. They would turn it into a mud truck.
It would be a normal truck for up here. So, but there's nothing like
it. Worth a lot of money, but if it has any rust, they don't do rust down here at all.
So it would take me 23
because there's so much
hours
rust free.
Yeah, well, people are scared of rust down here, man.
So 23 hours. You want to make a collab, or we build this thing in a weekend?
Let's try it. How far is this?
Did that drive?
No. So I left out a huge portion of the video. I dropped it off the trailer. My buddy's trailer that I used has hydraulic lift. I was in heaven. I just went, and the car went right off. After that, it was pure hell because my Jeep is too tall. I will ruin that poor little El Camino. My truck is too tall.
The only
thing I got that can push this thing is my four wheeler, which normally on a normal day it would do it, but it's glare ice and snow underneath me, and both front tires are locked up with one flat tire. So what did I decide to do? Because I got pissed off. Whoop, boom! Just kept hitting it with. I put a tire in between and just slammed
and that
it.
Didn't make the video.
No, it didn't. I know.
Bet the frame was really minty after that.
I probably helped it. That way I know where the problems are.
Didn't want to be there anyway.
It knocked all the loose rust off so you could see the holes.
My back and my balls were done at the end of the night. I hit that thing probably 40 times.
You need to just go get yourself a cheap winch and just get a bunch of strap, mount that thing to the back wall of your garage, and just.
Yep.
You know, the worst part is I have a 9,000-pound winch, but I just didn't wanna. I was already on the four wheeler. It was happening.
So put a winch on your four wheeler so you can use it for that too, and then tie your four wheeler to the back of your garage, and then use your winch.
And you know, I have a winch on the four wheeler, and I didn't give a. I was done. Listen. I had plowed half the day because it's a four wheeler, and you have a 2-foot freaking pushing radius. I was done. I just wanted that stinking car in the garage so I could go eat dinner.
Is that lift you've got? Is it bolted to the ground?
Hell no.
You're lifting that car up. I was like, man, woo.
I put full size.
It's too close to the
wall.
wall. You can't get that far.
That's right. The building will hold it up. It's fine. I was a little sketched out by when you were shaking it. I thought the whole lift was moving. I was like, ooh, I don't know about all that.
So it's
got a snuff film. What kind of deal is this?
It's got legs that come out like this and go into one column, and that's what supports it. It's never fallen.
Yeah.
Yet.
I've been using it for like 6 years, guys. I put a lot of shit on.
I'm glad you have faith in it. I don't know how
I'm
long
glad
it
you
takes
have
for
a
me to
short
get under.
ceiling so bigger things don't get in there.
Exactly.
Yeah, me too. Me too. Listen. Whatever.
Whatever.
Yeah.
Whatever.
It's just death.
It's just whatever.
I mean, you only die once, I guess.
Yeah. I'm going to do it right.
It's the only
Won't be your
guarantee we
problem.
have, right?
God,
This will end.
I'll probably even screw that up too, though.
Yeah, just
Violently.
crush yourself, or you have to eat out of a straw for the rest of your life.
So
would suck.
I'm going to tell a morbid story. So we used to have a paint
Well, I like
shop here in
these.
town.
Go ahead.
We used to sell custom paints, and we had a guy in there that had some depression issues. It was kind of a sad deal. He put a 12 gauge to his face and just let it rip, and he survived that.
Yep.
And didn't have much of a face left. They put a bunch of prosthetic stuff on there, and he went on about his day. And then he decided, and a second time, well, I'm just going to go jump off this building. He survived that and had a lot of back injuries and shit like that. And then he decided, I'm going to drink some Drano. And they had to attach his colon to his esophagus at a certain point.
Oh,
and
no.
he survived that. And
DNR.
He's still around somewhere, but it's like you meet him and you're like, oh man, this guy's in rough shape. And then you get his story and you're like, wow.
Self-inflicted.
And it can't even do that right.
Yeah, it's like you're doing it wrong.
You're doing it wrong.
You know, that brings up an absolute perfect point, David. You've tried to kill yourself, but you don't have a DNR. Or you do have one. Why? What?
You should have a DNR if you don't want to live. I mean, otherwise they're technically they have to try to save you.
So the first part of your story, we have somebody locally that did the same thing, and he's like Two-Face. He's got one.
Yep.
And he's a kick-ass guy. I don't really know what happened. I'm not here to judge, but he's a really good guy, and he's very well known around these parts. And
we would go into that paint shop and see him in the back corner. He'd be mixing paints and stuff, and he'd come up and he'd give you paints. Super nice guy. We never knew his name for the longest time. So when we found out his story, we were kind of assholes. We're like, "Hey, Shotgun Bob," and he'd just be he'd be like, "Oh, real funny," and it's like, probably not though.
Shotgun Bob, that's so terrible. So, my brother here is asking some questions. Who wants to go? We'll go eeny, meeny, miny, mo. You're not paying attention.
I got to look in the comments.
Oh, you wanted me to go first?
When was that?
Yeah, he says, what got you guys into cars?
Oh, I see it now.
I don't know. I've always liked taking stuff apart, putting it back together, and then nobody else in my family was really into cars, so I just started liking them. I started with real crappy cars at first, and now I'm still working with crappy cars. And
But you're selling said crappy cars and making money.
After they're better, I'm not selling a crappy car. I'm selling what was a crappy car.
So it's former crap.
Yeah, it's the rehab that's fun. I have had cars. Like I had a 1999 Honda minivan that I got for cheap, and I was going to put a transmission in it, but I couldn't find one anywhere because apparently they all go out that year.
Bad.
So it just went to the scrapyard. I could have sold it. You wouldn't have known unless you got on the freeway the transmission was bad, but I wouldn't do that. I wouldn't do that to somebody. So, but yeah, that's what I do.
Dude, you want next or?
Sure.
Dude, you're into cars?
I'm into cars? I don't think so.
I thought this was dudes with spanners.
Yeah. So yeah, I don't like cars much. Anyway, so
right.
My father loved cars. He was a privileged child growing up, so he got to have lots of super awesome cars. And he met my mother, who was the daughter of a mechanic, and she was the second daughter of 9. So the boys came at the end, so she got to be the boy for a really long time. So my mom built cars, my dad built cars. They met each other building cars. So I got raised into this whole group of people that if you didn't like cars, you probably didn't get any love from your parents. So it was a whole lot of we worked on cars, and I grew up working on cars, and I've always worked on cars. So that's just where it's been. My grandpa owned a mechanic shop for his whole career. So I got to hang out there as a kid. I got to hang out there as a teenager. I can tell you a lot of times that I regret just spending so much time and money on cars, but at the end of the day, I don't know what else I would have done with that time. So cars. There you go.
Keeps you off the big bad stuff, doesn't it?
Yeah.
It's true.
All right, you're
it's
up.
The transportation to get there. So, like most young men of my age, I played with Hot Wheels and built model cars and stuff. My dad was really into cars, although he wasn't around a lot. My uncle that was around a lot was a mechanic, so I always saw cool stuff coming in and out. But really, what got me into cars was I was broke. I didn't have any other way to get one but to buy something that was complete garbage and fix it to drive. And that's what I did. That's how I learned how to work on cars. Like really learned. It was out of necessity. So my first car was a 79 Camaro, no motor, no transmission, front wheel was sitting in the back seat. I gave $50 for the car and $100 for the wheels that were on it. That's what got me into cars. It was necessity. I was not born into a well-to-do family. I was born into a impoverished family. And if I was going to have anything, my mom told me at a fairly young age, if you want a nice car, you're going to have to build it because that's the only hope you got. So that's what I did. Loved it. It was great. And here I am addicted. It's, the worst drug I've ever had.
It really is. I guess I have the same kind of story, sort of, but I didn't get the life that dudes had. My family wasn't really into building them. My father would take these what should be absolutely in a pile waiting for its tuna can revival.
Tuna can.
And he would make them something that we could drive, and he would usually work 45 minutes, an hour away, depending. And he would never buy a vehicle off a lot. I've never seen that man go to a lot and buy one. He would always buy one out of the backwoods of Vermont and bring it back to life. And I guess I got the bug early. My first car, I think I was like 12 years old. I bought a Subaru GL wagon for like $400. It's all the money I had. I know. Listen. That thing was the balls. That had the lock-in four-wheel drive. I could go anywhere in the woods with that thing. I learned a lot off it, and it just got worse from there. And
you had to be in the woods because you didn't want people to see you.
Well, Vermont is the woods. There wasn't much road.
All the woods.
But no, I just after that car, it was all over to me because I learned a little bit of body work, a lot about mechanics, and it just kept going and going and going. And when I bought my house, it got even worse because nobody can tell me you can't have that car.
What's up, Nick?
Now I just hide things.
So I got a funny story on the don't be seen in it. So my grandfather at his shop, he'd go down to the Goodwill and he'd buy hats and stuff for kids in the winter, and then he'd give them to all these drives for like kids that didn't have gloves and hats and stuff. So he'd just take donations, whatever he could get. I remember he ended up with a bunch of face masks that nobody wanted. So like he just had them in a box next to the door at the shop, and he'd occasionally think he was funny, and he'd leave them on the dash of certain cars that he would work on. And they'd come back and be like, "What's this face mask for?" And he'd say, "Well, that's to wear when you're driving your car. You don't want to be seen."
Yeah. No shit. My we didn't really touch on it, but Narc, he's got a Tercel, and I had one. That was my first car that I drove on the road. My Nana and my grandma Dot bought me that. I don't know why. I don't know why. So, quick story on that. I had a Corsica, like a 93, 95 Corsica. Thing was clean. One owner. Once again, this is before I knew much about automotive, but this thing was clean. My grandma Dot was going to buy it along with her mother, and we knew the dealership, and he says, "Hey, here, take it." Gave it to us. Just drive it around for a week or so. So my grandma Dot works about 45 minutes away, and she works at night. Well, she took the car without me knowing, and it was out of gas. She had it AAA'd back and said, "You're not buying that car." I'm like, "But it's out of gas. That's all it needs." I mean, the car was stupid clean. So at the end of that summer, I really needed the vehicle because I was able to drive in just a couple of weeks. And the only thing I could find that I halfway liked was that Tercel because it was a standard, and I like standards. And so it lasted a month and a half on the road. It burned more oil than it did gas, if you know what I mean.
So I like standards too. I got a question on that note. Why do people think millennials can't drive standards? You can drive one. I can drive. I know a lot of people can drive standards and millennials.
So I personally think that the millennial stamp on us is BS because I definitely am nothing like what these millennials are.
Well,
what I
the
consider
younger millennials.
I think that they stamp it millennial when what they really mean is the generation that is just now getting into cars, which I don't even know I don't know what they're called.
Yeah, it's my kids' generation. It's Gen Z.
Yeah, your kids' generation, yes.
Yeah, how are they considered ours?
They're not. They're Gen Z. It's just somehow
Gen Z.
the boomers is what it is. The boomers said, "Oh, it's millennials." No, it's not. It's the Gen Z. But whatever.
Aren't we supposed to be X or something?
No, Gen X is before. It's between
I'm the last of that.
Yeah,
I'm probably the only one of y'all that's Gen
60s
X.
and 70s is Gen X.
Yeah,
Born
that's
1971.
There are a lot of people that I know that can't drive a standard and could barely back up a truck. So,
well, I'm out of here, guys. I'm going to bed. This is a great time. Enjoy your millennial boomers talk.
We'll see you later, buddy.
Gen X is out. See y'all.
All right, that does it. Screw you guys. I'm going home.
Telling you, I can't stop with those.
Yeah, be all right.
Yeah, no, I don't like being in the same mark as the overprivileged bitches.
It all goes back to everybody gets labeled as some kind of group. Most people do not fit that group, but it's a generic label. So I guess don't get offended by it.
Sure, of course not.
I think I get more offended when somebody says that I'm in that generation than anything.
I don't care. I'm kind of proud. Not that I'm proud. I'm like, I just don't care. I'm like, yeah, I'm a millennial. So what? I'll drive. I can drive a standard. I can drive 13 speed. I could.
Yeah.
I tell my wife all the time, like we were talking about something. And it's like she was like, "I bet you would try to drive a spaceship if you had to." I'm like, "Yeah,
why not?
I'll try anything. I can do it." So,
but that also goes back to millennials don't hold a job down. They're disrespectful.
We're the only ones doing the jobs anymore, so I don't know how that makes any sense.
Exactly.
You look at the generation before us; they're getting to
I can't be
retirement.
disrespectful, so maybe.
Well,
I can
I
be
know
very disrespectful. So
what can you say? We had Tupac and Kid Rock, Eminem to grow up on. So
hell yeah. I remember Eminem came to Meadowbrook, which is a big venue here, and that was way back before they had a roof on it and concrete. It was literally a field of just dirt and a metal cage in front of the stage. And by end of that night, Guilford says, "You're not welcome back here." To Eminem.
Oh, no.
Yep, he was never allowed back here. It was that bad for but you're talking back in 99. I mean, you guys remember 99.
I remember 99.
You couldn't act like he did.
You don't remember? You remember 99, dudes? Come on. If I remember 99, you remember 99.
What was I supposed to remember about 99?
How cool it was.
It was the year that remember the computers were going to all crash.
Yep, Y2J.
All that, turning 2000.
Y2K, sorry.
You know, I owned a computer in 1996. I did a lot of work on computers back then and was smart enough to be like, you guys are all idiots.
Yeah, it's like, that didn't make sense. So, yeah, the people that spent thousands and thousands of dollars getting their computers ready.
You know, now you say that. I did have an aunt that was married into a family that they like had a bunker and the whole freaking deal, and they were like living underground right before Y2K. And then when it happened, everybody's like, "Yeah, that was smart, huh?"
So we don't get snow much here in Arkansas, but Y2K on the night that it was switching over right before midnight, there was a big ice storm and power went out everywhere around here. Everybody was freaking out.
Everybody lost their mind.
That is
Well, they do
hilarious.
anyway because it's snowing, but yeah.
I can remember that. They thought planes were going to fall out of the sky, and
Yep.
we were going to go back to the Stone Age. It's like,
Don't get me wrong, I would like to have a doomsday bunker, but it's mostly because I don't like people. But
I mean, yeah, I wouldn't mind having something underground either. Definitely, you never know.
No,
that'd be cool. I have like a house.
I own firearms. I'm just gonna look for you and ransack your place.
I own
So just
plenty
let me
of
know where you're
firearms.
going.
Dudes,
Don't come over
dudes,
here.
I'm going to tell you something. This would be the wrong house to do that to. And I don't say any more than that.
Flaming arrows are a thing.
That'd be a little different.
You don't know what's in my cabinet.
I wouldn't see a flaming arrow come. It would land. I'd be like, what the hell? Y2K sucked. There's a couple of years. Uploading computers, all they pay was good. Yeah.
You see, dudes.
I was still in middle school in 99. So, or was that the first year of high school?
I can see that you purchased the really nice gun cabinet. And mine's not so nice, but there's a reason it's not so nice. It's because I can't afford anything after I've purchased what's in mine.
Well,
I've got some nice expensive weapons, but it's
I have
a
lots
nice
of
gun cabinet. And I've got
expensive weapons that I don't want other people to acquire. So I have a really nice safe that would take them a lot of time to get into.
See, I don't leave my house very much, so if somebody's going to do something
That's
stupid,
true.
they're going to do it with me here. I do want to buy a nice fireproof gun safe,
Build
but
one.
they are so
build one.
Yeah, you can. Like this.
When I was in high
I'll
school,
give you
we
a
built one.
heads up on that thing. So like that thing.
Yeah.
So that's
pretty old.
52 gun safe.
How old is it though?
6
looks
years
pretty
old.
old. Oh, really?
About 6 years. But it was like an older model, I think. So I went and I bought it at Dunham's. I don't know if Dunham's is everywhere. But they clearance these things out all the time. So if they have one sit in the store too long, that was like a $1,300 safe that I got for $500.
Really?
Yeah.
See,
Well,
every
and that's the thing you can write off on your taxes too, and then also you can keep your birth certificates in there and stuff like that.
I keep all my titles in there. I keep all my everything.
I was just going to say, tax season comes around. I always think of it, but I never buy
I keep
one.
something special in.
Uh-oh.
Be careful.
Not nothing you got to worry about.
I'm close to monetization. Don't do this to me.
Just make this video where it's private
Yeah.
or members only. Well, you don't have members yet, but you will. Oh, it looks like a real one actually.
Is that a family member's skull?
No, my wife's a doctor, so she gets to buy cadaver stuff.
Oh,
So-
that's not gross or weird.
No, it's not at all. These are expensive things.
What the? I mean, cool. Dude, you showed us a bit different side of you tonight.
What?
Cletus doesn't know what to say. He's quiet for once. So what have you done?
So here's a funny story. My wife is like really smart, way smarter than me. And she knows a lot more about anatomy and all those things and likes to, teach others. So like when my daughter was 5, she used to go down to a cadaver lab at a local college, like hang out and stare at cadavers and do cool stuff. So
your daughter?
Somebody's got to know that stuff. It's not morbid if you don't look at it that way.
Of course.
I mean, whatever. Who am I to judge? Just didn't expect you to pull out a human skull out of your gun cabinet, you know?
As long as you're not using it as an ashtray or something.
No, it's a learning thing.
I'm surprised you haven't put it on the end of a shifter yet.
So it looked like it looked to be a male skull, and I would say of Asian descent.
I think it was like
I didn't take a look at it, but
what's the
not
name?
that I'm smart or anything. I'm a high school dropout. I have a 10th grade education, but I watch a whole lot of learning stuff.
So have you ever been to a body exhibit?
I have actually. Yeah.
Those things are awesome. We've gone to a lot of those. And if you've never been to one, Junkers, they bisect people. So essentially you donate your body and they bisect you to show all your veins and everything like that. And they take actual cadavers and bisect them and put them in frames. And some people think it's weird. Whatever.
I mean, I'm not going to, it is weird. It is definitely weird, but it's kind of interesting at the same time.
Yeah.
I am a donor, so.
See, I've often said, like, I'm all about giving my organs away to somebody to stay alive, but I don't think I want to give my body to be put on display.
What do I care? I'm gone. I mean,
yeah, it might be true.
I don't know.
Anyway, moving on.
Well, dude, you could be buried for free anyway, so why would you? Yeah,
yeah, that is true.
Which car are you picking? Y'all aren't being buried in your car?
No, I'm being buried at the military
so
burial place.
The idea, I view cars as like family heirlooms. So I would never want to be buried in a car just because I would want other people to still have that car and be doing stuff with it long after I'm
What about
gone.
the Geo that your dad had, the pink one?
It's already long gone, so we're good there.
Oh, dang.
My Mustang is the only one I don't want around here when I'm not here.
Why?
Really?
What about your kids and your grandkids? And
I have 3 kids. None of them are going to respect that like I do.
But here's the thing you got to remember about owning a classic car, and I'm just going to say this. You don't own it. You're just a steward of it.
Yep.
So when it's all done and you're gone, it can still keep going. I mean, there's cars from the 20s still being driven today. And the original guy, if he would just be like, nope, this is mine, nobody else can have it, nobody else would get to cherish that car, have memories with it, etc. I mean, you could say they'd ruin it, but at the same time, maybe they would enjoy it and it would represent you.
It might ruin it, but burying it in the ground would ruin it too.
But it would go with me.
Well,
I'm sorry. I'm a little selfish with this one.
If those are your last wishes, I'm not.
And maybe it will change because I have an older son. He's going to be 19 this year. His life isn't totally together, so
and you don't know your grandkids might be really into cars.
So my view may change over the years.
Sure,
absolutely. But as of right now, if I went, that's my dying wish. I want that car with me.
Okay. I actually knew a guy here locally that used to collect Model Ts, and when he died, he dug a big hole in the ground. They cremated him, put him in a Jack Daniels bottle because he was kind of an alcoholic, and they buried his Model T in the ground with the Jack Daniels bottle. So everybody thought it was neat. It's like, yeah, nobody wants some Model T, so it doesn't matter.
So I wonder, you probably have to pull the fuel tank out, anything to do with liquids, and probably the motor would probably have to come out and transmission.
I don't know.
I would
Depends on
imagine.
where you're burying them, I guess.
There's a lot of states have rules on how you bury a body in general, so I'm not sure how you.
Do you have
But
to fill
you
it?
can bury a body on your own land in Arkansas. I don't know what the rules are, but it's not that. Especially if you get them cremated, do whatever you want with it.
Yeah, if you're cremated, I don't think it matters at all.
No.
You will be cremated?
I'm gonna be cremated.
I won't be because I'm gonna be buried with the military plot, so it's gonna be free. So I mean, if the military wants, I don't care. I don't really care. I'm gonna be dead. It doesn't matter.
That's kind of my thought too. Whatever's cheapest, but
There's always been this
burying
thing
a car
about
is not
like,
gonna be cheap.
I'm assuming my
Whatever.
philosophical thing, when you
That's
pass
why I'm
away, you pass
cremated.
away. Your body is just a dead body. But I don't know. I just like the idea of being burned because then it's like, well, nobody can mess with me after that.
You have problems, man. People used to mess with you or something.
I don't know.
You worried about people doing you when you're dead or something?
I don't know. I'm just saying.
What do they call that?
Necrophilia.
People have sex with
Yeah.
Necrophilia.
You worried about that?
I read something not too long ago that this chick got pregnant from.
Yeah, she's in a coma.
Yep. No, the guy was dead.
No, he was. Yeah, he was dead.
Oh, I thought the other day there was somebody that got arrested. The lady's been in a coma for 20 years and has a 14-year-old, and they finally found out who did it through DNA, and he was one of the caretakers at the facility, and now he's going to prison. So
This was a lady that she was a mortician's assistant, and she was essentially climbing aboard the old dudes when they were passed away, and she ended up getting pregnant, and then they found out.
Yeah. Once again, everybody's got something.
It's not something I want.
Yeah.
It's definitely a weird one to have something, but
wouldn't the heart have to still be there to make that work, though?
I read the article and was like, I don't even know how that's possible.
Bet your wife could explain it to you.
She probably could, but I'm not
We
going to
need-
ask that
we
question.
need to know now.
I'm not going to ask that one.
No.
Come
She's gonna give me
on.
one of those faces,
Your
and
wife's
there's
going to
gonna
be
be
like,
a lot of science words.
no
and
more
then-
YouTube shows for you. No.
No, she'd probably love to sit down and explain it to me, but
well, we would like to know.
Yeah, give me your wife's phone number.
Nope, I'm good.
Just kidding, dudes. 51 Daimler from the 1951 London show online. Car surrounded by people. Saw the car a few weeks ago. Everyone in the photo is dead. I believe that. 1951.
There you
go. So I'd imagine they were adults in 1951. So, yeah.
And that's what I'm talking about. Like, you'll have a lot of classic cars, like big, famous, show-built cars, like Ed Roth cars, for instance. Those cars have outlived a lot of people.
Yeah.
I don't think about when Chip Foose dies.
Yeah.
Oh my.
I mean, his cars are going to be worth a whole lot more money. They're already worth a lot of money.
Yep.
His father passed away, what, about 5 years ago? Something like that. That's pretty sad.
Did y'all see John Madden died the other day?
Yeah.
That can't happen. I'm guessing a woman getting pregnant from a dead guy, that can't happen. I don't know.
I'm telling you.
It's an
It
article.
was on Facebook. It was real.
Lincoln told me so.
Are you telling me that things online are not real?
Fake news.
It
love
doesn't
that one.
compute my head, but then again, like I said, I just have a 10th grade education. So
I graduated high school, and I don't see how it's possible. But anything, I'm a gearhead. I'm not a doctor. I'm not really not much of anything. Just
I'm a person of moderate intelligence, and I don't utilize it correctly.
So, since you guys are gearheads, or I'm assuming you guys are, since you talk about it, do you guys ever, when you can't sleep, start building things in your head? Like shit you will never build. Like, I was thinking about taking 2 bicycles and making like a trike out of it, and how I do it, and weld this and weld it. And I was like, I will never be alive.
So when I'll be working on something, right, and it's got me stumped, and it's time to go to bed, I will literally stay awake. And when I finally fall asleep, that's about when I figure out what's going on and how it's supposed to work. And So then I have to get up and go in the garage at 4 o'clock in the morning and fix it. Do you guys have that problem too?
No, because I don't have a garage. So I'm not going
Okay.
outside in the middle of the night to work on
A
something.
vehicle that you have to work on.
So I'm going to say this. So, like, because I work in a technical career field and I have to deal with problems that are just one of those weird things, like something happens, and I deal with automobiles too. So, like, I go all like Rain Man bullshit on problems. So, like, somebody will just give me a problem and I will shut everything else down. Nothing else will even be given a thought. And I will just focus on that problem.
That's why I'm so good at electrical.
Yeah. And I will just focus on that problem and just become dedicated to it. And I will just work it out in my head and work out every solution and possibility and just go fix something. And everybody's like, doesn't that stress you out? I'm like, no, I feel the least amount of stress when I'm working on problems because I just shut everything else off. And I get in the zone. And I'm just sitting there working on this. And when I'm done with it, I'm like really satisfied. And then I'm like, oh yeah, it's been like 14 hours and I haven't eaten, you know.
Well, I'll tell you, I haven't worked on many carburetors at all. But I am learning quickly. And this Ford out here, I've already rebuilt the carburetor. And I've noticed it's not perfect. There are some things that I'm still going to have to learn because it's missing like a spring to work the butterfly, I guess, on top.
Yep.
So I'm still learning, but they're not that hard.
No.
I was always like, man, it's going to be tough.
Yeah, you just look at it and it's kind of, that's a lot. And it's like, if you have a complete one, it's all together and you take it apart, you're going to see what's wrong with it pretty quickly. Yep. And then you're just going to fix those pieces. You're going to put it back together and it's going to work. And you can have one that's not great that still works just fine. It's just could work better, but it still starts to car every day and goes down the road, you know.
See, I'm really good at troubleshooting. I can figure out. That's why, personally, I like fuel injected better because it's easy to figure out for me because I've done a bunch of them. I mean, a whole bunch of them.
Computer to tell you what's wrong.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, so like my F-150 is an OBD1 system.
Yeah.
So that was one of the first ones. I rewired that whole truck, replaced all the injectors, went through the fuel injection, went through the pumps, you know, wired everything. And it was like the very first time I've ever really dealt with fuel injection and a lot of that stuff. And I was like, you know, this is way easier than dealing with a carburetor or anything like that. As long as these sensors are reading and you take all your own readings and all the wiring's good, it just runs. Like it just.
Yeah, well, and even when you don't have, so on the OBD1, you don't have it like the OBD2 where you hook it up and it says, this is the area that's going on. These are your numbers. Yep. So then you get out your multimeters and you get out, but you know what it's supposed to be between this and this. If it's not, this sensor doesn't read between this and this, it's probably a sensor.
So I had a dead spot on that truck right when I first got it. And that was the first time I've ever had to like, okay, take off the throttle position sensor and sweep the arm and test the resistance. And then, right when you get past a certain point of the sweep, it will just go through the roof. And then it's like, well, there you go. TPS sensor's bad.
Well, for me, that makes you more of a technician than a mechanic. And I know people say that there's no difference, but there really is because a lot of technicians can't rebuild a carburetor or haven't rebuilt a carburetor. I'm not saying they couldn't. But a lot of mechanics wouldn't know what to do on these newer cars. They wouldn't know where to start.
You got mechanics. You go into a new shop and you say, hey, you know, who here has worked on a carburetor? There's guys that can stand there in front of you and say, I've been in the business for 20 years and I've never had to work on a carburetor.
Dude, your mic.
It does that sometimes.
Yeah, it's not going to fix itself.
It did last night. Yeah, you're right. The not this one, but the 1982 bullnose Ford that I was working on. I put a new carburetor on it, and it's a little one barrel. I still can't, and I put a little cheap carburetor on there, but I still can't get it right. It's still diesels and everything, and doesn't want to shut off when you turn the key off. So I was going to take it to the shop, and I was like, "Hey, can you guys adjust this carburetor for me? Some reason I can't get it." And they're like, "No." I'm like, whatever. Like, no, we don't do carburetors. We don't know anything about them. I'm like, okay. Guess I'll figure it out myself.
It is amazing the other shops, even around here, that don't know how to tune a carburetor.
Sure.
Can you hear me now?
We can hear you now.
And my brother's still here too.
Awesome.
Well,
your brother's probably cooler than you, huh?
Mostly, yeah.
The Impala I bought, super low miles, hadn't really been worked on that much.
Yeah.
There was a couple guys that worked on prior to the guy that I bought it from that were in the auction house and stuff like that. That were certified mechanics to work on older stuff because they sold older vehicles. When he bought it and had it for the 2 years he had it, he would take it down to the local Pep Boys and have them do general maintenance stuff to it. And when he told me I could drive that car like 8 hours home, I trailered it. And like, I was really glad I did, because when I got it home, we noticed the front wheels were kind of leaning a little bit. I'm like, maybe it has bad ball joints or something. So we took the wheels all off and we figured out somebody had repacked the bearings and they didn't know how to set bearings.
What year ball was it?
66.
And how far did you drive it?
I only drove it up onto a trailer.
Oh, okay.
So I'm really glad, because this guy's like, drive it anywhere. And I'm just like, nah, I'm going to trailer it. I just spent way too much money to just be driving this thing 8 hours
I'm
home.
guessing after he packed them and everything, and then you got to back it off. He backed it off too far.
Yep. He didn't ever tighten it. And it wasn't him. He had taken it to a Pep Boys locally and just had some guy do it, and that guy, who has to work on doing bearings like that anymore? Nobody.
Did he know how to pack them correctly at least?
There was a lot of grease in there, and they at least did that correctly. And the car didn't get driven a lot even when the guy had it. So it wasn't like it was ever going to cause a problem. I mean, long term, it was going to eat the bearing. So
have you seen those their tool? It's like a tool that'll grease it for you.
Yep.
I would love to find one.
But why? You just take your glove in your hand and you just press it in there and you're done.
I mean, when I was in a buying frenzy, I always thought that I would never need it because I'm not going to be doing that many. Every time I turn around, I'm doing these, and I hate sitting there for freaking 25, 30 minutes doing
you got kids?
I'm that type of person that if it's a job that I hate doing, I don't want to give it to somebody else because they're probably going to do a shittier job at it.
All right, looks like you can buy one of those tools on Amazon for like $21.
Ooh, send that to me.
That's easy then. You can just don't send somebody a super chat that week and you'll be fine. Chef Shade Tree, if you need an 8791 brick nose F-150 regular cab, I can find them.
You're the only one I've ever
send me a message on Instagram what you're looking for: 2-wheel drive, 4-wheel drive, colors, engines, all the stuff you're looking for in your price range, and I can find you one. I know I can. I see them all the time. I almost bought one the other day, but I didn't. I bought something else. So.
What'd you buy?
That freaking Pontiac Vibe.
Oh,
what?
Shortchange yourself on that.
I still have a car dealership. Come on now. Not that I would work on the Ford. I'd definitely rather have the Ford, especially with that 5.0 EFI in it. But I've been thinking about going to Copart and buying one of them, and taking that 5.0 EFI and sticking in that 82 that has a straight 6 in it. I told my stepdad, because he's the one that bought that from me, and I told him, I said, whenever that engine goes out, we're going to do something like that. We're going to put that in it or one of the Eco Boosters, something. But that engine, he's running out of oil. It's not dying, and it's fine. So I don't know if it'll ever go out. That straight 6 is a beast.
You got me on Amazon, and that's bad for me, Junkers. See what you did.
Oh no!
I'm looking at this bearing packing tool, like maybe I'll own one. It's not that expensive. And then
what I have been thinking about buying though is them. What the hell? Nah, this ain't one of them, but it's kind of like it. So these damn things, whatever the freak they're called.
Did you watch the video?
So they have a funnel that you could stick on top of the thing and then fill it, and it takes out all the air without having to. It does it for you or whatever.
Huh? Like it has a vent.
It burps it for you. Yeah, burps the system. So I've been.
I do have one of those.
They're not that expensive.
I actually have one of those funnels. I've never used it.
Really?
Yep.
Well, I worked on a car one time. I put a water pump in a Ford Escape.
Yep.
And I swear I burped it 3 times, and I was like, "Oh, you're good." And they go down the road, and they're like, "Hey, it has low coolant again." I'm like, "What the?" So I bring
anything
it back.
with a pressure tank. Yep.
Do what?
Anytime I have something with a pressure tank has that problem.
Yeah.
It's made
but
by
apparently
Lyle.
that funnel's supposed to take care of it. I don't know. I haven't used it, but then again, I haven't worked on another Ford Escape besides cutting the top off of it either. So
So I had a problem with I did a bunch of head gaskets on like Cavaliers and little front wheel drive crap cars for a while, and like I had an issue with one of them not sealing right, and it went right back out after I put it in. It was something I installed it wrong, obviously. So like after that job, because I ended up eating that head gasket job, I actually went and bought one of the really expensive pressurized. You can pre-pressurize everything with air and do all the tests. I've used that thing like twice. I don't know why I spent so much money on a really fancy kit. I was just like, I never want this to happen again. I want to be able to test these after I do a head gasket. So I bought the fancy kit, and it's like, I really haven't done that many head gaskets since.
Speaking of low front-wheel drive 4-cylinders, I'm going to start buying more Kia Souls, but it's going to be the first gen Kia, so the 2010 to 2012, whatever.
I know two people that have those. They're pretty bulletproof.
Yeah. Now the newer ones do have some bearing issues and stuff, but the older ones, that first gen or whatever, man, my daughter, hers has over 200,000 miles on it, and it's great. We just put a power steering pump in it. I did a video on it. I never put one in it. And it was really easy. And I was looking at it. I'm like, dude, I could do a head gasket in this thing in like 2 hours. If I ever had to. But
So I have no idea what you guys are talking about, but that tool looks kick-ass.
The what?
What?
That tool looks kick-ass.
That bearing tool.
Did you read the reviews? Because there wasn't
you were
anything
talking
really
about
negative.
going up to where you live and taking a shit inside your car, your Mustang.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
There's a couple of holes. If you could try and make that
Ford
just
Duke.
go through.
And then
It's
we're going
right
to drop
out
an LS
front.
in it just to make you mad.
I mean, whatever. At this point, it would be a motor that I could drive. So
Yeah, well.
I'm. Oh, wait a minute. Well, guys, no, don't do that. Please.
Don't do that. Oh my god.
Yeah, but no, it's got a lot of really good reviews. I'm kind of interested in it now. I'll probably purchase one.
I'm not
At the end of the
promoting
day,
this.
it's an Amazon tool. So if it don't work, you send it right back.
See, and that's my biggest problem with Amazon is I never send anything back.
Really? I send
Yeah.
all kind of crap back.
My buddy does all the time too. He'll just try something and be like, I didn't like it, and he'll send it back.
Yeah.
Like,
I'll look at the reviews, and the reviews say it's good. I'll buy it. And if I get it in it's junk, I will send it back.
and see,
Now, that's
maybe
the
it's
problem
just
I have with Rock Auto.
Buy
I'll
a
buy
loose screw.
Rock Auto, and it'll sit back here. And then when I go to use it 6 months later, I'll be like, oh, this ain't even the right part. Too late.
I guess we should probably ask CP. I figured he'd be in tonight.
I haven't heard from
Me neither.
So, what's up, Piston?
busy man.
So,
Speaking of Piston, and I got dudes in here. On January 5th, I am going to bring back the news show, but I am wanting to do it different.
Okay.
It's still going to be news, but I'm going to try just to be lighter with it. You know, it doesn't have to be so serious and stuff. So I'm going to try different things. But if you guys would like to make either one of you guys or anybody, even you junkers, would like to make a segment or a little, little video for it, that'd be cool.
yeah, I want to be the weatherman, and I was gonna do it on Christmas Day, but obviously you saw I was pretty busy.
Yeah,
I think that I can bring a little bit of humor to it, or at least attempt to.
Sure.
Maybe.
So far, the weather segments have been the funniest. So,
all right, we'll see. We'll see what I can do.
Like I said before, I'm not really good at picking subjects. So if you want to send me something, I'm more than happy to do it for you.
Yeah, I can for sure. I can. Yep.
So if you like LS builds, I've been following this guy and watching his channel a little bit, and he's a younger guy, which I kind of appreciate him doing stuff. But look up Cam Racing, and he's putting an LS motor in a Duster.
What year Duster?
Like a 70.
Ooh, how
Money,
many people he
Jaden,
making
money. No, I'm just kidding.
But it was funny because he did a lot of videos where it was a slant 6 car to begin with, and he's out ripping around in the snow and stuff with the slant 6 and just beating the snot out of it, and then he just takes it in the shop and starts ripping it apart, and he's doing upgrading everything, suspension, everything, putting an LS motor in it, doing all the body repair, and he's doing a really good job at it, and he's not an old guy, so it's really
I'll check him out. Hey, Midnight Road, if you do have a segment, brother, get with me on Instagram. I'll send you a link to Google Drive, which is like a cloud service where you can post that video and I could take it from there, and I'll do the editing and everything. You don't have to do none of that if you don't want to. Narc says Cam Racing is great. I'll check it out. Have you seen where Narcs have put LS motors and stuff?
Yes.
That Land Cruiser he did, that was pretty cool. I like
I went
the
back
wagon.
and watched a lot of his stuff. It's a lot though, so
Oh yeah, he's got a library. Definitely has a
So,
library.
so what got you into YouTubing, dudes?
me. So we've done a lot of stuff over the years that probably was better for footage, and we used to film stuff all the time for whatever stupid reason. And we used to actually destroy a lot of footage because it was probably incriminating. But we never thought about putting it online. It was well before YouTube was ever a thing. We just liked to videotape stuff, and I still have an old camera I found the other day that has a lot of old footage on it, but it's just so old it's not worth messing with. But I don't know. Me for YouTube, it's just like everybody else in 2020. I had a lot more extra time, so it was just kind of became this thing like I'm actually in the garage doing stuff way more than I have in the past, and I'm sitting there like this stuff's expensive. And maybe if there's any way I can supplement any amount of money towards this, why am I not doing YouTube? Now, there's a lot of other reasons to do YouTube. It'll probably never get to the point where it's making any money. But at this point, it's like maybe people will appreciate the things I do as much as I do.
Sure.
So at the end of the day, that's all it is at this point.
Well,
and if I can get
I think
more
everybody likes
projects
having on the lives,
done.
getting to hear from you, look at your stuff,
My biggest push for YouTube was it gave me a reason to finish things.
Sure. Made you accountable, huh?
Yep.
I wish you'd do that for me.
Well, I'm a lot like my father, and I can start projects, and I'm really good at that. But I get tired of something, and I push it off in the corner, and I start a different project, and I push that one off in the corner.
Out here, I've got the same problem. I've done a few things, and then I'll get pissed off at something. I'll leave it alone.
Look at the
year I've been doing YouTube, I have completed more projects and have more running and driving cars at one time than I have ever. So
wow.
Look at my 350. You guys know that's on the road and running and driving, but it's not done, and I could care less right now.
What, Barbie Pink?
What's that?
You going with Barbie Pink?
Almost. It's pretty close. It's almost like a hot pink.
Okay.
It's a Hello Kitty violet. It's fine.
Dude,
yeah, I like that.
Confidence.
It does look like a Hello Kitty truck. Since it's 250, you could put little ears on the top.
350, Cletus.
Oh, whoa, my bad.
No, but seriously, I have to put the bumper on that and try and get it inspected, and I just could care less.
I want to try to be like Narcs one day and have 700 videos.
Yeah.
What's up with that?
Yeah.
I'm like 100. I'm like at 160 videos now. I'm killing it.
I don't even know what I'm at. I'm over 100. I've done 49 videos, I think, since I've been back, something like that.
Okay.
I mean, I can't talk much. I do not have that much content. Maybe that's half my problem. Because if you actually look at my catalog,
have a good library.
It's like 70 videos or shorts. So when you look at the 100 and some videos I have, there's really not that many actual videos.
Yes, but you're not monetized yet either. So if you went and put out all your videos, you'd have to go back and put them back out later, which Narcs should definitely do. Because Narcs has some great videos, but since they're older in his library, I have a feeling that people aren't going to watch them as much as if he re-put them out like right now.
And see,
he can even put like a shorter version of them out and say, this is my LS build all in 15 minutes. This is
and I will say that to anybody that wants to support anybody else. It's always a good idea to go back in somebody's catalog and actually watch some of their older stuff, because some of their older stuff isn't bad. It can be really good videos that maybe they had to change what they were doing to try to get out there more. And some of their older stuff was actually better,
I've taken a lot of my older stuff down. I made it private or whatever because it's just bad.
Yeah, well,
unless it's still getting views, I'm leaving it alone. But.
So my first attempt at YouTubing, I did just how-tos.
Yeah.
And I've left them
that's
up.
What it used to be back in the day. That's what automotive YouTube used to be.
Yeah. There's one video that just continuously gets hits.
How-tos always gets hit. They don't get subscribers, but they get hits.
Yeah.
That's what I'm going to try to do some of.
That's the one when you do the how-tos,
when you do get monetized, you go and you just load them up with as many commercials as you can.
I'll tell you one thing.
Because they're not going to subscribe anyway.
CP was not lying when he said put your lives to subscribers only and put a time limit on it. Because I jumped up. I was at 756 or 7 when we started this, and I'm at 762 right now. So that
because it
tells
forces
me.
people to subscribe just to comment. But the problem is they'll just unsubscribe when it's done.
Maybe, but I haven't. There's only one person in here that isn't normally in here. One or two people that was in here that wasn't normally in here. So,
I mean, I try, man. Come on, I try to be in here. God.
Well, and I think there's a lot of people that just they don't realize they're not subscribed sometimes. So
yeah.
Well, sometimes it unsubscribes.
Yep.
So maybe it'll help in general. I'm gonna try it a couple of times.
I know when Narc was trying to get to 3,000, I went and looked at his channel and it says I wasn't subscribed, and I'm like, well, what the heck? Because I know I subscribed to him way before that.
The other day, I was on not Dudes Rings. Gosh, dang it! Your brother, Wasted Talent. I was on his live or something like that, and I had a notification saying he went live. But then when I went to watch it, I wasn't subscribed. I'm like, how am I getting a notification, but I wasn't subscribed?
Yeah,
they don't send out a lot of notifications either. I've noticed that.
Sometimes they do. Sometimes they'll overload me with something. I'm like, I don't even remember watching this guy. And then sometimes they won't send you any. So I don't know. It's a little different.
So I went on Instagram today, and I actually went and changed like business settings and like did a bunch of stuff. I don't know if I did it right, but it wanted me to go through this whole thing and post 3 things before it would finish and like all this stuff. And I'm like, why is it making me do this to set this up? So
get a YouTube video. There's YouTube videos out there to show you how to set up your business account.
yeah, I should have done that, but I was just kind of fumbling through it.
Yeah.
I don't know. I have a lot of old, like I save Instagram posts that I think would be good, and then I just don't put them up. And I do that with YouTube videos too. So I constantly second guess everything. So when it's like put 3 up, I'm like, oh, I'll just go to my file and just put 3 of them up. You know, it's.
So I asked Narc about this earlier. I don't know if you guys were watching or anything, but I'll ask you too also because I want everybody's opinion. You guys know the story of my Mustang. You know how I got ripped off. And dude, you and I have talked a little bit about blurting people's information out there. But this guy, he's a bad guy, and he continues to do what he's doing. Do you think I should put that in my video? Do you think I should put his information in my video?
Here's my opinion on this.
Go ahead.
You're welcoming drama into your life if you want to try to bash anybody. You're being the bigger person by just letting it go. Damage is done. So if you go out there and you say, this guy, you know, you guys all need to be aware, you might be saving somebody else, but you're essentially inviting some stuff back into your life you don't need. So it's that risk of, yes, I'm helping someone else, maybe, but I'm definitely going to bring some stuff I don't need back to my doorstep.
You can tell the story without being specific. If you're specific, the problem is you're opening yourself up for a lawsuit, right? If, you know, depending on how it is worded and all that stuff. But also with the new laws and stuff like that, since you have a following, you know, you're not like a 100,000 subscriber following, but you have a following, right? So if you put his information out there, his name and even the city he lives in, that could be considered doxing, and that's a crime.
So what if I just said, not his name, but the town where he is?
You could do that. If it's just a town where he is, and just say this guy, you know, don't be specific. Yeah, you definitely totally do that.
I definitely don't want the drama, and I really would like this to be done, you know. And I'm actually talking to him again right now. He's actually responding to me.
Sure.
Because I Googled him, like I do every once in a while, because I knew he had pending charges. So I noticed yesterday that he had a new charge go through, and I messaged him and I told him plain and simple, I want my money, or I want something of equal value, so I can call this done, because I'm not walking away without getting something back.
And you should definitely follow up.
That's
on
one
that.
of the ones where you kind of kill him with with kindness, right? I mean, not that you have to suck up to them or whatever, but look, man, I know everybody makes mistakes. I know these things happen. Why don't we do this, and give me something in.
The problem is that I haven't had any massive leverage until now because part of his bullshit, his conviction is he pled guilty and he needs to stay away from anything bad for 5 years, any negative anything. And if I was to put my charges through, he would probably go to jail.
Yeah.
Which I don't think it would change him, because in the early 90s, he was doing this as a contractor.
But he still sure doesn't want to go to jail.
No, absolutely.
To put a note on this, because I've dealt with enough shitty people and tried to be the guy that tries to teach somebody a lesson enough times to learn something. You think you're going to change somebody by treating them a certain way or pushing them a certain way, but they're the way they are. You're not going to change them by teaching them a lesson. And at the end of the day, you're just going to bring it back on yourself when all you were trying to do is change a person that's not going to change. So it's always tread lightly with any of that stuff, because pushing them and getting in a situation where they're coming to your door and acting a fool is never worth it.
Yeah.
Let him. That's all I can say.
Yeah,
I don't go out looking for that. That is not.
No, but you don't want it brought to you either.
Exactly.
I just want what's mine, and then I'm done with it.
100% agree with it. You were definitely wrong, but it comes back to, at a certain point, you just have to cut your losses and just say, you know what, it's not worth it. I don't need this in my life.
Sure. And at the same time, you have some tread now. You have some traction with what you don't want to go to jail. So don't threaten them, but be like, hey man, I could go to the cops and do all this, but nobody wants that. Let's just give me my money, or give me something equal in value. Let's work this out. Be done with it.
He's got a Miller welder that he says that's worth close to what. And I'm like,
if you get anything out of it, it's better than nothing, right?
Yes, I said, give me some pictures. Let me see the model number.
Sure.
I would rather have my cash, but
of course,
he's lost it. He's lost his house, his shop. He's out on good behavior. He's an old man now. It's like
take the welder and shit happens, man. I mean, it sucks. But
yeah, it does suck. I mean, but you're talking it was going on like 3-4 years ago now.
Oh yeah, if you can get a welder out of it, get it and just be done, man. I mean, even if you don't sell it, you will probably use a welder. I mean,
well, that's what I'm starting to think, is I'm going to need it for all this body panels that's coming up soon.
There you go.
But I gotta know if the thing's worth it, because it's either a good one or a bad one.
If it's a Miller, it's a good one. I mean, not saying it's the best in the world, but it's a good one.
What Miller's really good about, if anything's broke, they make parts.
Yep. Yeah, I would definitely jump on that, dude. And I don't even know the whole situation. But if I had somebody that after a couple of years, come up and said, look, I don't have the money, but I'll give you this welder, I'd be like, okay, done.
Well, it's not like he proposed it to me. I had to track him down again. And
well, maybe you can get on that and say, man, I could take the welder, but do you have any other tools you could throw in with it? Just see what you can get out of. I mean,
yeah. I'm sure he ain't.
Yeah, just be nice about it.
He may not have anything. He might have a VCR though. Who cares? Whatever you can get out of.
Yeah.
I'd be like, yeah, I'll take that and a peanut butter and jelly sandwich. Just whatever you can get out of, because you may not get anything at all. So
yeah. Well, he's paid me a little bit of money.
Oh.
But that was like pulling teeth. And that was off the consensus that I wouldn't go to the cops at that point.
Yeah. Well, you could also go to court with it as well if you have anything where he says he owes you the money.
Oh yeah, God, yeah, I have.
But then again, what are they going to do? They can't garnish his wages.
No, he doesn't have any. As far as I know, he's homeless.
Yeah, I would definitely just take what you
get. It gets better, doesn't it?
I'm sorry that it works out like that, and maybe this, I don't know. Maybe you give him a break will be the change he needs in his life to become a good person. I don't know.
And there's the other side of it too. When you start messing with broken people that have nothing else to lose, you could end up with something that you don't see coming real fast.
Yeah.
And
that's pretty true.
I've dealt with enough of that stuff where it's just like it's never worth it.
Yeah. Well, we heard your story about giving your what was it, a S10 Blazer or something away?
Yep.
Yeah, it's
And-
just at the end of the day, you're just like, well, it's
Well,
it is what
here's
it
the
is.
other side of that story. So that thing, I didn't ever make no money off it, essentially. And that guy took it. Well, just recently, he got caught on camera using it to steal stuff out of people's garages. So I'm like, okay, this is a vehicle still in my name that he now spray painted black after he hit and run somebody with it. And he's cruising around the neighborhood living in it, stealing people's stuff. So Facebook Markiplier, it was like Facebook site or whatever. Everybody's like, does anybody know who this guy is? And instantly I'm just like, yep. And typed his name in there and did all this stuff. And I'm like, that's my truck, you know?
Yep.
And everybody's like, oh. So then like later that day, they had found him and arrested him. So they knew he's been stealing stuff. He's in prison now, as far as I know. Well, he never licensed the truck. So it went to the local tow yard. And I even talked to a guy and they're like, yeah, if you want to come down and get it, it's yours. You know, you can just go get it. And I honestly was sitting there, I'm like, I should just go get it, just teach him a lesson, start that thing on fire on YouTube or something, just watch it burn, you know? But at the end of the day, I was like, you know what? If they let him out and he wants to get it back, even though he can't get it back because it's at the tow yard and it's not in his name, if I get it and he finds out for whatever reason I have it, he's going to come to my door again and be like, that's mine. And I'm going to be like, listen here, bud. But I don't, that's just it. It's a ruined vehicle at this point. I was going to scrap it anyway. I don't need that money, and I don't need that in my life.
Yeah.
Done.
Yeah. That's messed up. Yeah,
But
I don't think you told me that story.
I definitely make you a video explaining your story, Junkers. But don't be specific with names and stuff like that, of course. But it is a good story. It's like, hey, you know, how not to get ripped off, or don't do this. Don't do this would be a great one, you know.
Well,
or if you're going to do this, do it this way, you know.
So I'm doing I don't know if it'd be a recap, but it's basically catching everybody up since I've owned this vehicle. That's I'm going to throw in some videos that I have of the car, some pictures, do some overlay voice talking, and maybe I'll sit in front of the camera and tell the story. I really don't know, but I know
when you go to title it, say, you know, don't get ripped off, or what, you know, don't do this or something like that. Something that jumps out at people is not, you know, that way people can pick up on it.
Yeah.
Well, I have an old video that I had to rewire my 2015 train, and due to the fact that the dealership failed to do their job, and they essentially messed my vehicle up multiple times, charged me a bunch of money, and I had to fix it anyway myself. I still don't ever mention the dealership's name.
Sure.
Because at the end of the day, their work is going to explain everything I don't need to. And that video is never going to do me any better just because I mentioned their name.
Right.
So
I did plaster him when the car finally arrived here and it all sank in that I had been screwed and how hard. I did put a Facebook one, and I plastered him through every single site that I possibly could. Every single one. And I even went on his Yelp and did it, along with probably 10, 15 family members and friends.
Well, and I mean, there's a lot of people that rip people off. And like cars are, I've bought enough cars over the years to learn something on the wrong, you'll learn it the hard way. But I'll say it to anybody, whenever you're dealing in cars, you have to expect the worst. And at the end of the day, it sucks that you have to deal with the bad side of all this. But there's always going to be that option. There's always going to be like, hey, I let my guy have this car and he ruined it. You know, he went and drove it down the block and wrapped it around a tree. You know, there's way worse outcomes that could have come from it. And at the end of the day, it's just kind of one of those, you live and you learn. You know, next time you're going to learn how to do body panels. You're going to fix your own car. And maybe it won't be perfect, but you won't do that again. And
right.
Just a lesson, I guess.
Look at Half-Ass Garage right now. This is going to be the 4th time he's having to take his transmission to this guy.
Yep. And at a certain point, you're just going to have to buy a book and build the training yourself.
Exactly. But I'm like, well, talk to him. Obviously, he can't build this one. Maybe he could get one that's, you know, get a different one that's the same model built. Or, you know, just do what you can with them, because obviously it's not it's not working out. So
when I ran the, go ahead, dudes.
No, I was gonna say the hard lesson is always having to deal with the wrong side. That's it. You know, it sucks. You don't want to have to do that, and you have to just swallow your pride and just be like, hey, you know, I got screwed. What are you gonna do? You know, and move on, because the more you dwell on it, the more it's just gonna piss you off. So,
oh yeah,
every time I've ever worked on somebody's shit, I've always taken accountability for it. And I know when I was running my shop, there was a lot of people that were terrified because I'm essentially a backyard mechanic. You know, you're bringing your car to somebody's house. Hi, Bella. You want to say hi? And it took a long time to earn trust. And you know, you'd listen to the stories that they'd tell you, and it'd be like, holy shit, there's people in the industry that do that.
Oh yeah,
It's
people
like,
will rip them off quick. Yeah.
What's the
But then again, the reason I don't work on people's cars anymore is because I do it for stupid cheap, and sometimes not even charge them anything. And then they would come back and say, "Hey, you just did my wheel bearings. Now my radio's not working." I'm like, "Okay," and they would be mad and want you to fix it. And I'm like, "Get the fuck out of here."
Yeah, there were people like that would try and drain you.
They ruin it for everybody. I just don't work on other people's cars anymore.
I did a motor job. The frig was that? Not an Escape. Maybe it was an Explorer. It was like a 2011 Explorer. So I did the motor job, and I did it in quick time. The lady needed it back, and we even sat there when she came to pick it up. And I told her about these, you know, people that have tried to screw me over. She wasn't even halfway home and started complaining about stuff that I had never had anything to do with, you know. And so I'm like, okay, maybe I could have messed up that when I did the motor, so I fix it. And then she'd complain about something, so I fixed it. And then finally, I was just like, enough. I'm not doing this anymore. And she's like, well, I want to put a bad review. I'm like, listen, I just pretty much the entire labor costs just went back into your vehicle. And it's like, you're just trying to screw me for something that I have nothing to do with.
Yeah, I mean, you tried to help and you can, and that's what it is.
Yeah.
And I've often, you know, I got really big into doing stuff with people, and then I kind of got hooked on to everybody just wanted me to fix everything. And then I was the same guy to be like, I need you to fix these things or it's not safe. I'm not just going to spend $25 when it needs $300. So then people didn't like me because they're like, well, you want to fix everything. And it's like, yeah, you know, I'm not going to let you just put a wheel bearing on when all your tie rods are twisted. You know,
Sure.
it's you know, I just got to the point where I didn't feel safe letting these cars back out of my garage. And if they didn't want to replace everything, I'm not going to work on it. And then it got to the point where like, well, you're doing it super cheap. And I was spending too much of my own time doing it and not getting my own stuff done. And there was a little bit of money being made, but at the end of the day, it wasn't worth the point.
Wasn't worth the headache and the hassle.
Yep.
So,
And there's cars that I've completely redone every inch of it and handed it back to the guy and handed him a $3,500 bill. And he was more than happy to pay it. And he still drives that car 10 years later, you know?
Yeah.
So you can't work with everybody, but at the same time, you got to look at, is it worth your time at a certain point? We can't all say our time is worthless. I mean, as car guys, you have to kind of admit that at some point. You're restoring a car every hour for weeks, and you're going, the car will never be worth the time I'm putting into it, but I'm enjoying it, so it doesn't matter. But when you're working on other people's stuff, all that time matters. So you're not working on your own stuff, you're working on theirs, and you're trying to make a profit. I got to the point where I'm not going to charge any less than the mechanic down the street, so you might as well take it to the mechanic down the street.
That's kind of what I've become too, because it's like I have a shop. Everything in my garage is all paid for. So it's like it's all free money to me. But now I'm doing this YouTube thing. It's like I could be making a video that could put me over the top, but
maybe,
instead
or maybe it won't.
I'm replacing tires.
Sure. And you do video on replacing tires. I mean, people watch that stuff, but
you know as well as I do, it is hard to get the right angles when you're doing something like that. Working on a carburetor, yeah, okay, perfect. But when you're trying to do tires, to me, it's a pain in the ass. I just have a small. I built. I know we talked about it, but I did build a little shed thing connected to my garage, and that's where my tire machine sits. And it's a pain in the ass to do them in there.
Is yours a manual or a hydraulic?
It's so it's electric. Jesus, dog. It's electric and hydraulic. No, it's electric air. Sorry.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, so you got a Coates or something like that?
What the hell is that one? It's blue.
So do you have a balancing machine too?
I do.
Oh.
Yeah. But
'Cause
like
that's
I
always,
said,
I know a lot of guys
right
that have
there.
tire machines, but they don't balance nothing, and it's like, I don't want
Yeah,
that.
you can buy a bubble balancer.
Yeah.
They're pretty cheap.
But I got a buddy
no, I
that
mean,
tears up wheel
tires is
bearings and rims, and it's like, did you balance
really
that?
a
And he's
lot of
like,
money in tires, man. Just do tires for other people and keep the mechanic and do yourself.
It's not worth it, man.
Tires is dirty work, though.
At the dealership, that's one of the things that was my thing, is doing tires, and I really
Oh,
got
I
burnt out doing them. You know, it's just like I always got the shittiest tires, like the Siennas with run flats. You guys ever done run flats? Don't run away.
Almost all military vehicles have run flats in them. So
Oh fuck that! But those are at least bigger rimmed.
16s. I mean,
Really, 16s? Yeah. So yeah, you know what I'm talking about. It just
I grew up with a lot of farm boys, and we did a lot of tires with nothing but bars on the ground.
Yeah.
So I did enough tires the wrong way and the hard way to never want to do them again.
Yeah.
Where it's just
I
like,
would love to have a tire machine, though.
I would have loved to have a good tire machine. My buddy has one. He does them for me occasionally. But legitimately, there's a little outfit in town that they will patch, repair, put your wheels. I mean, they'll take everything off, and it's cheaper than nothing. And they get it done right away. So I'm just like, I've been going there for years.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah, I have a guy that when I buy a set of tires, I'll buy them the cheapest place online, and I shop around a lot of places. That's the best place to find them. I just have them shipped to me, and the guy down here will put them on, $50, balanced, installed. You know.
Yeah, and I've done enough where I don't even care if the machine sits there for a year and a half and I don't use it. I don't care.
No, you got a machine. That's the best way to go. So.
For sure.
It really is. Yeah. Without that kind of stuff, my business never would have taken off, and I wouldn't be where I am right now. But I wouldn't be doing it by hand. I did start out when I first started the business. I had one of the eBay hand crank ones you did.
Yeah.
And nope.
Yeah.
I remember doing super singles on a dual axle trailer in the middle of a snowstorm because we took out a tire and literally detached the trailer and the RV that was on it, drove somewhere, picked another tire up, and did it on the side of the road and put the damn thing back on.
My dad and I used to take 2x4s and drive on them with the truck to break them down. You know, it sucks.
No.
Yeah, Piston said 75% of his time filming is setting up the shots.
Yeah, I can believe that.
Obviously, he does a better job filming than me because I don't. Mine doesn't take that long, but
yeah, mine don't either.
See, what I've actually started doing on that note is like a lot of my videoing. I used to take long videos and just have a camera set up or, whatever. But like what I've done a lot more anymore, like I'll just kind of pick a shot wherever I feel like it needs to be, take like a 30-second or a 1-minute video, and that's it. And then I'll just do a bunch of them and then piece them all together. I try not to take too much footage anymore.
How do you guys deal with noise? Like, because
microphones.
What's
I
that?
don't have a problem with noise.
I have a couple different microphones for my phone that cancel out a lot of noise.
I'm talking like kids or people walking in, or
you just kick their ass out.
Yeah,
I get so mad. There's footage that I hope never makes it out because I act like a 2-year-old. Because I'll have the perfect shot and it'll come out right, and then all of a sudden here comes a dog, knocks the camera over, and then here comes the kids running around, and it's like, what the fuck is wrong with you?
Yeah, you could add some of that in, and maybe that would, be a good angle.
And that would be, add like don't add in the whole thing, but add in like your angle and then the dog tearing it up, and a lot of just noise. A lot of software you could take a lot of that noise out.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I'm surprised I've made almost 5 hours down here without too much noise. I'm very surprised in that one.
No, I do. Like, if something really falls apart for me, I'll do like pretty much an exact retake of whatever I was trying to get, and it fixes the problem, and I'll piece something together. But, I I don't know. I don't ever really run into that too much. People interrupting it.
Well, I'll get like planes and trains and cars
An automobile.
Yeah, I get
all
cars going by the front of my garage.
because all mine's outside. So
yeah. No, I get very angry when I because it's always when I've got the perfect everything.
you gotta relax, man. Life's too short to get angry.
I'm actually a lot calmer than I used to be. I used to be a very angry man.
If I would send you all the stuff that I've filmed that I just literally don't like, it would blow your mind of all the stuff I could just put up that because one thing happened in the filming or it just didn't have the right flow to it. I just went, nope, we're just not doing that. I throw more stuff away than I've ever posted.
Do you save that footage?
I save everything.
So maybe one day you'll put it up.
Someday. I've thought about trying to turn it into some kind of collage or something, but it's just like so many projects. I was like, this is going to be cool. We're going to film it. And I do the whole project. And it's just like, I don't like any of it. Trash.
Wow. Yeah, I whatever. I pretty much, when I do film it, I pretty much put it up. There's some that I don't. Well, most of it I put up. I just haven't been doing that much. I mean, I've been doing stuff, but nothing to film. No, not working on vehicles or going to auctions or nothing. So
Atlas, that's it. Atlas is my machine too.
I've looked at a couple cheap Chinese ones that had good reviews that are only like $1,100 for the balancer and the tire machine, but it's like that can't be good quality for $1,100.
it might be. It might be. Though when I was talking about building a shop, I was gonna buy a lift, and I started looking at the cheap lifts, and I'm like, maybe I should.
Yeah. But hey, I know a guy that doesn't even bolt his down. So you'll be fine.
Yeah. They do make lifts you don't have to bolt down, but usually they're 4 posts, and they have where they lock the wheels on them. They got wheels.
I've actually seen ones that have wheels on them, and you can bring them over, and when they start lifting, they have little feet that come out, and then they have like a top post you can latch down. They have some ones that are pretty neat, but they're pricey as no get out.
This thing was not cheap. I'm not gonna lie. When I was looking at it, I was looking at like the mighty lifts, the max lifts. They're only like 4 feet tall. Because in the videos, you can probably see the height is definitely a problem, let alone the width and everything else in the shop. But it does okay. And right as I was ready to make the purchase on the I think it was called Mighty Lift or something like that, another guy said, hey, check this thing out. So I looked at it, and I looked at reviews. There wasn't a lot back then, but I was like, I mean, you guys obviously are selling it, so it's probably a good product. And I bought it, and I ended up having I hired 5 crackheads to lift the column up on for me. They're plentiful down here, guys. You can.
Oh, I believe it.
We have the Hispanics, so they might also be crackheads, but
I mean, I didn't think I'd.
Hispanics, I guess, but
I don't know.
I'm assuming you're talking about illegal aliens that'll work for less than, for whatever money they can get. Okay.
Oh no, mine are legit drug addicts that I just found. And
I don't really pay meth heads, just because I don't trust them.
I paid $10.
I say that sometimes I'll pay them to mow the lawn and stuff.
You know what was terrifying is these guys show up in fucking sandals, and I'm just like, I'm like, this is gonna end terribly. There's gonna be toes everywhere.
That's wasted talent. That's all he does.
I wish I had video footage of this thing going up. It would be awesome now.
New Zealand Mopar says he's at home and ready for 2022 in a few hours.
I've seen that. It's not quite time yet.
2021 has flown by.
It has.
It really has.
But
and
like I said, I have gotten so much done this year that I did not think was accomplishable just by staying at it. And I've given up being at work all the time. So that's, I guess, the big step change.
I need to get more stuff done. At the beginning of this year, I was hustling. I was getting all kind of stuff done. And the last 3 months, maybe even 4 months,
last 2 months, everything's come to a screeching halt for me. And I'm just like, I need to get more motivation. I just need to.
And that's my problem is just motivation, man. I just like, I'll do it later.
Yeah, I've got that problem. So since I had the Ronus, I hate saying it like that, but
the Ronus.
I have the Ronus. I've definitely lost motivation. even worse than normal. I don't know
Well,
if
my
that's
thing
all
is like,
connected or...
whenever I hit like a big setback on a project, it just takes the wind right out of my sails on it.
Mm.
I'm just like, you know.
I heard
I get all the buyer's remorse and all the regret for even owning the damn thing, and then I'm just like, push it out into the field. I'll do something else.
there's a brilliant philosopher that says, sitting on your ass ain't going to finish your projects.
Yeah, I know that guy.
Oh, okay.
I wish we could get him on one of these lives. He seemed like
He'll never do it. No,
You don't think
He's
so?
a busy guy.
He's so busy, and he doesn't do YouTube like that. He might do a collab with you if you want to go to Oklahoma, but
Yeah, I don't view him as a guy that, like, even if he was put on a live stream, because I've seen him on a couple live streams.
Oh, really?
Yeah, he did a couple live streams early on, with Mordsky, and but he's just kind of indifferent. Like both live streams, he got pretty liquored up, and you can kind of tell he needs to get a little loose to talk to a big group of people, even though he looks really loose.
So.
Yeah.
You ever watch his older stuff?
All of his older stuff. I watched his older stuff before anybody knew who he was.
I did
I
too.
didn't know who he was, and then Half-Ass Garage told me who he was. I'm like, I'll check him out, and I'm like, oh dang, this dude's. In fact, I stopped watching Vice Grip Garage because Puddin's so much more entertaining.
Yeah.
I like Vice Grip. I guess he was kind of entertaining, but Puddin's
It's all about that something new. You can only watch the same thing for so long before you're like, I want something else.
Well, Puddin's just more wholesome to me.
Yeah.
I remember watching Puddin back in the day when he was doing like Will It runs out of his father's field, but I didn't know who he was back until Cletus back this summer says, dude, you got to check this guy out. And I'm just like, that's a hell of a name. So I started watching him, and I kept thinking, he sounds familiar. I can't stand his voice. I love the show though. That's exactly what I told Bob, is that
thanks, Southerners.
It's how we all sound down here.
It was so thick that I couldn't stand it.
Yeah.
And then I kept pushing through. I think I watched like 3
that
videos.
Why you don't watch my videos?
What? What's that, buddy?
I'm just picking. I said, is that why you don't watch my videos?
I watch everybody's videos eventually.
I'm just picking, but I'm just saying because I got to, my voice isn't too Southern. I don't believe, but I do have a Southern accent.
I think he tries to push it a little harder. I've noticed since he's.
I'm sure he does. He goes full into his character.
Go watch his original videos.
Great.
So
his
dull.
original international videos, he doesn't have the same flair that he has now.
No, he's so dull. But it was something after like the third video. I'm like, oh my god, I'm hooked. I think it was about when he got Yeehaw.
With the name Cletus, maybe I should lean into it a little harder too.
Maybe you should.
People love it. I don't know if it's feeling better than you because you have an accent. I don't know what it is about certain people liking to listen to Southern accents. And I've talked to people about this because I'm like, the people that love like Honey Boo Boo, and it's like, why do you watch that? They're like, oh, I just love watching. It's like, why? Well, it makes me feel better about me. I'm like, they're making way more money than you're ever going to make. And all they're doing is playing a character.
Oh, Pista says you and cook in a Southern accent. Yeah, buddy. How do I cook in a Southern? What's that mean?
You talk. I'm a head. I cook a pan of sardines.
Oh, I have done some cooking videos. I like to cook. I'm okay.
We're actually prepping a brisket right now.
Yeah, y'all want to smoke it?
Yep.
Yeah, only way to go. Only way to go.
Yeah, we're doing it for New Year's, so we're gonna smoke it. We gotta start smoking it at 3 a.m.
Yikes!
Why?
Yeah, because it's gonna take 19 hours.
How big is that brisket?
Big.
Well, you're also smoking it too. You're not just plain cooking it.
Yeah,
oh no, it's
a lot of hours.
She's a big one.
Usually smoking a brisket does take a while, but usually it's like 7 to 9 hours, depending on what
9 hours. And we did all the math. We're like, can't be right. I'm like, yeah, this thing's big. We cut the fat off, and the fat was 4 pounds.
Why would you cut the fat off?
Well,
that's flavor.
That's good food right there, buddy.
But you got to trim her down a little.
Well, you could trim it after it's done. But you kept the fat to cook with and stuff, right?
Yeah.
To cook later on. Yeah. Okay.
Yep.
I said to cook other stuff with. I use fat all the time. It's better than.
It's got to fit in the smoker.
Vegetable
too,
oil is pretty bad for you. I don't know if y'all knew that, but You start looking at all these rice oils and vegetables. That stuff's bad.
What is good for you? Like truly.
Nothing.
Yeah.
What is good for you? Eggs, chicken. There's stuff that's good for
I'm
you.
sure that it's not great for you. I'm sure there's
eggs as long as you don't eat the yolks.
Yeah, I was gonna
See,
say,
they
was
say
it
that, but
the
the yolks are
incredible edible egg? You guys remember that growing up?
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Eggs are
Did
good
you see
for
that
you,
thing
man.
I just sent you, please?
I'll have to go look.
Yeah, go check that out.
Having a
We're
thick
talking about
accent,
lips.
playing like a dummy from South. Okay. Accent fun, cringeworthy acting. Acting like a twat. I go somewhere else. Oh. Sorry to ruin it for you, buddy. I guess I'm acting like a twat on my videos. Is that what you're saying? Oh, I'm kidding, Piston. I'm kidding.
Oh man.
Oh, it's the bin pack lift. Yeah, I've actually seen that somewhere. Was it Vice Grip Garage that has one?
No, his is a fire or something, but look at that
yeah.
lift. That's not the same thing.
Oh, okay. Well, I've seen 3 vehicles on it, so.
Put it up on the screen. Let's look at it. Let's talk about it. Break
Yeah,
it
I'll
down.
send it to you. I don't want to. I'm on my phone, so I can't do that.
Here, I'll
But-
pull it up. I can pull up what you
Yeah.
said.
Look at this just crazy monstrosity of a thing.
Is this the one that lifts the tires?
It lifts the whole car.
Holy shit.
32 grand, huh?
Guy. I have to full screen this. That is what?
Triple independent platforms.
Wow.
There's a market for everybody, I guess. But that was the one I just I typed it in. I'm like, what?
It's a parking lift.
Yeah.
So you can't, I mean, I guess you could work on some stuff, but look, you can't even
That's
get
what I'm
underneath.
saying. So it's just a parking lift and it costs that much money.
Don't worry, I moved the camera so they didn't see you napping, Bob.
It's kind of one of those like, who's buying that? Who's that in the market for?
I want to know how they ship it, because when they shipped mine, yellow was the shipper, was the transporter, and I absolutely hate that company right now.
What'd they change their name to? Yellow Truck. They got bought by somebody, and now it's called something else. But
Yeah, every trucking outfit just gets bought by somebody.
pretty much. Y'all ever heard of ABF?
Green trucks?
They're green. Yeah.
Yeah, they're up here.
You know what they're called? You know what it's called? Know what ABF stands for?
Oh God.
Arkansas Best Freight.
Oh, I thought it was going to go totally different.
There's a lot of big companies starting in Arkansas. ABF, Walmart, Tyson. Yeah.
Apparently, Hoovy has that same lift.
Oh,
really?
I bet he does.
All right.
That's
cool.
one of the reasons I don't watch Hoovy's Garage, because I don't really ever want a Ferrari, and I don't want to watch people drive.
He
and work
does
on
do
Ferraris.
some high end. Like I said, my brother-in-law loves that stuff. I don't love it that much, but he does do
I'd
some.
rather
high-end
watch somebody work on, a Nissan Z that they're putting a LS in, or freaking, do the bearings on an Impala, freaking 2002 Impala or something. I don't know.
It's not that I'm ever going to talk bad about a Ferrari or a Lamborghini or a Bugatti. It's just they don't interest me because it's an unachievable car for me, and I appreciate cars I can
I'm a
own.
big guy. I've driven. In fact, on my YouTube channel, did I drive the Ferrari on YouTube? Anyway, I've driven them. I'm a big guy. They're not fun. They're too small. They're not great for me. Now Tesla was really fun to drive, and it's really comfortable. I would definitely buy a Tesla. Definitely.
Yeah.
Stupid fast. Faster than a Ferrari. But it's a lot more comfortable. But I still like the big rumble, feel, sound, smell of a V8. Yeah.
You know what $32,000 could do for me?
Buy a new Mustang?
I was thinking maybe
Put
building
down payment on a Bronco.
Did you buy it? You did, didn't you?
No,
did you get the Bronco?
I seen the picture at his house.
Well, I know it was getting dropped off for a couple days.
You
but he
should have
hasn't-
bought a different color, man. That's ugly. You're that's a kid.
It was
Oh.
yellow, wasn't it?
It's bright orange, man.
Yeah, I was about to say I don't think it's yellow. It's not. It's not. I think it's blue, isn't it?
Yeah, maybe aqua.
Yeah.
How does she like it?
No, the one
Hard,
that's
rough.
the promotional drivable version. So like you get to drive it for however long you want it. We drove it around. So we ordered one in forest green. So we're gonna have forest green with tan leather interior and all the fancy doodads. So
And what's your ETA on that?
year and a half.
So the guy I got the Falcon from has been waiting, I think, something like 9 months for his Maverick.
Ugh.
So I'm
I actually sat in one of those and we looked at while we were there, looking at the Bronco, and like I honestly was like, I guess this is for somebody. But like,
if you're and the price is actually pretty good on them too. So if you're looking for a car
just
with
a-
a truck bed,
yes,
they're
I mean
not bad.
it's in the same realm as what's the Honda version, Ridgeline.
Yeah, and then they got a Hyundai version now. My
I
stepdad
actually-
just bought the Hyundai version, the Veracruz.
Oh yeah, I mean, like I said,
do a
it's,
video
it's the market for somebody. I mean, it's not
Hyundai
me.
came out with a truck.
Do what?
They come out with a truck.
Yep, I think it's called a Santa Cruz or Veracruz or something like that.
Yep.
It's a Ford Maverick, pretty much. It looks exactly almost the same. They're very close, about the same tow rating, everything like that. They're pretty cool. It is not. It's good on gas. It's not big. You're not gonna haul sheetrock with it.
Well,
you're not gonna.
it fills that niche that the Avalanche never could. You know what I mean? Like somebody doesn't want a truck, but they want something they can put something in, but they don't want it to be full size.
Exactly. So why would you buy an Avalanche at usually higher price than a regular truck? So you're hauling less. You know, it has less. It could haul less weight, and then it's an Avalanche.
And they brought back Rangers. They brought back the Colorado. Those have never really even done well, even after they brought them back.
The new Rangers are doing pretty good.
Yeah, because they sell them as fleet vehicles. You know,
Yes.
so
And also because it's the Rangers they have overseas and stuff, so they're actually pretty good vehicles.
yeah,
but they're
my
pretty big.
my brother-in-law's brother has one, and he loves it to death. He just recently trashed it, but what are you gonna do?
The Mavericks are the size of an old Ranger.
Yes, and they're low to the ground. That was the thing to me. Is like I was kind of like,
What
this doesn't have
one
much
you were looking
ground.
at, was it turboed or was it the hybrid?
It was just the base.
So is the hybrid or the base is turbo, I think.
Was it? Yeah, I didn't. I just kind of sat in and stared at the dash, and it felt very foreign to me. And I was like, "Oh, okay." Like it is, like the way
video
the
right
gas
there.
is set up, it just didn't seem like an American vehicle.
Right. And it's
There's
based on
nothing
a
wrong with
European design.
Yeah, I'm not saying there's anything bad about that. I'm just saying I sat in, and I'm kind of like, okay,
Junker said we're going to take a dump. So
junker dumper.
Junker dunkers.
No, I just need to stand.
Ah, you can't hear us. They say Mavericks will haul 4x8 sheet of plywood.
If you have the tailgate down, maybe.
Yeah, and I still don't see how. It's
I mean, the Nissan Titan used to offer that too with a 4-door, and it's like, yeah, if you put it on the tailgate, I guess.
Yeah, but even in the Maverick, you put it on the tailgate. I don't see how. I think it would be 6 foot with a tailgate. Maybe.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't think it's that long either.
I know the
But-
Rivian RT1 will haul that, but it puts the tailgate
here.
down and then it has like a extra thing or whatever.
We can Google this.
I mean, they're pretty cool. I would drive one. I wouldn't.
Yeah, I think
I'm-
for the average person that doesn't need a full size truck.
Yeah, well, it's pretty much you want a car, but you want a little bed to put small things in, garbage, whatever. I think they're cool for what they are. I just and the price is right. You know, cheaper than some cars.
It says at just 54.4 inches long,
it has about 4.5 feet long and 5.6 inches short than the bed of a Ranger crew cab. However, it's moderately deep bed for its size at 20.3 inches.
I believe that.
Thanks to a width of 53.3, it makes the bed size relatively square. It has a total volume of 33 cubic feet. Whatever that means. So 4.5 feet. And it does show a picture of 4x8 sheets, and they're a good distance past the tailgate.
I guess it will haul it, though.
Yep.
I appreciate JG Gaming. Yeah, man. Happy New Year's to you guys, too.
I mean, they're showing it pulling a trailer, too.
Yeah, oh, no, I know they'll pull a trailer. Yeah, they pull campers and all kind of stuff.
I mean, it's still probably... Okay, I'm going to say this lightly, and they're making me mad at me, but it's still probably a better little truck than like a mid-90s Ranger.
I'll go with that, yeah. Now, the Mold Rangers are pretty tough.
Yep.
They just didn't do much. But, yeah, I mean, you can beat the hell out of them. But, yeah. Or the mid-90s S10s even. They were trying to jump.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, we're not saying they're any better.
No.
Those were not trucks.
Yeah. But, I mean, they're clean. The new Mavericks, they're clean. They drive nice. They look nice. I'd buy one. I just don't want to pay money for it.
I think it's kind of weird they tried to...
I would definitely consider it.
They tried to mimic the F-150 headlight design onto it, and I don't feel like they did a great job.
I'm going to do video with my stepdad's truck. No matter where he goes, he gets viewed, and people just staring at it, asking to take pictures and all kind of stuff. And I think it's a Veracruz. I think that's what it's called.
Veracruz?
Let me look it up. Might be called a Santa Cruz.
You're talking about the
Hyundai truck. He had a Ford Ranger.
So I've always said it since the new buy style, the new Chevys came out. First time I saw it, I'm like, I think they're stealing all the cues from a Toyota Tundra. And if you park a Toyota Tundra next to a new Silverado, the body lines start looking the same. It's like
a lot of new trucks look, even the new Dodges kind of look like Chevys.
Yeah.
Oh, I
don't like
share
it.
this. He's not here. But yeah, the new Hyundai truck is pretty good. I like it. Hyundai Santa Cruz is what it's called. Yes.
You're kind of a Hyundai Kia kind of guy, aren't you?
Not usually. I mean, I like the Kia Souls are a surprise to me. I didn't know they were.
That's a different looking truck.
Yeah, it's different. Here, and he's back. I could share this. So this is a truck my stepdad just got. His is like a blue color, but here's a picture of the.
Kind of looks like an SSR.
Kind of, yeah. But this is 4-door.
Well, it looks like they make a 2-door one too.
Really?
Yep.
Huh. I know they had this, but that didn't come out. That was just the concept.
Oh, maybe that's what this is. What does this say? Oh, what if the Honda Santa Cruz had a 2-door long bed option? It's a concept.
Oh, here, this looks almost just like my stepdad's right here. So I'm going to do a video on it. It's pretty neat, actually.
See, Hyundai's. Who makes the Stinger motor? Is that Kia or Hyundai?
Stinger, Hyundai and Kia is the same company.
Okay.
They didn't used to be, but they are. I think in 2000 Hyundai bought Kia.
So I was looking up something. Yeah, it's Kia. So I was kind of blown away when I started looking up some like performance Kias, and they make the Stinger, and I was like, wow, I really did not see Kia as a company that makes that nice of a sports car.
They Genesis used to be that's their luxury brand now too. So if you haven't seen a Genesis, that's some nice stuff too. Looks better than Kia and Hyundai in the 80s and 90s.
Now, I'm not gonna say anything bad about foreign cars because I like a lot of different foreign cars, but at the same time, I've never really owned too many foreign cars. So I've never gotten that far into it.
Down one.
I like them. I guess I like a lot of cars, but I don't know. It all depends on what I'm going for.
So over one and down one.
Well, like my
They're very
daily is
comfortable,
a
very dependable.
Nissan Maxima
There you
now.
go.
So.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, Nissan Maximas are okay. I mean,
no problem.
I don't hate the car. I've done little performance mods to it, and it's up moves.
What is it?
Maxima.
Yeah.
I kind of like them.
I don't like the new ones.
Mine's a 99, so mine is not.
Oh, that's the best. That is the best Nissan engine they have ever made.
Correct.
So that's the 6-cylinder?
It is 6 of them.
So you have leaks all over the place, I guess.
And it'll still last forever.
Does that?
Power steering.
No,
I've
replaced everything on the car. It's pretty foolproof.
How's your
a
rocker
Nissan
panels?
Altima that I bought with 300,000 miles on it, and I have sold it 4 times. People
The
come
rocker
back,
panels
get
are
it
great.
again and bought something else from me, and I
The
sell it again.
floorboard,
It's still a great motor.
Floorboards are bad. The rocker panels are good. That's
don't
they
have that here.
resealed it because it fell into the years where they were getting a class action lawsuit against the floors falling out of them. So they resealed it and they undercoated it, so it's holding up pretty good. The rear quarters and wheel wells have some rust around them. The front core support has some rust in it. It's not cherry by any means. Like everything still works on the car. All the electric windows, the sunroof, the heated seats, the air conditioner.
Except for the electric antenna, right?
No, it works too.
Really?
Everything on that car works.
A lot of time them get broke off. I mean, you'll still hear the motor running, but they get broke.
And one of the weirdest features, because mine's like the full, crazy edition, has all the
Yeah,
extras,
it's
blah,
everything,
blah, blah. If you hold the lock button on the fob and you hold the unlock, if you hold the unlock long enough, it rolls all the windows down.
Volkswagen did that.
Yeah.
Honda did that
And
too.
every time. I don't understand that option.
Yeah. Volkswagen 96, 97 version. If you put your key in the key thing and you turn it one way, it'll roll windows up. Turn it the other way, it'll roll them down.
Yeah. I did like that feature in GM, even though it wasn't a very good, well-built feature. In like old minivans they used to have where you just unlock the driver's door and it would unlock all the doors. But it was like a mechanical, electrical mechanism. And when it broke, it messed everything up.
So what's everybody's favorite vehicle? Little
Like
bro
if you could
wants to
have
know.
one of something, you mean?
Probably.
If I could get my first car back, I'd get it. Nothing special though.
I was going to ask you, so that's a 77,
What's that?
your Nova.
It's a 75. Same body style as 77, yeah.
Okay.
So why
But I was
haven't
actually
you got
going
it
to
back?
send you an ad
I don't know where
for
it is.
one that I found the other night. It was blue, like faded blue, flat black hood. It was a 77 four-door.
Oh.
But it was a Ford 9, 400 turbo, 468 big block, big car. I was like, dang, this is built to the
Mine
hell.
was
It's a nightmare.
mine was a brown
Yeah.
1975 Nova, 4-door, straight 6 from Pennsylvania. So it was a little rusty. But I loved it. And it started up every time.
So why don't you build another one?
I will. They're not going up the 4-doors. I can still buy cheap. I've got
They're
a
not going
78
anywhere.
2-door in Memphis. I just haven't went and got it.
Yeah, but that's G body.
No, 78 the same thing. 75 78 Nova's the same body.
What about
Nova?
it-
Sorry.
Nova,
Nova.
yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. I was
Malibu.
gonna say
I'm
it's the
wrong.
same as my 75. It's 75 78 is the same body style on the Nova. 72
wrong.
to 74 is the same, I think. So I don't even did 78. I don't think they made a Nova after that in the United States.
No.
They had that little Toyota Nova thing, but that was
Bad.
Yeah.
I think my dream car would be the 67 GT500. It would.
Pretty
I know
bold
it's
dream, sir.
it's a dream. Yeah, my realistic dream car is the one I have sitting outside.
So I only want one of these, but I don't want it to be factory, is what I've decided. And finding one in good shape is very hard. My dream car, the car I will end up with at some point in time, and I will have to build it, is a 62 Buick Skylark.
Yeah. That's the one with the big back window?
No. Look up 62 Buick Skylark. It's actually a small car like the Chevy 2.
Oh, I'm not a big fan of Chevy 2s.
So that's very realistic, I believe.
I've actually run across a couple of them. Problem is they don't have a lot of aftermarket for them. So if they have bad panels on them, you don't want to touch them unless you're a custom body worker because you're not going to be able to buy stuff to weld on.
This is your dream car, bro?
Yeah, I love that car.
Yeah.
It's
not
small.
bad.
Cletus is like stupid.
Yeah, it's got very distinctive lines. You're not going to
It's
see another car
attainable for sure. I don't know how much they're worth, but here we
a
go.
lot.
Yeah.
To find a clean one, because the other thing they did on them is they put an all aluminum V8 in them. So
does that look about right? Sir?
Yeah, that's one. That's kind of where I would go
up.
with it. I would do it up like that. I would lower it. I would put like a 455 Buick big block in it, and just.
I'm not saying anything bad about it. I just thought it was going to be something like spectacular, and it's
no. I think it's
pretty
just a real. I just think they're really sleek. I like the lines of the car.
What's up with them taillights?
I don't think those are stock.
That's stock. That's how they look.
I was about to say that's stock
Really?
because I've seen it. Look at them.
Yeah.
Another
Wow.
car.
As I said, you're not going to see another car like it.
I guess not.
There's one for you.
But see, they were inherently had the same issues, so they weren't like a really high end car to begin with. So if they rusted out, they're just trash. There's not much to repair once they go bad. And I don't want a stock one. I mean, I want to do, upgrade the suspension, bigger motor.
26,900 is what they're saying you should be paying for it.
I imagine that's mint condition.
Right. Yeah.
Yep.
Still, I mean, although, I don't know. I want them all. Can I just own every one?
Yeah, that would be my problem. If I was a billionaire, boy. I'd have a stupid amount of cars.
Oh, yeah.
So
the best garage. Oh,
I've often thought about that. What would you do if money was not an issue? And at the end of the day, I probably wouldn't own a lot of things, but I would buy and sell a lot of things. And I would buy whatever I wanted. I'd drive it for a while, and then I'd just go get something else.
Well, if money didn't matter, I wouldn't even sell it. I'd just give it away.
Well, you know what I mean? Like, you wouldn't need to keep it because going and buying another one wouldn't be a problem.
Sure.
I would. My first thing I would do is definitely pay off all my debt. Without a doubt, that would be it.
I've done all. Well, I say all of it. I still own the house, but my car lot's paid for. All the land out there is paid. I don't have anything I pay on but the house. So
anybody that doesn't get a bunch of money and pay off their debt has some kind of problem.
I've already paid off all my debt. I'll never go in debt again. Hopefully, anyway. I don't think I ever will.
Hopefully, yeah. I don't know. I think
I don't do car loans. I don't do credit cards. If you start adding that up,
you're smart.
You're just living to pay the bank.
Okay, so let's ask a financially decision. So buying a new vehicle, not a good financial decision. You can nail that down 100%. Getting a car loan, not a good financial decision. It's all about wants versus needs, period. So there's a lot of people that'll be like, well, I'll just go pay cash for a new car. Well, yeah, if you have enough money to do that, definitely do that. You're not paying interest. But at the same time, a lot of people say stuff like that. Let's say you're on a 6-year loan for 20 grand. You're just paying 3% interest on that loan. If you take that same 20 grand and you put it in an investment portfolio, you can turn around and get 6% return. So really the 3% you're losing on the loan isn't really a loss. So, going out and getting a loan and paying 3% on it isn't a loss if you took that same 20 grand you would have paid in cash and just put in an investment portfolio. So it depends on where you're at with your money and if you have that ability.
Exactly. So, and what your payment's going to be and stuff like that. Most new cars are so expensive and people outprice themselves and they trade them in on negative equity and all this. So you get a $20,000 car, you owe $35,000 on, and your interest rate is 18%.
Yes. And people also don't figure in cost of ownership. So it's going to cost you more to license that car every year. It's going to cost you more to insure that car every year.
Yeah. All the parts are going to be more expensive because it's a newer vehicle.
Yep.
Keep on around.
So, for the reason we were like, hey, let's go buy a Bronco, because I feel in the car market today, things are not going to lose value much. So the old days of
a lot of cars are going up in value, actually.
Correct. So the idea of
never
I remember when Rangers were last coming out, and they said if you bought a brand new Ranger and drove it off the lot, you were losing 15,000 the second you drove it off the lot.
Okay.
And they used to say things like that. And it's like cars now, you're driving it off the lot, and there's potential that thing's gonna be worth more in 6 months than what you paid for.
So my buddy bought a Toyota Tacoma back in 2019, and in 2020, the end of 2020, almost 21, they offered him $10,000 more than what he paid for it to bring it back to him. Because they could
and that's exactly why I don't feel bad investing in a new vehicle now.
Well, it's not like you're buying the bottom of the line Nissan Versa or something.
No,
you're buying a Bronco,
right?
That say it doesn't go up in value, but 20 years from now, it's still going to be a sought out vehicle.
Right. So they're not making a million of them. I'm not buying the base model. I'm buying pretty much the higher luxury model minus a few things it doesn't need. And it's always going to have a good value. Even if I lose $10,000 over 10 years, that's still only $1,000 a year loss. You can lose that on a used car. So
what's the price of that when you're all said and done?
So we don't know yet until we get it, because we got some special deals we're going to play. But the price on it right now is $59,000.
I was about to say it has to be in the high 50s, low 60s, and that's before interest and stuff, I'm sure.
You could almost pay off my house with that.
Go buy a new vehicle right now. I mean,
you're not going to get much. I mean,
yeah, you can get a Maverick truck.
I will drive 2015. My shit box.
My 2015 Terrain that sits in the driveway has under 100,000 miles on it. We paid $14,500 for that. It was well undervalued when we bought it. I had 42,000 original miles. I talked that salesman out of that car, and it's kind of a base option one. It isn't real fancy. It got in an accident last year, and I was really like, they're gonna total it. I mean, there's just no way. It's percentage of the vehicle's value. And they came back and they're like, nope, it's not totaled. We're going to fix it. And I'm like, that's fine. As long as you fix it right. I don't really care. And I was like, well, what's the value of the vehicle? And they're like, oh, it's like $23,000. I'm like, really? It's worth more now than when I bought it 4 years ago?
I'm sure.
Yeah, and I was just blown away by that because I'm like, okay, fix it. I don't care.
That's crazy.
I'm like Midnight, though. If money was no object, I would have a shit ton more shit boxes. Because they're fun. I like them.
The only vehicle I've only purchased one vehicle loan wise. That was a 05 Toyota Camry. And maybe it's because I ended up paying for it after the divorce went through, but it just left a bad taste in my mouth, and I probably will never purchase another one through a loan.
Dude, I've had so much debt. I've had jobs when I was an instructor on Cummins and stuff, and Allison, and even Eaton. I was making $106,000 a year. I was buying all kind of stupid shit and on credit and all kind of shit. And it's just, even though I was making plenty of money, I was just spending more. And I'd make dumb purchases, buying shitty cars on loans that why I could just save up $5,000 and go buy it, Anyway, I don't do that anymore. I'll save up money, go to the auction or whatever. I want to buy myself a car or whatever.
So your car lot, it just runs itself. You don't have to go in anymore, really?
So the way I have it set up, since I'm technically retired, I guess.
Damn.
I sell cars, but I sell them like when I get one ready, I'll put it on Facebook. If it's an older car, higher mileage car, if it's a lower miles car, it's a newer car, I'll take it to some of the buy here, pay here lots around here, and I'll sell it to them, and then they'll mark it up $10,000 or whatever the hell they do.
Yep.
But I don't really have a lot where people go and shop around. You know what I'm saying? I might have a vehicle out there, but it's just until it sells. But the way the market, since I've started in 2020, pretty much as soon as I get a vehicle ready, it'll be gone in a week. Because I buy them cheap, I fix them, and I sell them cheap. And yeah, they might be older, like a 95 Nissan Altima, that I've had 4 times now, the same car. and I would buy it. I'd get it. I'd let them trade it back in and sell it again. I'm sure. But I have older cars, and I buy some new cars. But I got a 2015 Volkswagen Jetta that's still sitting over at the shop that I've had almost a year now. It's junk. I hate it. So.
And for me, I'm not gonna go out and buy a new car for myself. Not gonna do it. It's not gonna happen ever.
Sure.
So my wife wants a new car. She makes good money. I'm not gonna tell her she can have a new car.
She works. She earns her money. That's
and she's good with her money. So when she says I want a new car, it's like, let's go get a new car. I don't care.
Well,
But at the end of the day,
I'm not saying nothing's wrong with buying a new Nissan Versa or a Chevy Spark or something. But the Bronco in 20, 30 years will actually be still a sought out vehicle. That's the difference I'm saying isn't that. So at least it's that. So.
Well, and I was talking about this earlier on my Instagram post in Midnight Road.
What's up, 113? What you doing up at night, man?
If you do buy a new vehicle, you definitely want to hold them accountable for any and all warranty, because the sticker price is reflecting the warranty you're paying for if you're using it or not.
Correct.
So
correct.
I remember
always make sure you're talking to the dealer and getting the best deals on everything you can get, because you already paid for it.
My buddy picked up, it was a brand new, this was like 2 years ago, F-250, loaded to the brim, everything. He got in his package a 20-year motor and transmission, and
we already got offered that for this Bronco.
Really?
That's crazy.
They told us it's
what's the
free drivetrain replacement, no mileage limit, life of the vehicle.
Wow. They couldn't do that down here. They'll drive the wheels off that motherfucker down here.
Well, that's just it. By the time this thing hits 180,000, the body will probably be rusted off of it. So
Now down here, it'll go 500,000 in 6 years. I mean,
dudes, you're gonna get that thing undercoated as soon as you purchase it, as soon as it comes in.
That was
I'm
part of
thinking she's not gonna be driving it in the winter, right? I mean,
oh no, it's gonna be the daily. So
so how does that work? You got a car coming in a year and a half. Do they give you something to drive in the meantime?
No.
So do you start paying for that now?
Nope. It all gets done, financed, everything on the other end.
so right now it's kind of like
Put your name in a
Tesla
list.
hybrid truck, right? You
Yeah.
put your down payment, which is probably $500 or whatever it might be, and then you're on the waiting list to guarantee that you get one when it comes in.
Correct. And the other thing they explained is, so they don't make one for you. So like you do a custom order, even if it's a custom order, you still can only select so many boxes. Okay. So they just make trucks. And when one comes in that matches yours, they'll call you and say, hey, we got a truck. And then you'll go, do you want it? Yep. Okay, you get that one. So even being number 30 on the list compared to number 1, if you guys order 2 different trucks and his doesn't come in before yours, you're still going to get it before the guy that first one on the list. But if you don't get your name on the list, they're never even going to offer it to you, period. It's not like it's going to show up on the lot.
Ford used to be, I know for sure back in 08 even still, used to be able to order from Ford however you wanted it.
Well, we ordered it however we wanted, but they said there's no order to when they get built.
Oh.
Because they're just building them with whatever parts are available for those ones.
I got you, because there's a shortage on stuff.
Yeah, because they can't do the hard tops. They can't do. Yep. So yes, it would be different if there wasn't all this shortage stuff.
I got you. Damn.
That is crazy.
I mean, if you wanted a soft top, mid range, blah blah blah, you could probably have it tomorrow. I mean,
yeah, take whatever they got. You can have. Yeah.
Yep.
What do y'all think about the new Jeep Gladiator trucks?
Since those things have come out, I've had a hatred for them because I just felt like they could have done so much more with that thing.
Well,
and they are supposed to be coming out with a bigger motor option.
That's cool. But they still ride like crap. They're a little ugly.
Yeah. They're very expensive. They're not really a truck at the end of the day. And my fundamental issue that I cannot get around is they made them so cheap in my mind. If you look at a Gladiator, the 4th door has the same cutout as a Wrangler.
Midnight Road.
Because of the wheel well. The wheel well doesn't exist on a Gladiator. And you look at that truck, and I just can't get over the fact that door has a kick up for no reason other than they saved money on a door.
Wow.
I got a question for you guys. Do you two want to keep going?
I'm good if you're good.
Because I'll leave this on for a little bit. I got something I got to do, but I'll leave this on if you guys want to keep going.
I'll go play Xbox. I'm good.
Yeah, I go work on a brisket. So.
Oh yeah, brisket.
No, I mean, there's people in the chat and shit. So if you guys wanted to keep going,
Yeah, I mean, I'm sure they got stuff to do too. So
Yeah,
midnight
no big
roads
deal.
bouncing out, and yeah, it's
Nobody's
all
gonna
good.
be upset at you.
it's 12:30 here at night, and
It's 11:30 here. So
yeah,
Yep.
You've been on since 6. Man, God.
7 here. Yeah, but yeah,
6 hours, so 5.5.
yeah. I'd like to make it to the 6, but I'm.
For what?
So how does? Here's a question we can burn a couple more minutes with. How does the watch hours work with live?
Well, you got 11 people watching right now, and I know you had at least 10 people in here the whole time. If it's 6 hours, you times that by 10, and that's how many hours you got. Now you have more people here and there, but yeah,
we've had a pretty consistent like 13 the whole time.
Yeah, that's what I say. Well, 10's an easy number to multiply.
Yeah,
by. Yeah. I mean, you get plenty of watch hours off of them. Now, if you're monetized, you get watch hours off of, but you don't get many commercials in it, so you're not going to get the money from like that.
Right.
No
But
advertising.
you don't get as much advertisement and stuff, but you do get people that, especially in this group, there's some really cool people that
super
that
chat,
do super chats and stickers and all that, and that really does help out.
I really wish I could have done the super chats, so I could have done like a 5-hour live or something that I could have had donations for something up this way. So hopefully next year I can at least get to that point.
I will tell you, YouTube takes a lot of it.
Really?
Yeah, they're not doing it for free.
No, and you would think they wouldn't take as much because they're not really doing anything. But they take a lot of it, almost 50%.
That's crazy.
What's your question? 113.
Oh,
we've been here this whole time, bro, and you just got here. I ain't been here the whole time. I'm just bullshit. I was cooking hamburgers earlier. Oh, what was y'all talking about my home in the cabinet earlier?
I don't remember who said the hole in the cabinet.
They're saying I got a hole or something. I got a patch. I'm like, are they talking about the old hole where my old vent used to be here?
I didn't notice. I don't remember who was saying it.
I mean, I don't care. I was wondering.
What's the question, man? Come on.
Oh, he's gonna wait 20 minutes for you to ask it.
I mean, that'd be cool. You guys want to get me another 30 minutes? Go ahead.
I just found out that you're watching YouTube on a Fire Stick. Has a bunch more commercials. Do you get extra? Yeah. I mean, if in theory, anyway, if YouTube's not ripping you off, which you'd never know if you'd never be able to prove it. But the more commercials that are watched on your video, if you're monetized, the more money you're going to get out of it. Not only more, but the long, different ads pay different money.
So on that question, there's another question to add to that. So if there's more commercials on the Fire Stick, is that because Amazon's getting a cut, so they add more commercials?
I don't think that I don't think so. I think it's because it's the app, and the app knows you're watching on TV, which makes it harder to skip the ads. So Google's like, "Oh, let's get them." Yeah, that's my. I mean, I don't know. I'm not.
I don't know either.
That would be my assumption.
Got no idea. That is a shame, girl. Yeah.
I know when I watch video, which I don't have ads because I have the premium, but if I'm on another, like on my business email or something, and I'm watching somebody's videos for them, if ads pop up and they're monetized, I will not skip the ad. I'll watch through it. That way they get the money. It's not a whole lot of money, but it adds up.
Well, like when I joined in on your live last night, it started an ad thing. And it took me a while to join because I'm just like, come on, man. It kept clipping to the next one and wouldn't let me skip.
Oh, wow.
I'm just like, all right, I guess we're watching these things.
Well, yeah. And if you watch on your phone, not only do you have the ad that plays, but then you have the ads that pop up that you can click on and go to their site and all that. So it's pretty neat.
See, I got premium.
Yeah, I got premium
I
as well.
don't pay
What's
for
really cool about
anything out of
premium
that.
when you're trying to help people is you can go to people's playlist and you click download. And when you do that, you don't even have to watch them. It automatically gives them 100% of any premium revenue they were going to get on every video in that playlist. And it also gives them 100% of watch time automatically. And it also helps with recommending them the videos to other people. So if you want to help grow somebody's channel, you go download their playlist when you have premium, and it will help.
All right. I'll have to remember that.
I'll make sure I do that when I never buy premium.
See, I didn't buy premium. We bought premium because we were like, oh, YouTube's going to have, when YouTube had Cobra Kai and all that, YouTube's like, oh, they're going to develop all this cool stuff. And you get 6 accounts of unlimited music. So for $20 a month, you get unlimited accounts, commercial free, and all that stuff.
Segue. Have you watched the newest season of Cobra Kai?
It's not out yet. It's not out until tomorrow.
So, I guess the last season that was out. Then.
Season 3, yeah.
Oh,
I haven't watched it.
Starts tomorrow, Bob.
I watched season 1 and 2, and then I kind of lost. Like I didn't want to watch season 3 for whatever reason, and now I'm just kind of like,
Dude, your mic.
I was a huge kung fu karate guy, when I was a kid. So I like it, but
I love that show. We were
when it came out on Netflix, everybody's this new show. I'm like, I watched it like 2 years ago. It's been on YouTube.
Oh, really? It was on YouTube before?
It started on YouTube, yeah.
Oh.
They used to call it YouTube Red, and then it changed to Premium.
That's true. It was called Red, wasn't it?
Whoa. No. Yes. 113 says, found that out today. I was very curious. It's something like 2-minute ads every 4 minutes. Wow. I've thought about doing that, and I've talked about it, joking around, but I really do think I should do it, is go to my how-to videos that get views and no subscribers, and just put a bunch of ads in it. It's like, you're not going to subscribe, you're going to watch a bunch of ads.
But will you lose your views?
I don't think so. I mean, maybe. But people won't know until they're already in there, so it's still going to get the view.
Test.
Yes.
Yep, you're good.
Okay.
Where are you now?
So, I think if you were to go back to those how-to videos, the people are there for the how-to. They're going to have to watch the ads if they have to.
Exactly.
So, I think it would work. I agree with your...
Because even if they fast forward to the part that they're having a trouble with or whatever it may be, they're still going to watch the ads. So
exactly. And if you're not getting subscribers anyway, doesn't matter.
Yeah, I think so, because my subscribers aren't going back and watching my how-tos most likely.
Nope. Yeah, so it doesn't affect the people.
I might try it with one video first, and if it does well, I'll do it to the others. But
yeah, if it just plummets off, then yeah, okay, not a good idea.
But that's how I'm going to make money anyway. So I'm getting the views and no money on them. It doesn't matter. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
What did you make it up to for subscribers by the end of the year here? I know Dude won't tell us.
I don't know.
I made it to a solid 250.
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
You're probably way past me by now.
Well, Power Stroke's live now. Let's see. What is my count? Does it tell me? I'm 1,275 today.
Wow.
This time last year, I just hit like 480, and I was like, oh, I'm going to hit my 500 goal by, tomorrow. And I did. So my goal last year was hit 500 by the end of the year. My goal this year was hit 1,000 by the end of the year. So
I look back because I've been back on here since August. I found it today. And I'm like, I've had some major growth. I think that I really have.
Well, steady growth is better than you getting 4,000 subscribers instantly and nobody watching your videos.
Right.
Yeah.
So steady growth of watch hours and subscribers is what you want. That way, when you hit 1,000, you already be at 4,000 watch hours and you're ready to go.
I told everybody the other day in my outro, I don't know if people watch them or not, but I do speak at the end of them. And I plain and simple said that I want people that are going to be here for the long haul and actually enjoy this. So if you're watching this, you don't enjoy it, please unsubscribe. And
I don't think I'll tell people that. I'm on kind of on the same line as that, but I don't think I'll tell people that. I mean, if they don't, I don't know. Yeah, yeah. I'm not going to tell them not to subscribe, but I don't know.
I know
It still helps you, especially to get to 1,000.
It was a
After
little
1,000,
risky to
maybe.
do. It was a little risky to do, but it's truthful. I don't want to be at my 4,000 and my 1,000 and not be making a dime. I want people that are gonna support me and help me make this a thing, you know.
But you got to remember, them simply subscribing is a form of support.
Sure.
So even if
Because
they're
it
not
helps you hit
watching,
your 1,000. Now after 1,000, it's not going to matter.
Doesn't matter.
Then you can say that, fuck them, go on. It doesn't matter.
Exactly.
But until you get to that 1,000,
What if you had enough people unsubscribe at 1,000?
if you go below 1,000 and you don't get it back within a certain time, you'll lose your monetization. Yeah.
Oh shit.
Same thing with your watch hours. So if I wasn't close to if I wasn't being able to make 4,000 watch hours in a year, which luckily that's pretty easy, I wouldn't have hit to monetize it because it's harder to get it back the second time if you lose it.
So I mean, at the end of the day, for me, I don't care about subscribers, and it'd be great if I got some more of them. But I know my watch hours aren't there, so I don't really care about subscribers. Now,
Right,
I would be
because
more
you would
concerned
be-
with it. Yeah. If I had the watch hours, then I'd be like, dang it, I need these subscribers, but I don't. So
Well,
it
if you
doesn't
could
matter.
get like Junkers here and get a steady growth of both, that's when you know you're getting it. Because if you can have, I would say, if you can have 6,000 watch hours and 1,000 subscribers, that's not only when you'll be monetized, but you'll actually be making money.
Yeah.
Because if you have 3,000 subscribers and you only have, 4,200 watch hours, you're making $8, $9 a month, something like that. It's not going to be nothing. Yeah. Depending on how many
I agree.
educate stuff, but yeah, it's not
I mean,
going to be
it's subscribers is nothing in the grand scope of things. At the end of the day.
exactly. And that's why it didn't used to matter on YouTube. But that's just another thing to put in there so they don't have to pay people.
Yes.
So you can have a
Well,
video. You can have video
if
that
that-
has over 1 million views, and if you don't have 1,000 subscribers, you're not getting any money.
Exactly. It's to get rid of the one-hit wonders that are making money off that one video.
Yeah, and I used my first how to do a burnout video. I used to make a little bit. It wasn't much. It would take about 5 months to get $100, but it was still $100, and I wasn't doing anything. It had just been sitting there for all them years.
So back when I first started, the very first time I came around and did this, I had, I think, 75 cents in my monetization. So I'm interested.
Oh, it's still there.
I'm interested to see if it's still there.
It should be.
Because I can't tell what's in there right now.
Really?
Yeah, because the only thing when you click on monetization, it comes up
Well,
with your four
you have to make
four
at least
blocks.
$100 for them to cash it out.
Right, but I'm just wondering if the 75 cents is still there.
I still had money that was still in there from
4
or 5 years ago, whatever.
Okay.
So it should still be there for you.
I wish I would have followed through with this before, but I guess it just
Back in
wasn't the
2009, I wish I would have started making, I wish same thing. It's like back 2009, if I started making videos, I'd probably be up to 56,000 subscribers right now for sure.
But it wasn't our time. That's the thing.
It didn't no interest for me. I didn't really get interest till 2020.
I love doing it.
I didn't have no job. I didn't have shit to do.
I don't know if anybody has watched my older stuff, but I love doing it.
Some of it I
But
watched. Yeah.
I think that I'm better at it now. And probably because I took the time and I went and did other things.
Well, I don't think anybody's going to get worse over time.
Well,
they might.
No, have you seen my videos? It is what it is.
What are you gonna do?
I'm sure people, there's people that don't like my stuff. They just think it's not good content. They probably don't like the way I do things. Some people don't probably like my voice, like Southern asshole, whatever. But there are people who do like everything. So it is what it is.
Well, and I will say this:
Somebody will watch it.
I do appreciate this community because if it wasn't for this community, I wouldn't have anybody. So it's just kind of one of those like prior to joining this little community, shit, I was making videos and they weren't even getting watched. It was 0 views, 5 subscribers, and it was like, okay.
Well, I'm gonna help you out, dudes. Have you ever thought about changing the name again?
To what?
I don't know.
I like
Something
dudes with
Like I
wrenches.
said,
smoother.
the original name was not anything like what we ended up with because we wanted to go a little more wholesome censorship. But
I think the original name. I think I like that better.
yeah, I kind of do too
Because
because
it's
there was a lot more
unique.
wordplay I could do.
There's more than one dudes with wrenches on YouTube.
Well, there's one guy that's dude with wrench.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well,
and
you
he
type
builds
in dudes with
motorcycles.
wrenches, you're hitting the first one that comes up, even though that is the name of your channel.
Is it?
Yeah, I'll type it in real quick.
Somebody said they had a problem finding my channel too.
Yes, your channel is also hard to find. It comes up with junker, clunker. It comes with other stuff.
I didn't know there wasn't any for a long time. There wasn't anybody else.
Well, and it's not that people are named Do the Wrenches. It just brings up other people's that hits harder.
Yeah,
before
there's a
it comes
lot
up.
of dudes with.
Yeah.
Dudes with. Yeah.
Like this dude right here, who Doozy or something like that. He comes up pretty quick. Whistling Diesel comes up.
Yeah,
Humble Mechanic, and then you.
I'm wondering if
Well,
it's just
that's
from
all.
your.
That search is still based on your algorithm too.
Correct.
So if you go to a private browser and try that and see what it does.
But you think it would, since I'm subscribed to you and not them other people, you think it would come up to you with you first.
Doesn't matter. It still builds it off of what you search.
Build the algorithm what they think I want to watch.
Yep. And you probably very rarely ever search my name because you don't need to.
Right.
So what I've tried to do from the very beginning is, I try to guide people or get people to search my name on Google, and I'll personally search my name on Google because Google's attached to YouTube at a certain extent. So if your name comes up, if your name comes up on Google searches, I feel like you're more likely to kind of build into that YouTube Google algorithm.
I wasn't trying to tell you to change your name. I'm just asking if you ever thought about it. I've thought about changing mine plenty. It used to be pretty unique, and then after Cletus McFarland, everybody's like, "You copied off him?" Like, no, it's been stuff with Cletus longer than he was been on YouTube.
Well, my thing is I have a lot of people that are like, dudes plural. Yeah. And I'm like, yeah, I know. It's long term. I would like to get more people involved.
Sure.
And then I would like to, long term, I would like to kind of turn it into a community style name where it's like everybody I'm dealing with is one of my dudes. We all,
I think you should keep it.
What's up, Destroyer?
No.
I mean, yeah, if you like it and your viewers like it, then keep it. For me, if I thought of a name that I thought would be better, I would probably change it.
But you're still here, Destroyer.
Like I would like it better.
Yeah, I think dudes, if you were going to change it to anything, dudes would be it.
Just dudes.
Just dudes.
Now, see, so I don't care because I'm not going to change it. But our original name was Two Gas Holes Garage.
Yeah, I figured that from your email.
Yeah, so.
Or like wrenching dudes.
Wrenching dudes.
I guess that could be more than one way.
Well, that's the thing too. You got to steer clear of some of the innuendo,
Yeah, I don't know. Like I can't talk much. Like I said, my name's not the best on YouTube.
Here's something I find funny because I look at my Google statistics sometimes when you search my name and logo and stuff. So ever since I did live stream with CP, when you search dudes with wrenches, it finds CP's channel now and then has me doing a live stream with CP, where before it would find my videos. Now it just finds his videos with me in it.
Might be
It's
a
like,
good thing.
you don't want to see that guy. You want to see this guy.
Yeah, let's show you this guy that makes more videos. And
yep.
Yeah. I wonder, I've never even searched mine on Google. Maybe I need to. There's probably not too many stuff with Cletus's searches out there.
Huh.
Yeah, it's a pretty original name if you really break it down.
Well, I tried to make it where it wasn't just automotive or it wasn't just cooking or, I do everything.
Probably not tonight, Bubba.
Nope, if I search it, the first thing that comes up is you with guest RMG. and Novataz.
RMG.
The junkerclunker.com.
Yeah, it's Roy Marco's garage. There you go. RMG.
Oh, yeah.
Sell your car
Oh, that
instantly.
live I did with him.
Yep.
Okay.
Well, my videos pop up.
Well, that's good.
And then, like, I don't know why. Oh, it's some kind of Fox Sports Cletus robot.
Yeah, the dancing robot is Cletus. Yeah, Fox Sports robot. Yeah.
A lot of that comes up. And then your Pinterest site with your K5 on there.
Oh, yeah, I forgot about Pinterest.
Yeah, CP popped up on mine.
And then a mail call video is one of the first things. And then TikTok short for the fire of CP, because you know the CP video. Man, we're hooking ourselves on a good wagon there.
I guess so. CP's getting some out of it, isn't he?
Yeah. Every
Yeah,
time
this
somebody
is CP
types in one of our names, it shows CP.
It does.
I like OCP. He's pretty good, boy.
Yeah.
I'm a little worried about him. I haven't heard from him. You guys said you haven't?
I've heard people saying he's just been busy with work and stuff.
Yeah, he gets busy. He gets in the zone and then he just kind of does that. So
I get it.
Yeah, it's not nothing to be, worried about.
Chef Shade Tree is pretty good. There's plenty of shade tree mechanics out there, and there's plenty of chefs on there, but I don't know about any chef shade trees. So, yeah.
Destroyer pops up.
Yeah, his channel, he's got a pretty big following. And, he's always on somebody's something. And, Destroyer. Yep.
Gary Fisher.
I don't know who that is.
I don't know either.
No. I think I've dug my heels in far enough with this name and idea that I just got to stick with it.
I think that's why, especially with all the stickers and stuff I made and all that, I think I'm going to have to stick with stuff with Cletus. But don't get me wrong, if a name pops in my mind that's just better, I'm going to go with it.
I still got to have your wife do me some cartoons of my truck.
Yeah, she could even do one for the El Camino if you want. Or I have El Camino out here she could base it off of too. That looks a lot like yours. Just get with her on Instagram or whatever and talk to her, man. She's got her she had to replace her cricket machine, or they replaced it for her actually.
Send me her info. I've never gone through her. I just go through you normally.
Oh, okay. Yeah, it's easy to go through her because I always I'll tell her something and you know how it is telling somebody something and it gets mixed up and it's easier.
I wish I would have gone with the first thing, that first cartoon one of the Mustang, because now I freaking love that one, and I wish that was my logo from the beginning.
Well, if you could change that so that you could put it on T-shirts and stuff like that, so it won't have that background, the white background and stuff, she could make it transparent behind it and all kinds of stuff for you.
Oh yeah.
Here's the thing to remember about that, Junkers, though. It's a good idea to sponsor your channel with a build or a car that's on it, but I don't think it's a good idea to make that your logo, because it comes down to you're going to build other cars and you don't want to be just defined by that one logo.
Yeah.
Well, or you do like I did, which I'm not saying it's perfect, but when I do stickers, I have a couple different cars that I have stickers. My main logo is not. It's the
correct, and that's what I'm saying. Your main logo is not a car, and the other ones are just, hey, come check these out because we've built these kind of cars or done something with them on the channel. I think that's a good idea too, but you should still have like a standard main logo. Yes.
Yeah.
I'll start a group chat with my wife and you, Junkers, and you can kind of explain what you're looking for, what you need.
Okay.
Chef Shade Tree, she does logos, stickers, all kind of stuff. She can do thumbnails real good. She did Piston Twisted already had a great logo and it was ready to go. She did some stickers for him. 113, she's done some stuff for Wooden Metal. She's done a little bit for her, so she can do all kind of stuff.
And I'd rather give the money to her compared to one of these people online that are.
She's a small business, she does photography and she's real artistic. So she does paint and she does paintings.
I have been mowing around the idea of some merch coming out, but
yeah,
my big thing is I don't want to purchase a bunch of it and have it sit.
Okay. Have you looked at Teespring yet?
I have the YouTube one that goes right through them, and you.
Yep, and then you're done. You just wait for your money. What's good about that is it's a trusted site. People don't have to worry about whatever site you may come up with or whatever. They do all the shipping for you and everything. You just wait on your money. Also, you just have to make sure you have a good, clear logo, which, like I said, she can make that even that card transparent for you so it'll go on there nice. So,
yeah, I'm just not quite just sure what way I want to go. There's a local company.
You're piston down there.
There's a local company that does. I love these freaking stickers. That does really nice work, and they always have very high grade T-shirts. That I'd love to have them do it, but I don't know how I could set everything up where I'm not bothered with it. Besides doing the online one,
Yeah, I don't know. You may find a local companies if you want to support them and say, hey, I'll build a website, and you pay Wix the $20 a year or whatever it is for the website.
Yeah.
And say when the orders come through, they're going to come directly to your email. I need y'all to fill these orders and ship them. And say, and the website I know because I use Wix now instead of Teespring, and I use I don't even remember what company it is that does all the calendars and all my other merch. But what it'll do is Wix, you can put how much a Wix will pay, because I got what the cost is. So their money goes to them, and all the leftover stays in Wix, and then it comes to me after that.
Yeah. Well, I'm going to do another 5 minutes on this, and then I'm going to call it at the whole 6 hour mark. I don't know about you guys.
Yeah,
Good idea.
I mean, you guys kind of forced me into doing it, get me talking again.
Yeah, we did that.
We did chef. I want a cartoon chef like him holding tools instead of a knife fork. Oh, that'd be cool, Chef Shade Tree. Yeah, reach out to me on Instagram, and I will link you with her. Probably her YouTube channel. Well, I don't know. She might want her other page. Whichever page she wants on there, I'll link to it. And her YouTube's actually is taking off a little bit. So, and her Instagram reels are really taking off. So, she does a video game called what's that game? It's on Nintendo Switch. I don't even remember what it's called. What is it?
Is it some Zelda game?
No, it's not Zelda. It's not Link or anything.
The one where they have little islands and stuff?
Yep. That's what it is.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I can't remember the name of it.
You will love it.
You going to use this tonight?
Oh, gosh, I can't remember the name of it either.
My daughter plays that game.
Pretty big game. Takes a lot of time. But she loves it, and she does videos on it, and people watch it. She's doing pretty good.
Jeez, my brother is still watching.
Good.
He's only what are you 11 years old right now?
Oh wow.
What?
Yeah. He likes automotive to a point.
Your brother's 11 years old?
You know how we talked about the whole family tree thing?
Somebody needed to tell your mom to calm down. That's all I'm saying.
13. He says he's 13.
You're 13 now? When did that happen?
That's my daughter.
That's what happens.
Thought it was 11. No, Corey's 11. Never mind.
How many brothers and sisters you got? If you don't mind me asking.
Biological?
Okay, if we're going that route, that makes more sense.
So I have one sister with my mother and one sister with my father.
Oh, okay. That's not too bad.
Then how do you end up with a 13-year-old brother?
I'll talk to you off camera. I don't like putting a lot of things out there like that.
That's fine.
There you go, Wood Metal. That's the wife's YouTube channel, Island of Milwaukee.
I will say this because I think it's hilarious. So my sister is a dirty hoe bag, and she has children who are brother and sister and cousins. So
yeah. So in 2 minutes, I'll stay on behind the scenes and talk to you.
All right.
So just take all that in. They're brother, sister, cousins.
Oh,
I couldn't even begin. 2 minutes isn't long enough to explain my family tree. I've got a lot of brothers and sisters.
Oh, no. I'm just saying when the live is over is when I'll explain stuff like that. I don't like putting personal, huge personal stuff out there.
You don't have to
Especially
explain yourself.
we don't know where this is going to go. You know what I mean?
Yeah. You gotta explain nothing.
Oh, Jesus, Bella.
It goes wherever you want. Kind of like the electric Mustang, you know.
Stop.
Just one charge, take her to town.
Well, somebody starts talking about something, you just start talking about that. Everybody has an opinion on that.
A syphilis face.
Exactly. Everybody has an opinion on it. So, if you're ever in a live and it starts going somewhere you don't want to go, just pull it away and say, "Hey guys, what do you think about the new electric Mustang SUV?"
You are a smelly pirate hooker.
Exactly. Bronco.
I'm just going to start using every one of these now.
Yeah, well.
Oh, dude's
Oh yeah, Karma, I've had to jump in there. It's not a Mustang.
That is not a Mustang. Yes,
Technically, it does say East.
Well, I know Mustang talked about breaking off before and becoming its own brand, kind of like Ram did.
Yep.
So I don't think that ever will come to fruition, but I know they spoke about it.
Cletus, when you start talking about that electric Mustang, all I can think of is this.
Zapatero. ¿Qué opina usted del gobierno de Zapatero?
Well, and like I said, it's just a great segue because no matter who it is, they have an opinion on it.
Oh, God.
Like it, but some people do.
It makes me so antsy. But I'm going to end the live here. If you guys want to stay backstage, I'll chat at you for a second. And
I'll jump off. Y'all can chat. Y'all have a great night. Everybody in the chat, appreciate y'all coming in and supporting my boy over here. And appreciate y'all supporting everybody, man. It's a great community. And y'all have a great year. I probably won't see you tomorrow.
We'll see you till next year.
Yeah, have a great new year. We'll see you next year. Dudes with Wrenches, if you haven't checked him out, make sure to check him out. He never plugs his channel, but he needs you. So
he's going to do some live time.
Watch his stuff. Share his channel. Give him some feedback. He's ready for feedback on his videos and stuff.
Always.
He's ready to grow. So let's get him there, guys. Junkers, I know you're almost there, bro, and everybody in here obviously is supporting you. So it's freaking awesome. Everybody have a great night. Have a great rest of 2021, and we'll see you next year.
See you later, Cletus. Thank you. All right, we're going to end the live. For people that made it in this long, thank you. I don't know what you guys are doing just sitting here watching us, but it's time to go to bed. Have a good night. See you all next year.